Hey guys, welcome back to Pocket Saga, as you've seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Ash has Dratini as starter Pokemon? This is part 3. In story is new so I will slowly updates parts as author update more. For more comment down your thoughts and like share, also don't forget to check out author of this story named, Flight to Destiny by Inferno02. All details in description. Ash clicked a few buttons on the X-transceiver as he stood from his seat on the bench. He'd finished putting all of the bowls of his Pokemon ins. Eyed his backpack after they had their lunch. He'd decided to rest in a trainer's shelter on his way. It was just a small hall with a few benches inside. At the time, there was no one but Ash there. AF. Tear the failed capture of the Abra that Ash came across, they'd walked for another 4 days. They came across a few Pokemon trainers on the way and a few more in a small village in which they stopped by for a day. All in all, they had been able to get some pretty good practice going. The Pokemon that they encountered weren't anything new with the usual Pidgey, Spearow, Rattata, Bellsprout and Som. Other commonly found Pokemon on their way. Ash had done some research on a few new moves that he'd planned on teaching his Pokemon. Tia's defensive moves were fine for now, but she needed a better way to attack. With her history of coming back home to Tasha injured, he'd figured that she needed some better moves and tricks that would help her if she had a move strong enough to fend off Pokemon. As for Ava, Ash had been planning to teach her Twister and Steel Wing. He had that planned for quite a while but decided to take one move at a time. They'd began training for the Steel Wing. Ava could now harden her wings but only for a few moments. It wasn't enough for the attack to be executed in battle. She would lose the glow as soon as she concentrated on flying and the hardness in her wings would go along with it. He was confident that she'd be able to perfect it soon. He could take his time teaching her a steel-type move. It was good for her moveset but it wouldn't be of any use in his next gym battle. He remained confident of getting it done after it. Kaiser too needed to learn moves that would use all his skill. So far, his raw power had made him into the battler he was, but with a more complete and well-rounded moveset, Kaiser would be able to battle much better than he currently did. He would be able to harness its full potential. Ignis probably was in the least need to learn a new move. That didn't mean that Ash wouldn't try to teach him one. Ignis was one of the Pokemon he'd decided to use against the Vermilion City gym leader and by all the things he'd heard about Lieutenant Surge. He would need to bring all the tricks out to win the gym battle there. There was much to think about for Ash, but thankfully for him, there was some time before he reached Vermilion. He planned on challenging the gym as soon as he reached Vermilion City. For him to be prepared to do that, he needed his Pokemon to be ready. From what he'd learned previously about Vermilion City gym battle, it was going to be a 2-on-2 battle. He wouldn't be using Ava surely because of the massive type disadvantage that she would be in. That left him with Kaiser and Tia. If he was to use Tia, he'd definitely need to do some training with her and test her in more Pokemon battles. So far, the only 2 battles Tia had been in were against 2 trainers he'd fought on the way. They were trainers with no badges who'd almost begged Ash to fight them. The Rattata and Spearow she'd fought posed no challenge to her. Ash figured it was about time he started to get her battle ready for the future. Her typing and the variety of moves she could learn would turn her into a powerful battler. Ash removed the 4 shrunken Pokeballs from his pocket. "It's time to get going, guys," he said. He tapped Tia and Ava with their Pokeballs first before moving on to Kaiser and Ignis. As he was about to tap the Charmander on his head, the fire type jumped back a few steps. Ash raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong, Ignis?" Ignis brought his claws together nervously. He cried a couple of times wanting to make his thoughts known, turning around and taking steps forward when his trainer cocked his head. Ash brought his eyebrows together and stood up. "You wanna walk with me?" The Pokemon in question instantly turned around and nodded furiously. He chimed and leapt up in the air, making his excitement known. "I don't see a problem with that." Ash beamed at his Pokemon. He then turned to Kaiser and brought his Pokeball forward but Kaiser too resisted, crawling out of the way. "You don't wanna go inside the Pokeball either." He cackled in amusement. Kaiser cooed in agreement and crawled up on Ash's back, resting his head on his trainer's shoulder while the rest of his body floated behind his back. Ash shook his head. He could tell that Kaiser had resisted going inside his Pokeball because Ignis had decided to remain outside. though he wondered why Ignis had urged to stay out. Did he just want to have some fresh air for longer? Was it that he wanted to try walking with his trainer? In the end, it didn't matter, Ash concluded. There was nothing wrong with them wanting to be outside for a while. Okay then, Ash started, clutching the belt of his backpack. Let's get going. Ash and Ignis with Kaiser on Ash's shoulder began their trek. Kaiser closed his eyes shut, just feeling up and down as Ash walked, while Ignis ecstatically walked side by side with his trainer. Hey! A voice called, causing Ash to stop. Ash! Ash turned around when his name was called in a questioning manner. It was a familiar voice. His lips curled to the right as he saw the face of the one who'd called him. Hey Brock, he greeted. What was the gym leader of Pewter City doing here? He wore a green vest over a WN shirt and black pants and had a large traveling bag hanging behind him. What are you doing here? He said. The next second, he continued, realizing that he might have sounded rude. I mean, this is far away from your gym. How come you're here? Brock smiled in response to Ash. I'm traveling now, he answered, taking a few steps so he was in front of Ash. What about the gym? Ash asked curiously, an eyebrow raised. You see, Brock started. My father returned home and he took over the gym. It happened soon after you won the gym battle we had. I tried to catch up to you, but thought you'd be way ahead. I would have been had I not had a few interesting places to visit, Ash said. He rubbed the back of his head as he continued. You're going to be a Pokemon trainer, then? He was interested if he would have another rival. Brock shook his head. No, he said. I am hoping to become a Pokemon breeder and doctor. Pokemon breeder as well as a doctor. Ash said. That's pretty cool, you know. Yeah, it is. Brock said with a chuckle. I may have been a gym leader but I've never been really interested in Pokemon battling. It's much more fun for me when I take care of Pokemon. I love discovering new Pokemon. I was acting as a gym leader because my family has run the Pewter City gym for generations now. It was naturally my responsibility. Ash nodded. He'd read that the Pewter City gym of rock-type Pokemon had been run by one family for decades. There weren't many gyms around who had the sort of family history Pewter City gym had. Most successors to gym leader were their pupils or in cases a totally new gym leader for the city. There did exist a few gym with family history but they were sparse. Are you planning to enter an academy? Ash said. For breeding and medical. I already have some education about both breeding and treating Pokemon from Pewter Pokemon Academy, Brock said. Instead of staying at one place and studying more, I feel it will be better for my knowledge if I travel and get to know different Pokemon. He added. His eyes glinted, excitement visible in them as he continued. Knowing how different Pokemon live in their natural habitat, that'll help me become a much better breeder than one I could be if I only got some education. Ash nodded, hands in his pockets. I get what you mean, he beamed. He did exactly understand what Brock was saying. It was similar in the way that a Pokemon trainer would get much more experience if he was traveling around the world catching Pokemon than staying in a university and training with Pokemon provided by the facility there. These guys look to be doing well. Brock patted Ignis on the head, receiving a light grunt from the fire type. When he did the same to Kaiser, he got no response. The serpent knew who the man was and didn't bother to open his eyes. Brock chuckled at the response or the lack of it from Kaiser. He stood back straight and looked at Ash. You're probably headed for Vermilion City. Yes, I am. Ash answered instantly. I've got 2 badges and I'm going to get my 3rd there. He declared confidently. Even after all he'd heard about the gym leader, his excitement didn't die. In fact, he was looking forward to the battle even more than before. Brock let out a laugh at the confidence that Ash exuberated. How about we travel together there? He asked. He let loose one of the belts of his backpack. Sliding the chain open, he pulled out a man and observed it. We should reach Vermilion in about 2 days from here. Ash was impressed with the knowledge that Brock possessed. He figured it might be because Brock had a few trips to Vermilion by foot. There were highways for vehicles to pass but that was hardly the way to go for a trainer. It would be meaningless if a trainer missed the Pokemon that were found in the wild. Ash placed a hand on his chin. Travel with you, he teased before letting out a cackle. I don't mind. Well then, Brock beamed, taking a few steps and getting ahead of Ash. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. Ash raised an eyebrow. I thought you would want to rest a while here. Aren't you tired? Brock turned his head. Not at all. I had a break just an hour ago, so I'm ready to roll. Ash brought his eyebrows together and nodded. All right. And just like that, the two humans and the two Pokémon outside began their trek to Vermilion City. Another day had gone by as Ash closed in on Vermilion City. The sun had set and Ash and Brock had decided to set up camp for the night. In a long while, Ash would be eating food that wasn't packed food. Of course, he sometimes cooked, but the only thing edible that he knew how to make were some sandwiches, and he had to carry too much to make it. He preferred packed food instead because they were easier to carry and well, they saved his time during breaks. But he had to admit, he looked forward to having some stew that Brock was making. The smell had made his mouth water. Brock had begun cooking it a few minutes ago and it was almost done. If this were his mother or someone he was closer to like Leaf, he would have asked them if it was ready about 10 times by now. He kept his emotions in check around people he wasn't close to. Ash, dinner's ready, Brock called. He picked up 2 bowls and put the stew in it. Ash tried to control himself but couldn't help but leap up in excitement. His lips formed a wide grin as he quickly walked towards Brock. It's ready, he repeated. His mind was taken in by the smell of the stew that he couldn't wait to gulp down. I hope you like it. Brock chimed as he handed Ash a filled bowl. You can let your Pokémon have it as well. Ash grabbed the bowl from Brock's hand. He was about to dig in, but what Brock suggested made him look at the former gym leader. Won't it be bad for their health? There's nothing in this stew that uses anything that would cause a problem to them, Brock said, his eyes narrow as ever. He put a spoon in his own bowl and lifted a few ingredients. Some vegetables and leaves. These are all ingredients that can be had by both Pokémon and humans. It'll harm neither, he explained as he showed Ash the vegetab. Less that he'd taken out of the stew in his spoon. In fact, they're healthy for both. Ash couldn't help but have a spoonful of the stew. The warm sensation of the liquid touching the inside of his mouth, and then the taste of the various soft veggies going down his throat, he almost felt like he was having his mom's cooking. Oh, how he missed her food. It's delicious, Ash exclaimed. His eyes twinkled as he beamed, his insides trembling to have more. I can't let my Pokémon miss out on this. Glad you like it, Brock crowed proudly. He'd taken great effort in cooking and it probably made him happy when the ones eating it liked what they had. Of course, with his cooking skills, this was a reaction he'd be used to by now. Ash kept the bowl of stew on the ground and quickly tapped all his Pokeballs. You're gonna enjoy this. The Pokeballs opened and the Pokémon cried and surrounded around Ash. They too could smell something that they'd like. Unable to contain himself, Kaiser went to the source of the smell nearest to him. The bowl that Ash had left on the ground didn't take much time to be cleaned of each drop of stew there was. Ash, his other Pokémon and Brock just stood there, surprised at how Kaiser had devoured the stew in not too long. Ash shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. Why was he not surprised? He should have known that Kaiser would act this way. Kaiser's love for food was far greater than even his. He just sat there, a wry smile plastered on his face as the Dratini curled himself up and closed his eyes right there. Ash didn't mind Kaiser eating that. Maybe you should have had yours first, Brock said. Brock probably would have been surprised to see that a Pokémon who'd given him such a fight would have a side like this to him. That's fine, Ash said. He picked up the bowl and dug into his backpack. He'd like to have it washed before he ate in it again. Can you give them the food? He rose and pointed towards his backpack. There are bowls for them in there. Brock nodded. Sure, no problem. Ash strolled towards a tree. He absent-mindedly poured water on the bowl and rinsed it with his hand. His mind trailed off in thought of the training that he'd planned to do the next day. His meeting with Brock could prove to be a blessing for him. None of his Pokémon knew a ground-type move yet. Brock had at least 2 ground-type Pokémon with him in Geodude and Onix. He could use some help in that department. That would definitely enhance his preparation for his gym battle. Already, Brock's inclusion to his traveling part had paid off. Not that he expected Brock to cook. He'd imagined Brock to be a hardened battler from the behavior he'd observed in him at the Pewter City gym. He couldn't have been more wrong. If Brock was able to help him, it would prove to be a useful few days. Ash smiled as he watched his Pokémon spar against one another. Ignis fired off his ember at Tia, who put her hands forward and managed to stop the fire until it dissipated into a small puff of black smoke. Ash had asked Ignis to control the power at which he used his attacks while training with Tia. When Ignis and Kaiser sparred, they hardly held back. In the battlefield, they were competitors. Ash liked that. It was their competitive spirit that drove them. A few meters away from them, Kaiser's body glowed and let out a wave of electricity to counter the gust of wind that Ava fired off. Kaiser had been an all-out attacker up until now. He needed to learn to defend himself. If against an opponent stronger than himself, there was nothing better than to tire it out. Shock Wave was surprisingly effective as a defensive skill. Its offensive power had helped Kaiser on many occasions, but Ash thought that the use of it as a defensive move could be more useful. If Kaiser was able to form a powerful ring around it made of electricity, he could fend off ranged attacks. At least to an extent. This had been the kind of training Ash had been doing with his Pokémon for a while. He'd tried to strengthen the moves they already possessed, while also thinking of some maneuvers to add to them. He'd held off teaching them new moves until then. He thought it would help focus if they concentrated on not too many things at a time. He figured it was about time he expanded the movesets of his Pokémon. Brock, Ash said. He turned to look at his temporary traveling companion who was sat next to him. I've got a favor to ask of you. Brock closed the book he'd been reading after placing his bookmark on the page. What is it? He glanced at the trainer. Could you perhaps teach my Pokémon a ground-type move? Ash said. He didn't like to ask too many favors of people. This was necessary though. He needed a ground-type move. Brock glanced at the Pokémon that trained, eyes narrowing. He then turned back to Ash. I don't think any of my Pokémon know ground-type moves that your Pokémon could learn, he said. I am sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to help you with that. Ash sighed. Is that so? He let his body fall on the ground, palms under his head. He'd been hopeful that he could get at least one of his Pokémon to learn a ground-type move. He'd teach one to his Pokémon himself if he could. But the moves that would be strong and those his Pokémon could learn weren't ones he believed he himself could teach them. He would need either the help of someone having their Pokémon teach the move, or someone who'd had experience teaching them. There were video clips in chips called TM which demonstrated how a Pokémon could learn a certain move. But he had none. Even if he did, it took a fair amount of time in order to learn a move from video demonstration itself, unless the Pokémon had previous practice in using a similar move to it. But I do have something that might help you. Ash had almost missed it as he was in his own thought. Brock's words made him look at him with an eyebrow curled up. What could that be? Here, Brock said as he offered Ash a small book. The cover of the book had Onix, Rhyhorn and a few other rock-type Pokémon on it. It's an old book which has the basics of some rock and ground-type moves. Ash observed the book was quite roughed up and used. The pages were crumbled as he opened it. He rose up and flowed the pages one after the other. They had move demonstrations with pictures of certain rock-type and ground-type Pokémon using the said moves. Rollout, Rock Throw, Mud Slap, Rock Polish. The next move struck Ash's attention. Dig. Ash repeated the name of the move. Ignis can learn it. He glanced up at Brock. The former rock-type gym leader might be helpful. He still wasn't confident if he'd be able to teach Ignis the move with just this illustration. Anyway, it would take some time, he thought. Ignis certainly can learn Dig. Brock confirmed. How long do you think it'll take? Brock placed a hand on his chin. Does Ignis know any grung-type moves? Any at all? Or maybe some rock-type moves? Ash shook his head. No. None of my Pokémon know any ground-type moves. Brock pursed his lips. Then, it could well take a while. It's always difficult for a Pokémon to grasp and use the move of a new type. It could have been easier if we had a Pokémon who could show Ignis how to use Dig. Ash sighed. He had gotten his hopes up after he received the book from Brock. He should have known better. It wasn't always easy to teach a move to a Pokémon. We'll just have to figure something out then. Ash watched his Pokémon train some more while Brock continued reading the book that he'd been reading. It was about the habits and traits of some Pokémon, Brock had told him. It was important as a breeder to know at what time did a Pokémon act a certain way. That would help him realize what condition of the Pokémon was in that situation. Ash sat up and ran a hand through his hair. His Pokémon had trained enough for the time. They'd done pretty well. It was time to get going. He floated his hand beside him. He last remembered keeping his hat there. He'd removed it and kept it on the ground just a few minutes ago. He glanced over at Brock to just check if he'd taken it. He didn't think he would and he hadn't. Where could it have gone? He stood up and dusted his jeans off. Have you seen my hat, Brock? That got the attention of the breeder. Your hat. He looked up and shook his head. No, I haven't. It was here just a minute ago, he mumbled. He creased his forehead as he tried to remember if he'd kept it somewhere else. No, he was sure it was beside him. Right then, he heard a snort. It came from above him. As he looked up at the tree, he saw where his hat had gone. There was a roundish Pokémon covered in whitish fur, brown arms and triangular ears. And in between those, triangular ears was Ash's favorite hat. When did it? Ash mused. But the Mankey snorting again stopped him from thinking anymore. The pig-monkey Pokémon appeared to be quite jolly as it fixed the hat on top of its head. It squealed and showed its arms to Ash before hanging itself on a branch with its tail. It was clear that it attempted to mock Ash. This wasn't the first time Ash had seen a Mankey in the wild, but he hadn't bothered with them yet. Until now, neither had they. However, this one seemed different. Ash couldn't quite put a finger on it. For one thing, it was larger in size than an average Mankey. Quite a bit so, Ash noted. A fighting type is just what we need, Ash grinned. Come on here guys, he called as he turned over to his training Pokémon. The Pokémon all heard their trainer and halted their moves. They rushed over to their trainer's side without any delays. Ava, you're up, Ash shouted excitedly. He'd missed a Pokémon capture not too long ago. He wouldn't want to make that a habit. The Mankey appeared to have realized the intention of the ones that he faced. He jumped up higher onto the trees, flinging itself from one branch to another, until it was clearly on one of the top branches of the tree. Bring it down here, Gust. Ash commanded. The Mankey still mocked Ash by making faces, this time showing his tongue even as it hung atop the tree. The gust of wind that Ava created and set toward it made it cling to the tree. The tree shook viciously with the power of the flying type move at such a range. Several leaves fell off, followed by a pack of Spearows who didn't bother to stay and fight. Again, Gust had a similar effect to the tree. The Mankey however jumped down from it this time. It landed on one of its knees and grimaced. It had hurt itself from the fall. That wasn't surprising. It was at the top of a 10-meter tree. It growled in anger, swinging its brownish fist around. Great, Ash cheered. That was exactly what he wanted. The Mankey threw a few punches towards them. It won't run away. Now use wing attack, Ava. Ava expanded her wings outwards and gathered momentum. She turned around and descended, aiming for the Mankey with her wings. The Mankey bounced on either of its legs, and opened its side of the hand. As Ava approached it, it tried to strike her with the side of the hand, but the flying type swung out of the way. She then struck the Mankey with wing attack. That was karate chop, Ash said. He watched the Mankey recover, flailing around. It didn't seem to like being hit. Ash chuckled. Wing attack again. Ava charged. Mankey with her wings widened once more. This time, the Mankey too rushed towards its opponent. It crossed its arms on the run and they began to glow a hue of silver. Ash recognized that move. Cross chop, he exclaimed. That was a move he hadn't expected. Ava would take severe damage if it was hit with a move as powerful as cross chop. But he realized it was too late to dodge. He had to hope had Ava's wing attack minimized the damage. The attacks of the two Pokémon met. Ava cried in pain and so did Mankey. Unlike last time, this time the Mankey had overpowered Ava with its attack. Even Ow, the Mankey went back tumbling and the hat on its head fell off. It made sure that Ava was sent crashing into the tree behind her. Ash grimaced at the sight of Ava's body crashing into the tree. This Mankey was quite something. He hadn't expected it to know a move as strong as cross chop. He smirked. This Mankey would be quite an addition to his team. Hang in there, Ava, Ash encouraged. Ava had recovered from the attack. Although many cuts were visible from the attack, the power of the cross chop in itself would be quite overwhelming. The fact that she hit the tree afterwards worsened the damage. Quick attack. Ava flew forward, speed so fast that it only left some traces of her body. Evidently, Mankey was flustered as its white eyes searched for its foe that was once to its left then to its right. Eventually, Ava tackled the Mankey hard. Sand attack. Ash chinned up. The Mankey was strong but it didn't know how to use that power. Its attacks were too straightforward. Ava flapped her wings and dug her talons in the ground. The dug up dirt and grass were sent into Mankey's face. The wild pig monkey Pokémon shielded its face with its arms but couldn't prevent the dirt from entering its eyes. Mankey swung its fists around violently. Its eyes still remained half closed due to the sand attack. It didn't appear as if had been able to shake the effects of the move off even as it shook its entire body furiously. Let's finish this with wing attack. Ava obliged. She expanded her wings and struck the flailing monkey with her wings. The power of the attack sent Mankey flying it finally landed harshly on the ground. Blood poured out of its knees as it attempted to get up, only to fall back on the ground again. Ash grinned. He ran towards the Mankey, an empty Pokeball in hand. "You're mine," he shouted. The Pokeball that he threw sucked the wild Mankey into it and landed on the surface. Ash and his Pokémon patiently watched the Pokeball shake once, twice and then thrice. Then, it came to a stop. Ash waited for a few more seconds before he moved. There was no doubt. He'd caught the Pokémon. Ash's smile brightened as he scurried towards the Pokeball. He grabbed the ball and stared at it. It had been a while since he'd caught a Pokémon. And made a new friend. This one was going to be a great addition, Ash just knew it. Tia, like the adorable Pokémon she was, wore more about her trainer's hat than the capture. She picked up the hat that had been forgotten by Ash and walked back to him. Gently, she squealed and offered him the hat. Ash's lips parted slightly as he took his hat from her. "Thanks, Tia," he smiled, earning a coo from Tia who clasped her tiny hands. "That was a good catch," Brock complimented as he strode towards Ash. Ash turned around to face the former gym leader. "Thanks, Brock." That was the first time he'd caught a Pokémon in the presence of a human other than himself. He stared at the Pokeball. "I should heal Mankey first." The HEALTH of his Pokémon had always remained Ash's primary concern. Mankey didn't appear seriously injured but he still thought it best to heal it right then instead of waiting for it to heal the small injuries on its own. Ash strode towards where he'd been sat before and grabbed a potion from his backpack. He then tapped on the Pokeball and Mankey materialized. It sat on the ground in front of him with wound marks throughout its body. Ash could hear the Pokémon breathe as he crept closer to him. He stroked its head gently. "This'll sting a bit," Ash mumbled into Mankey's ear. He sprayed the potion on the wounds on its face first. The fighting type growled and weakly attempted to shove the potion aside with its fists. Ash waited a minute and let the feel of the potion sink into Mankey. As he'd thought, it calmed down once the potion began to take its effect. He sprayed the potion around some other parts of the body where the wounds were visible, spraying it on the wounds that were open at first before moving on to the minor injuries. Mankey closed its eyes, ignoring the bits of burning that it felt when the potion came in contact with its flesh. The potion did take a while to take full effect but it eased the pain pretty quickly. That was clear from how Mankey had let his body relax on the ground. "You'll be all better soon," Ash assured. It opened one of its eyes for a second but it closed the very next when it saw Ash smiling at it. Ash let out a chuckle at the reaction he received. "You don't need to be shy. We're all friends." Mankey didn't open its eyes this time. Ash didn't mind that. He would have plenty of time to talk to it once it had recovered. Ash stretched his arms and basked in the sunlight. Another day had gone by and they had gotten ever so close to Vermilion City. And it was time to get some training done. He had moves that needed to be taught to his Pokémon. One thing that Ash looked forward to was to have a nice introduction with his Mankey. He'd let Mankey out to have dinner the other night but it was tired. So he hadn't forced it on it and let it rest inside its Pokeballs as soon as it finished its meal. Even though his other Pokémon had eaten their breakfast, he'd held on from giving Mankey some. He'd initially planned on letting Mankey out along with his other Pokémon in the morning. But some words from Brock made him to otherwise. The aspiring Pokémon breeder had suggested that he let Mankey rest. Ash took a deep breath before he enlarged the Pokeball and tossed up in the air. The ball opened and his newest capture stood in front of him. The monkey growled its arrival. Jabbing through the air, its tail swiped behind it as it fixed its eyes on Ash. Ash figured that it would have been a new experience for Mankey to wake up in a Pokeball. It probably didn't notice it much because it was injured before, but now that it was all better, it would definitely be having a different experience. It would be a natural reaction. Most Pokémon caught in the wild, especially those who didn't have previous experience being with humans, would feel anxious. Hey there, Mankey. Ash greeted his newest Pokémon. He bent down and carefully brought his hand closer to the Pokémon. It didn't show any visible signs of resisting. It just stared right into Ash's eyes. Ash flashed a smile as it let him touch his white fur. He stroked the Pokémon's head before scratching its ear. Mankey let out a light growl. It seemed to like it. Then, it happened. What Ash least expected happened. Mankey leapt up, snatching Ash's hat from the top of his head. It jumped and squealed in joy for a moment. And then, it skipped off towards a nearby tree. In no time, it was drifting on one of its branches on its tail. It seemed to quite like Ash's cap as it teed on and then cheered with hands outstretched. Ash sighed. It wouldn't be easy to tame this one. Even after it had been captured, it still didn't stop with its pranks. Kaiser watched as the Mankey stole Ash's hat and ran off. He hissed dangerously and his long tail slammed on the surface, puffing up some dust. He was about to swish towards the Mankey but was interrupted by Ignis. The fire type howled at it. That seemed to work. Kaiser managed to calm himself, settling in his place and focusing on his training instead. Tia and Ava meanwhile never let the incident distract them from their training. Brock had observed the drama unfold between the two and he appeared to have just the solution. Try giving it this, he suggested as he put forward a bar in his hand. It's specially made to soothe fighting types. A Pokémon food bar. Ash raised an eyebrow but took the bar. He observed it for a moment and began to walk in the direction where Mankey had gone. It wouldn't hurt to try, he said. Hey Mankey, come on here. I'll give you this. At first, Mankey simply ignored the call and continued to let out noises while it swung like a pendulum on the tree branch. There was this odd smell on the bar though. Ash wasn't affected by it but he discerned that it was what would appeal to the fighting types. He was right. Mankey perked up its nose and once it had made out that the smell came from the bar that Ash held. It jumped right down. It hesitantly waited for a moment. Carefully, it stepped forward one step at a time. Ash held a laugh at the antics of this Pokémon. He could make oot that Mankey was trying to sneakily snatch the bar from his hand. All while Ash had eyes on it. You can have it, Ash said with a smile. When a questioning look from Mankey followed, he let his hand near it and assured. Really? Mankey took the bar and smelled it. Before long, it began to nibble on it and then ate it all in one go. It let out a yawn afterward as its body relaxed and it sat on the ground. Just as Brock said, it appeared to have calmed down. He'd have to ask Brock what exactly it was. It might prove quite useful to him if Mankey continued this behavior. I'll have this, Ash took off the hat from Mankey's head and to his pleasant surprise, it didn't retaliate. You wanna have some food? He asked, raising his eyebrows. We're gonna do some training now so you should eat now. Mankey waited for a moment and let out a lazy nod. Ash smiled and nodded back. He got some of the normal Pokémon food that he fed his other Pokémon and placed the bowl in front of Mankey. It was as ill-mannered when it came to eating as Kaiser but it still ate wildly. It swiped the food with both his hands, swinging one piece from each hand inside at once. Maybe Kaiser would get along well with Mankey. They certainly had a few similarities. It only took a few short minutes for Mankey to devour the food that lay before it. Ash kept all the bowls and food back in his backpack and returned to where Mankey sat. Hey, Mankey, Ash called as he took a seat beside Mankey and pointed his Pokédex at it. Mankey the pig monkey Pokémon. When Mankey starts shaking and its nasal breathing turns rough, it's a sure sign that it is becoming angry. However, because it goes into a towering rage almost instantly, it is impossible for anyone to flee its wrath. The fighting type jerked away briefly. Why as it suspiciously glared at Ash's Pokédex. Ash chuckled at the thought that Mankey was actually scared at the Pokédex. It wasn't much of a surprise though, considering it had probably never seen or heard a small rectangular piece of metal talk like humans. Mankey growled at the Pokédex but settled down a few seconds later when it glanced at Ash's unfazed smile. Don't worry, Ash assured it, aching a comforting hand and tenderly stroking Mankey's head. It yelped in joy, sneaking closer to Ash. A scratch under its ears earned Ash another few delighted yelps from his newest capture. He said another button on the Pokédex and it spoke again. This Mankey is male. Its ability is Vital Spirit. Its moves are Scratch, Low Kick, Karate Chop, Fury Swipes and Cross Chop. So, you're a boy. Ash mused as he gazed into Mankey's eyes. Beneath his naughty personality, Mankey's eyes sparkled like a kid's. Ash couldn't help but curl his lips even further. Would you like a name? I've thought of one for you. Ash's newest capture seemed to understand his words as he nodded. What do you think of Trooper? Ash asked. Mankey cocked his head, but a playful grin soon spread on his burly face. He seemed to like it. Then, you're Trooper from now on. Trooper raised his arms aloft as he squealed a few more times. He seemed delighted to have a name. Ash's expression turned serious. Now, it's time to train, Trooper. We've got a gym battle coming up. Surprisingly, Trooper nodded. He rose up and punched the air. He seemed rather excited. Ash would be lying if he said that he hadn't expected Trooper to do something silly again. He'd worried that he might waste a lot of his time getting Trooper to even stay still. That was not the case though. Trooper looked ready. You've got some pretty good moves. Ash said as he pressed some more buttons on the Pokédex. The Mankey shoved its chest up with pride, arms folded. We'll need to add some variety to your moveset though. At that, Trooper's posture changed. He clearly looked interested. Like a dark-type move or a ghost-type move, Ash absent-mindedly murmured. The amount of moves that Trooper could learn was quite impressive. There were a few strong dark and ghost-type moves to choose from. Ash had no idea how to teach most of those. That wasn't a problem since they had plenty of time. His immediate concern was the Vermilion City Gym. He had to ready Ignis with Dig before that. Kaiser couldn't learn any impressive ground-type moves. Ava would be at a huge disadvantage going against an electric-type gym, so using her was out of the question. Tia was still too inexperienced and needed some more battle experience under her belt. She'd proven to be a strong fighter, but it would be a risk to go in with her. The Vermilion Gym TTLE would most likely be a 2-on-2 match from his knowledge. Ignis would be absolutely vital. For that, he needed to be taught Dig. Trooper wouldn't be too bad of a choice either. Ashes scratched his cheek as he remembered that Dig was one of the moves that Trooper could learn as well. If he had two Pokémon with the move in the gym battle, it would be definitely easier. He walked up to his training Pokémon. They were giving it everything they had. Like they always did. Guys, that's enough for now, he called as he approached them. The Pokémon stopped their attacks and turned towards their trainer. Pants could be heard from them. They'd been training for about an hour non-stop, so it was hardly surprising. They rested their bodies on the ground and breathed in. The hard work that his Kemen put in every session of training made Ash proud. Have a rest, he said as he recalled Tia and Ava back in their balls. He let Ignis and Kaiser stay outside. Once he'd kept the two Pokeballs inside, Ash turned to his Ignis and Kaiser. We're going to train some more, he informed them. Kaiser and Ignis took deep breaths but didn't argue. Ignis, you have to learn Dig before the battle. The Fire type listened intently and nodded silently. Kaiser, your attacks are strong but you can become an easy target against stronger opponents if your attacks miss. The serpent hissed at that. He ked away into the distance once Ash had finished. Ash's bluntness was harsh, he realized that. But there was no other way to put it. Kaiser was strong but he hadn't been challenged yet. Ash was sure there would come a time soon when his Pokémon would come up against those that'll pose more of a threat. And then, the sheer power of Kaiser's attacks won't always be enough to win a battle. You'll be working on a move called Agility. Ash said. He'd looked up some moves on his Pokédex and Agility was the one that he'd come up with to teach the Dragon type. Kaiser was no slouch when it came to speed. But he still was a Pokémon that could do with that extra bit of speed when against faster or stronger opponents. Kaiser turned back to look at his trainer after he'd mentioned the move. Ash gave him a lopsided smile. There was only one way that he knew of that a Pokémon could learn that move. It would take some time, again, as there was no one in his party that knew how to use the move, or anyone who had the experience of teaching it. Get started, Kaiser, Ash said. You're going to do laps around the field. Kaiser didn't seem happy at that as he let out a growl. Ash simply frowned at his Pokémon. There was no way the dragon was slacking off, not under his watch. Kaiser stared right back at Ash, not one to give in as he was. However, he hung his head before slowly crawling away to the corner. Not long after, he started gushing. Ash couldn't help but chuckle. Under that thick skin of his, Kaiser was quite the hard worker. He turned back to the two other Pokémon. So you two, you're going to have to work even harder. The Pokémon nodded instantly. To start off, you're first going to have to make a hole in the ground. To do that, he paused and looked into the book that he'd borrowed from Brock. You've gotta start by jumping up, then taking that momentum down as you start to make the hole. Of course, his Pokémon's faces shrunk. He sighed. He needed to explain it a bit more. Look, he started. He kept the book safely in his pocket before he jumped and landed back on the ground. This was the first time he'd tried to teach a move to his Pokémon by trying it out himself. You jump like this, he said as he jumped once again, and then dig out the ground like this. He lowered his hands and landed on all fours. That might have not gone exactly like he wanted it to. Now he understood just how much effort it took to learn a new move. He'd hoped that his Pokémon got some sort of idea after his explanation. The groans that came from Trooper and Ignis weren't ones that he wanted. They appeared even more confused after the little show Ash had put up. Ash pursed his lips. Okay, listen, just jump up and try to scratch the ground with everything you've got, okay? Trooper and Ignis nodded this time. Do it. The duo of Pokémon jumped in the air and landed back on the ground. Then, they scratched the ground afterwards. Although they did manage to make a bit of a hole, that wasn't what was needed. Try again, Ash commanded. They did, and it yielded the same result. Turn your body when you're in the air. Use the force of falling to strengthen your dig. Ash scratched his head at that. They jumped up and got their momentum going, but they never used that momentum. They might as well have not jumped up and instead started scratching the surface from the beginning if they were going to do it the way they had so far. Ash, the trainer from Pallet Town, turned around to find Brock walking towards him. I think my Pokémon may be able to help you a little bit with that. Ash frowned. Why didn't he say so sooner? That'd be a huge help if they can. I'm going nowhere here. He'd taught his Pokémon a few moves like Dragon Rage to Ignis and Kaiser. But that was a move which came naturally to the two of them. Ava had gotten down the basic concept of Steel Wing. That too, however, was a move that didn't require doing too much different than a wing attack. It was a form of wing attack that made the wings strong as steel. Furthermore, he'd had Ignis help Ava with his metal claw at the time. Dig wasn't a move that either Trooper or Ignis would learn on their own. It would be an extremely rare case to find one of either species use the move in the wild. If they lived somewhere where using the move Dig or digging in general was essential, that was and they might learn the move in the wild. I need your help, Geodude. Brock called as he tossed up a Pokeball. The rocky Pokémon with a face for its body thudded on the ground. It slammed its fists on floor and roared before it turned to look at its trainer. While my Geodude cannot use the move Dig, Brock began, he can make its way underground. It's a ground type, so it comes naturally to it. Ash raised an eyebrow in curiosity. If it can dig, can't it use the move Dig? It's not the same, Ash. Brock shook his head. Almost all ground-type Pokémon can go underground. That doesn't mean they can attack with Dig. To use Dig, the Pokémon must not only go underground, but it also has to come out with enough power to do some damage to its opponent. It's no use if the Pokémon just digs and come out of the ground with no real power behind it. I see. Ash stared at the ground and thought. That made sense. He'd never thought about it. But if Dig was such a simple move, all ground types would be using it from infancy. And most rock types wouldn't have a problem doing it either. He understood now that it was a bit more complex than that. Now Geodude, Brock said with his finger pointed towards the ground. Make a hole there. Do it slowly so they can see. The mentioned Pokémon swung its arms wide and dug its fists into the ground. It then began to shovel the soil underneath as it burrowed under the surface. It did it slowly, but merely in a few seconds. It had formed a hole a few meters deep. Ash as well as his Pokémon leaned over and observed the action carefully. That was how it had to be done. You see, guys. Ash glanced at both the Pokémon that stood around him. As he received the nod, he continued. Now you guys try doing that. The two jumped up and again landed on the ground before they started to shovel with their claws and fists. The result was a deeper pit than before, but that wasn't enough. Brock put a hand under his chin as he stepped forward with his Geodude in tow. "That's not quite right," he said as he took the move book from Ash's hand and looked into it. "After you jump, you should turn around so that your hands are on the ground before your feet." He illustrated with his own hands as he bent over. "You have to make sure that you take the momentum of your jump with you. That will help you dig deeper." The Pokémon listened carefully and growled in unison at the end. They both glanced at one another and nodded to themselves before they gave the move another try. They leapt up in the air again, and this time, turned their bodies around in a 180 degrees motion. Now, their arms were closer to the ground while their tails and legs farthest to it. And unlike previous occasions, this time they'd landed on their hands and they'd started digging underneath much before their legs reached the surface. Evidently, the results were better. It wasn't nearly as deep as Geodude had managed, but they had been able to claw their way into about a meter-long hole. A few hours went by as the two continued they practiced to learn the move dig. They'd made some steady progress in that time. They were able to dig a good few meters underneath. Although it did take some time for them to do that. In a battle, it would have to be way quicker. Their opponents wouldn't give them time to leisurely shovel underground. Ash smiled slightly. He'd been worried that it could take a while for them to get this down. Their progress was faster than he'd expected. They wouldn't perfect it by the time they reached Vermilion City, but he reckoned it wouldn't take a long time for them to perfect it if they continued at the pace at which they'd done so far. He'd finally reached it. It had taken him some time to make his way from Cerulean City to Vermilion City, and there were quite a few stops he had to take in the way, but he was finally there. The city where he wanted to win his third gym badge. The entrance of Vermilion City wasn't as flashy as he'd expected it to be. The gate appeared to be quite old. It didn't seem like it had been renovated in years. He saw modern houses nearby, a line of skyscrapers in the distance. This was his first time in Vermilion in a long time. And it was his time entering it from this gate. He hazily remembered the last time he was here. He'd come in a car with his mom then, and he was sure this wasn't the same entrance he'd entered the city through that time. "We're finally here," Brock said. He smiled wearily as he glanced around the streets and the shops that he saw around him. Brock certainly looked happy to be here. Shish had to wonder what Brock would do in the city because of the excitement shown by the tanned man. This was the first time Ash had seen the man so relaxed. He couldn't say he knew him too well. They only traveled together for 4 days after all. "Where are you headed first, Ash?" Brock stopped his trail and turned to look at his traveling companion. "The Pokémon Center." Ash nodded plainly. "Yeah, I want to get my Pokémon checked up." "You definitely should," Brock said as a smile covered his features. "They've worked quite hard over the past few days. I didn't expect you to be such a slave driver." Ash smiled wryly at that. "Do you really think so?" He had worked his Pokémon to exhaustion every day since they'd started traveling together. None more so than Trooper and Ignis. Not to say that the other three slacked off. Just that these two had much more to do than the others did at the time. "It's fine as long as they're being properly taken care of," Brock said. "And you've worked just as hard as your Pokémon. I've seen that." Ash's lips parted and his forehead creased. "Thanks." Brock shook his head bemusedly. "Well then, Ash." He stepped forward and offered his hand. "I've got somewhere else to go. So this'll be goodbye." Ash took the offered hand and grasped it tightly. "I guess it will be, for now." The duo parted there and Ash went to the Pokémon Center. It took him a while to make it there. It was quite a big city and it wouldn't have been easy to locate the Pokémon Center. He made a note inside his mind to thank Bill again whenever he saw him next for the X-Transceiver. Its features had proved to be useful in more ways than one to him. After another 3 days of training in Vermilion City, Ash stood in front of the gym. He stared at the huge, round building which had several thunderbolt-like yellow, spiky arrows on its top. It appeared quite newly built. Or it had been maintained well throughout the years. He took a deep breath. This was it. All the hard work that he and his Pokémon had done would be tested at this very place. He felt nervous. This wasn't the same feeling that enshrouded him in his previous 2 gym battles. He definitely felt different about this gym. The many trainers who'd brought their injured Pokémon to the Pokémon Center after their gym battle hadn't gone unnoticed with Ash. It only indicated that the gym leader wasn't a pushover. Some of the Pokémon that he'd found injured in the Pokémon Center after their battles weren't just the Pokémon of a starting trainer. There were a few evolved Pokémon amongst them. They didn't exactly seem weak to him either. He pushed those thoughts aside for the moment. Finally, Ash strode forward and rang the bell that was beside the massive double door. He heard the sound of the bell even outside. That's how loud the sound of crackling lightning was when he'd rung it. The double doors opened soon and his set sight was a young man. "You here for a Pokémon battle?" The man grinned. He had short, black hair and wore a jacket without any shirt inside. His tone didn't contain the least bit of politeness. Ash's eyes narrowed. "If you're not the gym leader, then not with you," he said loudly. "I'm here for an official gym battle with the Vermilion City gym leader." "Are you now?" the man said cockily. He stepped forward and bent forward. "How many badges do you have?" "I've got 2 badges," Ash said. "I think that qualifies me for challenging the Vermilion gym." The gym leader Doe. "Are you a challenger, kid?" Ash's eyes widened as he unconsciously took a step back at the man who had cut the punk off. The man who sported an unbuttoned military green shirt and dark green pants towered over Ash. His short, spiky blonde hair only made him seem even more intimidating as he showed. The punk who'd been talking to Ash aside. The man had a few light scars on his slightly tanned chest. He probably had been in a few tough situations in the past. Ash was lost for words at that moment until the muscular man spoke again. "Well," he said, his voice getting louder as he finished. "Are you?" Ash snapped out of his daze and stood back straight. "Yes, I am. I would like to challenge the Vermilion gym leader to a gym battle. I am the Vermilion City gym leader," the man declared. "Follow me, kid." Even though Ash had tried to put on a brave face, it was hard not to be intimidated by the figure that this man was. He gulped as the man turned around and gestured for him to follow. Ash noticed that a few more lights were turned on by just a raise of the hand of the man. This was him. This had to be Lieutenant Surge, the Lightning War veteran that had taken Vermilion City for his own a few years back. It was said that he had great control over the harbor in Vermilion City. That was where his reputation came from. As Ash followed the man inside the gym and into the battlefield, he'd already begun to have doubts. Was he strong enough? Had his training been enough? Just how powerful was the reputed Lieutenant Surge? He couldn't help but fear for the worst. He wasn't just big and strong. The way in which he took his massive strides and turned around in his battle position to stare at Ash wasn't what he'd expected. The huge grin on his face brimmed with confidence. Before the Pokémon battle had even begun, Ash had already been pushed into a corner. By the time Ash had gotten back to his senses, the referee, a fair-skinned, brown-haired woman had already taken her place near the middle of the field towards Ash's right. He finally noticed the gathering of people that had surrounded the floor above the battlefield. There were tens of young men and women present who'd appeared. Some played with their earring, some with their Pokeballs while some with their phone. They'd come to watch the match, but it seemed as if they already knew the outcome. Ash heard murmurs flying around. Of what he could make of them, they mostly talked about how a trainer with 2 badges shouldn't be challenging this gym, while some others talked about how many such trainers with the same or even more badges had found their Pokémon in the Pokémon Center this week already. Ash pushed all those GHTS to the side as he fixed his gaze on Lieutenant Surge. This is an official gym match between Lieutenant Surge, the Vermilion City gym leader, and the woman acting as the referee turned to Ash. "Ash Ketchum," the trainer from Pallet Town informed. "And Ash Ketchum," she said. "It will be a 2-on-2 battle. Only the challenger can substitute Pokémon." She raised her hands and exclaimed, "Begin." Ash and Lieutenant Surge both hurled their Pokeballs up in the air. Ash's Mankey came out in a flash of red light and roared wildly. He sent a few shadow punches as he fixed his gaze on his opponent. It was a Pokémon that had 3 round bodies attached into one. The 3 round metals were joined by large screws. The gray-colored Pokémon had what seemed like 2 horseshoe magnets attached to each of the round bodies. The Pokémon floated inches above the ground, a few electric sparks coursing throughout its body. Ash knew the Pokémon. A Magneton. "Kid, I'll let you have the first move." "Gov, Lieutenant Governor," Surge shouted with his hands on his hips. "Give me a good battle." The evolution of Magnemite whizzed electricity as it waited for its trainer to give it a command. Ash studied it. Magneton was a dual electric and Saint Eel-type Pokémon, and that meant that Trooper had a type advantage. Ash knew that type advantage alone wouldn't be enough to win the battle. He'd done his training though. It was time to see if it reaped rewards. Trooper, try a karate chop, Ash said. He wanted to test the Magneton's defensive powers and speed before making a major move. They were supposed to be slower Pokémon, but he wouldn't take a chance. Trooper ran forward with his fist slightly turned. Ash watched his newest capture slam his fists on the Magneton, but there was still no command from Lieutenant Surge. The man just grinned even though his Magneton let out a few fizzes when it was struck by the karate chop multiple times. At that moment, Ash got a hint of what Lieutenant Surge could be up to. Trooper, stop attacking and come back here, Ash shouted urgently. And right then, Lieutenant Governor Surge countered. Fry it with Thunderbolt. Magneton's metallic body sparked with electricity and the magnets on each of its heads let out a yellow bolt of electricity. Trooper attempted to jump back after stopping its barrage of chops. It didn't manage to. Ash grimaced as the bolts joined together and struck Trooper. The Pokémon grunted in pain. He managed to shake off the attack and jump backwards though. That was reckless. Ash realized it. Charge Beam, Surge yelled. There was a calmness about him even when he did that. That was something a veteran of many battles could have. It's time to use Dig, Ash called. Electric energy formed in Magneton's main head. The light beam of lightning hit nothing but thin air as Trooper leapt up and then dug up in a hole. Just like he'd practiced so many times over the last few days. Ash bit his lower lip as he waited in anticipation. He'd done nothing with Ignis and Trooper in the last week but practice Dig. Only after the move had been perfected had he decided to challenge the Vermilion Gym. But this was a real battle. He was nervous. Lieutenant Governor Surge's grin didn't fade. He observed the field with his hard eyes. Stay on your guard, Magneton. Quote. The surface of the battlefield shook as Trooper finally emerged underneath Magneton. The electric and steel-type Pokémon, however, just found enough time to get out of the way. Trooper hit nothing but thin air as he swung his fists. Magnet Bomb, Surge ordered. Watch out, Trooper, Ash alerted. He gritted his teeth at the sight of Trooper being struck with the magnets that Magneton had formed and sent towards it. Once again, Ash had fallen in Surge's trap. He lured his opponent's Pokémon in closer and used Magneton's defenses to amazing effect. Then right after the opponent's attacks, Surge made his Pokémon attack. It was a tactic that wouldn't work unless Surge had absolute confidence that his Pokémon would be able to take the attack and then make a move right afterwards. Zap Cannon. Dodge it, Ash yelled. Trooper was still shaken by the effects of the Magnet Bomb. It got back on its feet as Magneton formed an orb of yellow electricity. He ran to his right, then back to his left. Magneton fired the orb which went straight ahead. The speed of the attack wasn't nearly as much as the ones it had used prior. And the added evasion that Trooper got with the help of his running made sure that he was able to evade it fairly comfortably too. That was something that Ash had told him to do. He'd figured that Trooper's attacks were too straightforward at the time. He needed to be as inventive as possible to get a way in which he could avoid enemy attacks or minimize the damage. This was the one that he'd come up with for the time being. As H thought about his next move for a second before he ordered it. Cross Chop. Trooper rushed forward as his fists became enshrouded in a white light. He crossed his fists on the way before he leapt in the air when he was close enough to the Magneton. Stop it with Thunderbolt, Magneton. Surge countered at the last moment. Magneton's body sparkled again and it fired the Thunderbolt at the incoming Trooper. The Mankey was able to keep the Thunderbolt out with his cross chop. He even began to push it. However, it had started to feel the effects of the electric move after a few seconds. The Thunderbolt faded and so did Trooper's cross chop. The pig monkey Pokémon got a safe distance away from his opponent. Dig, Ash yelled as soon as Trooper's previous attack had ended. Like before Trooper dug his way underground after a leap. Surge smirked. Get a Zap Cannon ready. We're gonna hit him this time. Magneton charged up the orb of Zap Cannon while Trooper still lay underground. The ground beneath Magneton shook and Trooper emerged from underneath it. As it had previously done, Magneton attempted to sway out of the way just enough to evade the attack. However, Trooper didn't fall for it this time. He managed to strike Magneton with one of his fists and the Pokémon let out a steely grunt. What Trooper didn't realize was that Magneton had a zap cannon that it let loose at Trooper. The distance was too close. Time too less. The zap cannon struck Trooper's gut as he slammed on the ground with a thud. And then the electricity exploded, leaving nothing but smoke covering the small area where the explosion had taken place. Ash jerked his head back in disappointment when the smoke cleared. "You did your best," he sighed as he raised his Pokeball and Trooper disappeared from the battlefield in a flash of red light. "Mankey is unable to battle," the referee declared with a raise of her towards Lieutenant Surge. "Magneton is the winner." Cheers filled the gym at the victory of Lieutenant Surge. They were either huge fans of the gym leader or hated him. He figured that it was probably the former because they had no reason to hate someone they didn't know, did they? Ash hurled his next Pokémon up in the air. "It's all up to you now, Ignis." Ignis landed on the field and bared his fangs straightaway as he had a look at his opponent. He swung his fiery tail to the side. Ash chuckled at the enthusiasm Ignis showed. The fire type looked forward to a challenge. And this gym battle was certainly one. "And what do we have here?" "Gov Lieutenant Governor." Surge let out a small laugh. "A little baby Charmander." Ash gritted his teeth as he heard the laughs of the various spectators. He took a deep breath to calm himself. This was a gym battle and Surge was simply trying to egg him on. He didn't need to respond to that. Ignis didn't look pleased either. He didn't usually get angry, but this time he was. He growled at Lieutenant Surge as he bared his fangs dangerously, his claws pointing towards his foe. Ash stared at the Magneton. Trooper might not have been able to defeat the Pokémon, but he had left it with a lot of damage. There were some marks on its shining metallic body. Ash couldn't make out if it was tired, but he discerned he should have been. Trooper had been able to land a few super effective blows. That would have certainly hurt. "Ember," Ash commanded. Ignis was snapped out of his rage by the order he received. He opened his mouth and summoned flames from inside its belly. The ember gushed through the wind and struck its target. The Magneton swung its body around in the pain that it felt. The BURN marks that the attack left were proof of the success of the move. "Show it your Thunderbolt," Surge shouted. Ash smirked. "Now dig." Like he'd practiced so many times, Ignis jumped up in the air and then plowed his way under the battlefield. The Thunderbolt obviously missed its mark. Magneton and Surge both looked at the ground for signs of Ignis and they found it. "There. Zap cannon now, Surge." He pointed his finger at the ground that had started to shake. Magneton prepared for its attack. Ignis was fast though. He'd already come out to the surface and slammed itself into Magneton. The force of the move that he'd used added with his warm body made Magneton let out a shriek. The magnet Pokémon was sent searing and it crashed on the ground. "Gov Lieutenant Governor." Surge's Pokémon didn't move, but his grin never disappeared. "Come back, Magneton," he said as he recalled his Pokémon, and the referee raised her hand towards Ash this time. "Magneton is unable to battle, Ignis wins." Ash celebrated his victory with little more than a smile. Surge's first Pokémon was already pretty strong. Gym leaders usually used their strongest Pokémon towards the end of their battle. Ash very well knew that. His attention was snapped by the Pokeball that Surge threw. The ball opened and in a flash of light, a light brown-colored Pokémon with a white underbelly gnarled at him. The Pokémon had a sharp long tail which ended with a lightning bolt shape. Ash narrowed his eyes as he watched the Raichu smirk and cackle some electric sparks from the yellow markings on its cheeks. The Pikachu evolutionary line were known for their speed more than anything else. They could churn out some pretty powerful attacks, but like a lot of other electric types, their speed set them apart. On top of that, this was Lieutenant Surge's Raichu. He didn't expect it to be anything like a normal Raichu. Ash eyed the Raichu on Lieutenant Surge's side of the battlefield as he tried to evaluate his options in his head. The Raichu menacingly grinned, not unlike its trainer. Electricity cackling from the yellow sacs on its cheeks. Defeating his Magneton had been difficult enough. Surge's Raichu appeared much stronger than it. Unlike the first time, Lieutenant Surge didn't let Ash have time to breathe or to make the first move. His grin turned even wider as he commanded, "Charge Beam." Dig! Ash responded immediately. Raichu growled as it got on all fours and shot a yellow beam of electricity towards Ignis, who'd just begun making to burrow a hole in the ground. The slam of thunderous energy missed its target and dissipated behind where Ignis stood a moment ago. The ground began to rumble as Raichu keenly observed its surroundings, its sharp ears perked up and tail flitted, waiting for the faintest of clues of Ignis' arrival. Ash clenched his fists as he watched the battlefield, waiting for Ignis to break out of the ground. This was it. All the work that they'd put into Master Dig had to pay off. Right as Ignis tore through the soil and yanked out of the ground, Raichu's tail swiftly batted on the field, hoisting it up and out of danger, only narrowly being scraped by one of Ignis' claws. Gov Lieutenant Governor. Surge let out a cackle of laughter. That's a move that Raichu can dodge in his sleep. I'll give you some credit for hitting him though. His compliment had Ash gritting his teeth as blood pumped through his veins. Get back and use Ember. The best way to tackle the situation for him was to know more about Raichu's moves and attack patterns. Hence, it was best to gain some distance and observe. He'd try to lure out Raichu's attacks before letting Ignis get close again. Fry him with Thunderbolt. Surge roared back instantly. Ignis turned around to hustle towards Ash's side of the field, but Raichu cried out as sparks flew from his cheeks in Ignis' direction. The fire type managed to dodge it the first time, but another surge of electricity followed which he couldn't avoid. Ignis' shriek resounded across the gym as slits of blood spilled from the bruises and cuts on its arms. Even through all that, Ignis still managed to spit flames at Raichu, catching it in them. Both Pokémon had taken a hit each, but Raichu visibly F.A. Red far better than Ignis. Ember had barely left a few scratches that the mouse seemed to dismiss as if they'd served as no more than a warm-up for him. Damn it! Ash cursed. Ember again. He wanted to instruct Ignis to keep his distance. But that would reveal his intentions to Surge. Although, considering he was the infamous Vermilion City Gym leader, it wouldn't take long for him to deduce it. Ignis let loose another flurry of scorching wisps of fire in Raichu's direction, who dodged the attack by scurrying in a zigzag pattern on all fours. He built up enough distance that none of Ignis' Ember could reach them and menacingly hissed a challenge. Ash wondered if the speed it had just shown was a result of a quick attack or if it was just that fast. If it was the latter, this battle had just become even more difficult. Thunderbolt! Gov Lieutenant Governor! Surge shouted, a grin on his face. He folded his arms as he watched his Raichu use the same move again. Retreat back, Ash said, calming himself a bit. Then Ember again. Ignis successfully evaded the incoming bolt of lightning, but barely. Another one headed his way as he threw out more flames in response to his trainer's command. Some of the FL Ames managed to whirl past the Thunderbolt and catch Raichu in them, but the power of the flames had been weakened by Thunderbolt. But that hadn't happened to the Thunderbolt as Ignis took the full BR. Onto the electric-type attack this time, shrieking out another cry. Ash clenched his fist so hard that his fingernails bit into his palms. The battle would go only one way if it continued in this vein. There was no doubt that Raichu was quicker than Ignis, a fair bit even. And its Thunderbolt was a fearsome move that Ignis wouldn't be able to take much more of. This was clearly the reason that Professor Oak and Bill had told Ash to wait to get at least 3 badges before challenging Lieutenant Surge. He'd even heard rumors in the Pokémon Center that most trainers didn't challenge the Vermilion City Gym until they had 4 badges. Gov Lieutenant Governor. Surge had proven to be a challenge indeed. The biggest real challenge Ash had faced since he started his journey. Brock was a strong gym leader and a great Pokémon trainer. But his Pokémon didn't quite pack as much power as Surge's Raichu. Then the battle in the Cerulean Gym had been much easier than he'd expected, and that had made Ash a bit lax. Complacent, even. Get underground, Ignis! Ash yelled out. As beat up as he was, Ignis obeyed, digging a hole in the ground and disappearing from sight. Gov Lieutenant Governor. Surge and Raichu both grinned as they observed the field, in anticipation of where Ignis would appear from. The ground shook again and the Charmander ascended from beneath Raichu. Gov Lieutenant Governor. Surge let out a laugh as his Raichu slipped out of the way of the attack and ran in a zigzag pattern. Lights shining on its small feet. It used quick attack to dodge. Ash blurted out. Again, Raichu had dodged the attack. Its speed had proved too much for Ignis to handle. Ember. Even though he knew he'd been trying the same things over and over again, Ash had no choice. Ignis, physical attacks weren't hitting Raichu. And they wouldn't start to, unless Ignis suddenly gained a burst of speed or Raichu lost it. You just keep using the same thing, huh? Gov Lieutenant Governor. Surge raised an eyebrow sarcastically. Thunderbolt. As Ignis released flames, the yellow sacs on Raichu's cheeks let out a thundering bolt that zoomed towards his foe. As it had done previously, the thunderbolt cut through Ignis' ember and struck the fire type, who cried out in pain. Ash could only observe in horror as Ignis was brought to his knees. Raichu wasn't just too fast, but also too powerful. This had proven to be a mistake. Ash wasn't ready to face Lieutenant Surge. Not yet. We've had enough fun with it, Raichu, Surge snorted. His arms still folded. Put it out of its misery. Just as Raichu let another surge of electricity loose towards the struggling Ignis, the flame on his tail flared up and grew. What do you know? Surge chuckled as he watched Ignis surround itself in a bright silver. The thunderbolt deflected in another direction. The baby Charmander is growing up. Ash couldn't utter a word at the sight that he saw. He simply watched in awe as his Ignis body grew. Even through the silver light, he could make out that a horn had appeared on his head while his claws grew sharper and his body larger. As the light faded away in a few more moments, the newly evolved Charmeleon roared vociferously, pumping his arms. The newly evolved Pokémon glared at his opponent and instantly flung himself at him. On the way, Ignis' fangs became engulfed in bright red flames. Slam it with Iron Tail, came Surge's order. But Ignis showed why he had evolved. And what he had become. Raichu didn't have enough time to complete his move as he let out an anguished cry at Ignis' fiery fangs digging into his shoulder. Fire Fang, Ash mouthed. Ash had been thinking about strengthening Ignis' fire-type moves since Ember's power would not be enough in his upcoming gym battles. It had already proved to be inadequate here. After all, Ember was pretty much ineffective against Surge's Raichu's stronger electric-type moves. His lips curled upwards at the sight of Ignis' new strength. Ignis slid back a few feet away from Raichu, glaring at it. He then eyed Ash and roared again. He still had bruises all throughout his body from the battle, but the evolution seemed to have revitalized him slightly. Ash knew what he meant. All right Ignis, Fire Fang again. Deflect it with Iron Tail. Surge's grin never disappeared. Ignis launched himself towards Raichu again, once more displaying his newfound speed. This time though, Raichu was better prepared for the move. Its tail glowed silver and raw. ICHU slammed it down on the incoming Fire Fang. The two attacks met, Ignis trying to bite even harder, but the strength of the steel-type move proved too much for him to penetrate through. The two Pokémon retreated and repeated the same move, ending with the same result. That's not gonna work, Ash muttered to himself. Ignis' evolution had only brought him to a level that he could now compete with Surge's Raichu. It wasn't that Ignis hadn't gotten stronger, just that Raichu was too strong before. Now, Ignis could match it in terms of speed as well as power. But would this be enough? Try dig again. Instantly, Ignis dug a hole and disappeared into the ground. Surge huffed. That move's not gonna work even if your Pokémon's evolved, kid. Like so many times earlier, Raichu was again able to jump out of the way of the attack. Quickly use Ember, Ash yelled. That had been his plan, to use Ember if Raichu managed to evade dig again. Ignis was ready for the command as he fired the attack. His flames now much stronger and hotter than when he was just a Charmander. Raichu let out a shriek as the fire-type attack met it and left burn marks around its body. Not only that, but even after the attack, it still felt the burn sting. Nice move, kid. That burn is gonna hurt for a while. Surge complimented Ash. Shoot another thunderbolt. Use Fire Fang, Ash ordered. As Ignis lunged forward as fast as he could. Raichu released its thunderbolt. Ignis managed to get out of the way of the first wave, but the second one struck him as he closed the distance between himself and Raichu. There were even more bruises around his body and he slowed down, but he didn't stop. Raichu showed its speed as it jumped out of the way of the Fire Fang, but Ignis followed him like a rabid dog. Another thunderbolt ensued, which Ignis dodged and then dug his fangs into the same shoulder that he had attacked previously. A few more sparks of electricity flew towards the fire-type starter while he retreated after completing the move. Even though the sparks hit him, he wasn't as fazed as before by their impact. These were much weaker than the previous electric moves that he'd been hit by. He huffed wearily, placing one of his claws on the ground for support. But that last blast of thunder was pretty much all Raichu seemed to have. They were its last attempt to take down its foe with it. Raichu lay in the middle of the field with burns throughout its body, unconscious. You did it, Ignis. Ash cheered victoriously when he saw that Surge's Raichu had fallen. Ignis could only let out a low shriek in acknowledgement of his trainer's words. The referee waited for a few moments, apparently surprised by the outcome. But eventually, she raised her hand towards Ash. Raichu is unable to battle. Challenger Ash Ketchum wins the gym battle. Surge pointed his Pokeball forward and his defeated Raichu was sucked into it. Even though he'd been beaten, his grin did not vanish. That was a good match, kid, he said in a loud tone as he walked in Ash's direction. No, he chuckled, you've won the Thunder Badge now, you're no longer a kid. Ash couldn't help but chuckle at that. He hadn't paid Surge's kid bit much mind thus far. Ash knelt and petted Ignis on the head and recalled the flame Pokemon back into his Pokeball. He'd taken lots of hits and the evolution must have left him even more exhausted. Ash stood back up and smiled at Surge. Surge dug his right hand into his pocket and removed a golden-colored badge in the shape of a star which had a shining red core in the middle. This Thunder Badge is now yours. Ash accepted the badge offered to him and looked at the gym leader. Thanks, he said. This badge had been by far the most difficult of the 3 badges he'd earned so far. Surge had proven to be the gym leader that he'd heard rumors about on his way to Vermilion City, and more. That was quite a comeback. Ash heard a familiar voice from behind him. He turned around and saw the first gym leader he'd defeated walking towards him. Brock, he was quite surprised to see the rock-type specialist here. I didn't expect you to still be in Vermilion City. The tanned gym leader waved at him. I had some things to take care of, and I needed to meet with Lieutenant Surge. And it just so happened that I came when you two had just begun your match. You're the Pewter City gym brat. Surge chuffed. Why are you here? What about the gym, kid? Dad has returned so he's the gym leader now, Brock said as he came to a stop in front of Ash and Surge. So that Flint finally returned, Surge laughed. I thought he'd not come back for another decade. Brock nodded. Yes, and he said that he'd like to talk to you. Surge raised an eyebrow. Talk to me. He could have just called the gym then. He received a shrug from Brock to which he shook his head. He's quite roundabout in the things he does, that man. Ash just observed the conversation between the two. He didn't quit. Get what they were talking about apart from the fact that Brock's dad wanted to talk to Surge. I'll go call him now. I have to take my Pokemon to the Pokemon Center anyway, Surge said and turned to Ash. Go to the Pokemon Center and wait there for me. I have something to give you. Now that piqued Ash's interest. What was it that Lieutenant Surge wanted to give him? He had to admit that Surge had proved to be quite different as a person than he'd expected. Apart from the way he spoke, which was quite brash, he seemed like a good man. With that, Surge turned around and disappeared behind one of the doors behind the battlefield. Let's go, Ash, Brock said, turning around to walk towards the exit. It didn't take long for Ash and Brock to make it to the Pokemon Center. The first thing Ash did was give the Pokeballs of Trooper and Ignis to Nurse Joy. She told him that it would take a while before he could get them back fully healed because of how busy the Pokemon Center had been. New trainers had been aplenty in the recent months, which kept most of the rooms and doctors occupied. Ash didn't mind that. The immediate care machines in which the Pokeballs were kept already provided some instant treatment to the Pokemon that weren't severely injured, and the doctors later treated them for any injuries that remained. Ash then entered the cafeteria in the Pokemon Center with Brock and the duo had the day's special curry. The battle had been tiring for not only his Pokemon, but also for Ash, hence he gulped the food down. He needed to recharge his brain after that match. Do you plan to leave Vermilion City already or take the SS? Anne, Brock asked as he took a spoonful of rice in his mouth. It's usually a pretty popular cruise for trainers at this time of the year. Ash chewed the pasta, the saucy cheese melting in his mouth, leaving a sensation that had him eat another spoonful, before answering. I thought the SS. Anne already left a while back. He took a sip of water after he said that. He remembered that the reason Gary hadn't gone to visit Bill like Professor Oak had suggested was because he didn't want to miss the SS. Ash had heard quite impressive stories about the SS. And himself. It took people to a couple of islands that were supposed to be very good for Pokemon training. That also meant that trainers, especially those who'd recently started their Pokemon journeys, came to Vermilion City in large numbers. It was a great way to find a bunch of strong Pokemon trainers in one place. Ash had originally thought about taking the cruise, but he wasn't as fixated on it as Gary. He figured that a meeting with someone like Bill would prove to be more beneficial in the long run. And it had. He'd learned a lot from the day he'd spent with Bill. And it had been well worth missing the SS. And for him, there were some problems in the sea route that the ship follows, so it was delayed for a few days, Brock said. They've changed the departure to 8 days from now. That got Ash's full attention. The SS. And would be an experience worth having. I'd like to go, if that's the case. Brock nodded. I'm not sure if I want to go there myself, but if you're going, I don't mind tagging along, Ash smiled. Brock seemed to have taken an interest in him, and he was delighted about it. Having Brock as a traveling companion had been amazing, and he hoped that he would accompany him more. His knowledge on Pokemon had proved far superior than Ash had expected it to be, after his gym battle. I'm really happy that you're traveling with me, Brock. Ash's gaze locked with Brock's. But he broke off contact as heat rose on his cheeks. That was an embarrassing thing to say. He shoved his foot underneath the table nervously. He stammered for a moment but spoke again. I mean, it's nice having you around. I've enjoyed traveling with you too, Ash, Brock said enthusiastically. Ash glanced back at him and found Brock's narrow eyes glitter the tiniest bit. Maybe being honest about his feelings wasn't such a bad thing, after all. He returned Brock's lively grin. Glad to hear that. He focused on the issue at hand again. Do you know where we can get the tickets for it? Yeah, Brock continued, resting the spoon in his plate after he'd finished his meal. But the tickets would be pretty difficult to get this late. It's usually fully booked a while before its departure. That's not surprising, Ash said as he finished the last of his food. The popularity of the cruise, especially amongst young trainers, was known throughout the world. So much so that it had even been mentioned in his books in school. A friend of mine left before me from Cerulean City just to get here in time for the SS. And it'll be difficult then, Brock sported a wry smile. We can try going to the port and asking if there are any tickets available, but I don't think we'll be lucky enough for that. Ash smiled wryly, his stomach sank at Brock's words. Yeah, I guess that's the best we can do. Surge still hadn't arrived yet. After they had finished their meal, Ash and Brock went to the main hall of the Pokemon Center to wait for the city's gym leader. Ash again wondered what Surge wanted to give him. Could it be some kind of a TM disc? He'd read that some gym leaders rewarded trainers with a TM for beating them, in addition to the gym badge. Surge made his appearance after a few more minutes of idle chatter, about a few questions Ash had about treating Pokemon, with Brock. You kids must have been waiting a long time for me, Surge laughed, as he took his seat on the couch opposite Ash and Brock. No, we had lunch in the meantime and got to talk some, Ash replied. He said this to be polite, but it wasn't a total lie. Were you able to contact my father? Brock asked. Yeah, Surge nodded, then smirked. We were reminiscing quite a bit. That's why it took me so long. Ash didn't want to interject, but he was somewhat curious on the matter. Have you and Brock's father known each other long? We go way back, kiddo. Surge answered as he patted Ash's shoulder. Ash felt like he was being hammered under the force of Surge's firm NDS tapping on his much slender shoulders. He couldn't say he enjoyed the feeling, but he fought back the urge to blurt it out to the gym leader. He's a bit older than me, but we've known each other for almost 2 decades. Ash raised his eyebrows in surprise as he settled himself. That's long. That Flint guy and his obsession with rocks and rock-type Pokemon is out of this world, Surge said. He was away for how many years now? He asked as he turned to look at Brock. He didn't come home for 3 years, but even before that, he used to be away sometimes, Brock answered with a light chuckle. He must have gotten those giant rock-type Pokemon of his even stronger. Surge laughed, leaning forward and placing his hands on the desk. But he's the Pewter City gym leader, isn't he? Ash asked curiously. That statement from Surge had raised a lot of questions in his mind. That's one of the first gyms a lot of new trainers challenge. If he's that strong, wouldn't it be too difficult to beat him? Surge blinked for a few moments. Then glanced at Brock, who shrugged. Don't be so naive, kid. Surge burst into a fit of laughter as Ash sported a look of confusion, his lips parting. He leaned closer to Ash and continued. Tell me, did you think that battle we had earlier was with my strongest Pokémon? This conversation had taken a turn that Ash didn't expect. What could the gym leader mean? I would have thought so. Ash replied honestly, which earned him another loud laugh from the gym leader. He could see other people in the Pokémon Center looking at the trio due to Surge's outburst. It took him a few seconds to control his laughter, but Surge finally managed to speak. Explain it to him, he said to Brock, now spreading his hands behind the couch as he leaned back. Ash, Brock began, as he and Ash turned toward each other. I can understand why you don't know this since you're a new trainer, and this information isn't something that trainers know before they begin their journey. Ash nodded. Indeed, he'd never heard anything about this. It could be that most things he knew about the gym leaders were wrong. He thought that they gave it their all in battle, and only by death. Eating them at their best did challengers earn the right to win gym badges. Gym leaders are there not to beat challengers, but to test them, Brock explained. That applies even more to the 8 Pokémon League Challenge gym leaders of the region. I assume you know about the 8 Pokémon League Challenge gyms, correct? Yes, I do, Ash nodded his understanding. They're gyms whose badges are needed if you want to challenge the Pokémon League. That was common knowledge. He'd been taught about the Pokémon League Challenge gyms. These 8 gyms needed to be beaten, along with winning a regional Pokémon conference. If a trainer wanted to challenge the Elite Four and the champion. There were many gyms in the Kanto region which were certified by the Pokémon League. However, only 8 were chosen as the League Challenge gyms. Challenging the Elite Four was also sometimes called the Champion League instead of the Pokémon League. 8 gym badges were also needed if a trainer wanted to participate in the regional Pokémon League conferences. However, these gym badges needn't be the ones from the Pokémon League Challenge gyms. As long as they had 8 gym badges from certified gyms within the region, that would suffice. These Pokémon League tournaments that took place around every 3 years in the Kanto region held great prestige, but they were a step below the Pokémon League. However, the Champion League Challenge, the challenge to the Elite Four and Champion, was one which was given the highest regard. That was the reason a trainer needed to be fully qualified by winning a Pokémon League conference, regardless of which region it took place in, and then beat all the Pokémon League gym leaders in order to be qualified to challenge it. Only the strongest trainers, even amongst those who'd won the league conference, could succeed in these. And even if they did beat the Elite Four, which was an exceptionally rare enough feat in itself, beating the champion was a whole different game. That was the reason on-white Pokémon League champions weren't dethroned too often. Champions were the geniuses amongst geniuses who'd taken their Pokémon to a level that most trainers couldn't imagine. Some of the gym leaders have been taking care of their gyms for years or even decades, Brock added. Do you really think that most new trainers, who'd just been training for a few months, would be able to beat them? Ash clicked his tongue. That was true. He'd thought about it but never paid it too much mind. They should have been extremely strong trainers to be chosen as gym leaders in the first place. Exactly, Brock said with a click of his fingers. Each and every one of the gyms that has been certified by the Pokémon League has top quality trainers as their leaders. That's even more true for the League Challenge gyms. A lot of gym leaders, especially young ones, do use their strongest Pokémon, but most of the veteran leaders who've been handling their gym for many years, some even for decades, use Pokémon that they feel would be a test for the challengers, but not something that they can't overcome. Of course, there are exceptions to this, Surge chuckled at that. Brock paused for a moment and continued. The Viridian City gym leader hasn't given out a gym badge to any trainer in years. The only reason some trainers were able to win the Earth badge from the Viridian gym in recent years is the gym leader had been away a lot of the time, so he'd let the gym trainers handle the gym. Not to say they are weak, but some experienced challengers managed to beat them. For example, this T. Ime. It was Surge's time to begin the explanation. I only use Pokemon that I think would be suitable for kids who've got 2 or 3 gym badges." He shrugged his hulking shoulders and chuckled a boisterous laugh. "But I do admit that I go overboard sometimes and make it more difficult for them. I don't like giving gym badges to just any challenger either." That was true. The stories Ash had heard about Surge proved it. He might not have been using his strongest Pokemon, but he didn't make it easy for challengers to get the Thunder badge. Brock continued, "So, if you're challenging the Cinnabar Gym, which is supposed to be one of the toughest gyms in the Kanto region, the gym leader will use Pokemon that he thinks are suited to give a challenge to that level of trainers. But simply said, those Pokemon would be closer to his real strength compared to the Vermilion City Gym because it's challenged by newer trainers." He appeared to be enjoying filling Ash in. "There's a reason not every Hat wins a gym battle can become the gym leader," Surge said as he folded his hands. "I see," Ash mused and then turned to look at Brock. "Then you must also be a very strong Pokemon trainer, Brock." Brock scratched his head and smiled. "Well," he began, "I was the gym leader, yes, but I was mostly substituting for my father who was the original gym leader. So, what you saw in the Pewter City Gym was all I had. As I said, a lot of gym leaders do use their strongest Pokemon. And anyway, I enjoy looking after Pokemon a lot more than training them for battle." Ash had found Brock's Pokemon to be quite strong, even at that point. And the only thing that had probably limited him was that he could only use Rock-type Pokemon. He then turned to Surge. "How strong are you, Surge?" That was an innocent question. Surge chuckled at it though. "Come back again when you're much stronger and maybe you'll give my stronger Pokemon a challenge." Ash rubbed his forehead, wiped off a drop of sweat and smiled wryly. "I'll definitely do that." This had been a knowledgeable chat for Ash. He had been truly naive to think that gym leaders, especially the Pokemon League Challenge gym leaders, were simply as strong as they showed him in their battles. These trainers were veterans who'd been chosen to be leaders of gyms that qualified a trainer to challenge the Elite Four. They had to have been special Pokemon trainers. Anyways, Surge interrupted Ash's train of thoughts as he put one of his hands in his vest pocket and took out a rectangular piece of paper. "I had some tickets that I got for the SS. And left. You'd have good use for this one, kid." Not getting the exact reaction that he'd imagined from Ash, he clicked his tongue. "Just sell it if you don't want it. It'll fetch a real high price these days. The ship leaves in 8 days if you wanna board it." What luck, Ash thought to himself. He and Brock had just been discussing if they'd be able to get tickets for the ship, but here was Surge simply gifting him one. Ash had reckoned he'd miss the chance if he didn't find any available or if they were overpriced. He gleefully accepted the ticket and smiled at Surge. "We were just hinking about how to get tickets for the SS. And thanks, Surge. But the ticket won't be of any use to me if we can't find one for Brock, so I'll return it if that happens to be the case." "Oh." Surge raised an eyebrow. "So, you both were planning to go." "Well, it was just something we came up with since it was an option," Brock said. He was actually quite moved by Ash saying that he'd return his single ticket if there wasn't one for him. They hadn't known each other for that long, so Ash's words came as a surprise to him. "Well then," Surge removed another ticket from his pocket and offered it to Brock this time. "Have it. We can try searching for one, you don't have to give me one as well." Brock raised a hand up as if to deny the ticket. "You fool." Surge slammed the ticket on the table and roared, making Brock flinch. He was a hulk of a man, and his voice certainly showed his personality. "You know how much these tickets are going for on the black market right now. Do you why think you'd get them for a good price just because you looked around for them? Were they that expensive?" Ash had thought that maybe they'd have to pay a bit more for the tickets at this point, but how much more would they have needed to pay? He had no idea how these things worked, so he couldn't really figure it out. "You're Flint's son, so I'll just have him do me something in exchange for this," Surge said when he saw that Brock still hadn't picked the ticket up. "All right then." Brock finally moved his hands forward and grabbed the ticket. "Thanks a lot. I'm a busy man, so I gotta go." Surge stood up from the couch, turned away and waved to them from behind. "See ya when you're stronger, kid." When he said kid at the end, Ash remembered how he'd said that he was no longer a kid after their gym battle. This was not more than a couple hours back. But he paid it no heed. Surge had proven to be an interesting man. Bye. Brock and Ash both waved at him as well. So, Brock, Ash turned to look at the boy whom he'd board SS. Anne with, "Do you have any plans before we get to the SS?" Anne. Brock shook his head. "I took care of the stuff that I needed to last week. I actually wasn't even sure what I'd do afterwards, so I don't have anything that I have to do." "You probably have something in mind for your time, don't you?" "I don't have any concrete plans myself, but maybe I'll go around the city. I've been training most of the time since I came here, so I haven't seen Vermilion City yet. After that, some training wouldn't be bad," Ash answered. "I'll come with you then," Brock said. "I can help you get around the places that you'd find interesting. Vermilion City is quite big." Ash smiled. That would be great. Indeed, having someone to show him around sounded perfect. Later that evening, Ash got his Pokémon back from Nurse Joy. He also stocked up on some Pokémon food while he was there. They came in handy when he couldn't find anything else on his journey for his Pokémon. The sky had gotten dark as Ash stood in a clearing near the Pokémon Center. The field was pretty big, he noted. He saw a few trainers here and there with their Pokémon, some training, some just talking to them. He removed all 5 of his Pokéballs from his belt and let out his Pokémon. The first thing that happened once all of his Pokémon were out, was that 4 of them stared at the 5th. Indeed, the evolution of Ignis surprised his friends. Kaiser was the first to make a move as he yelped and then crawled in front of Ignis. The fire type roared in response before the 2 Pokémon communicated with another through a set of shrieks. Kaiser then wrapped himself onto Ignis' body as he took a closer look at the horn that his friend had grown. He yelped once again before nibbling at it. The CH. Armelian didn't like this action by his friend though, as he swung his claws at the dragon type. Ash watched the interaction between the 2 play out with a smile on his face. It was quite amusing seeing Kaiser being so curious about Ignis' new form. As the Dratini was flung down by Ignis, he fired a short dragon breath at him who threatened him with his claws pointed forwards. Ash didn't interfere yet. This was quite a different side to Ignis. He'd never seen Ignis so aggressive towards any friendly Pokémon before. He'd heard that sometimes a Pokémon's personality changed when they evolved, so this might have been the change. The 2 didn't take the duel any further as Kaiser turned around and slithered away. Ignis simply let out a light burst of flames as he, too, looked away. Ash chuckled. This turnaround could be interesting. "Hey guys," Ash finally called out to his Pokémon, walking towards them. He got their attention as all of them turned their attention to him. All except Kaiser, who'd crawled away. Ash took his hat off and scratched his head. "Kaiser," he called out, "come here." His tone was very gentle. A few moments later, Kaiser glanced towards Ash who was still smiling and slithered back to the group. Once all the Pokémon were together, Ash removed the shiny new badge that he'd won. "We won the Thunder badge today." As he said that, all of his Pokémon cried out in joy. Even Kaiser, who'd shown a lack of interest thus far. Trooper appeared to be the happiest of the group as he jumped up and down, grabbing Ash's hat in the process and putting it on his head. Hee-haw. Hadn't known the result of the battle after he'd been knocked out, so his jubilation was understandable. Ash let Trooper play with his hat for the moment, petting the pig monkey Pokémon on the side of his head. He then continued, "We'll be boarding the SS. And in about a week's time. It's a very famous cruise which only leaves once a year. Trainers from all over the region board it, so it could be a great chance for us to have some battles and get stronger." As Tia refer Chapter 4. Ralts had a nickname before she was caught tilted her head to the side while letting out a squeal. Ash realized that his Pokémon probably didn't know what it was. The SS. Anne is a ship that sails through the sea, which is a massive body of water. We'll be surrounded by water as far as the eye can see for a while. Tia let out another squeal at her trainer's explanation. Ash couldn't help but take the little feeling Pokémon in his arms and lift her up. She let out another squeal, this time of joy as a smile made its way to her tiny face. The Ralts appeared to be enjoying Ash holding her. He perched her up on his shoulder as she held onto Ash's head with her tiny arms. Ash's chuckle was cut short as he noticed Ignis and Kaiser still facing away from each after their eyes met again for a brief moment. "What's up, you two?" Ignis and Kaiser both let out a shriek at the same time, but neither turned around. Ash sighed. He hadn't had any problems with his Pokémon not getting along before. And Kaiser and Ignis were two Pokémon he'd least expect to have problems. They had been the best of friends since they'd met. Or at least that's how it had appeared to Ash. But now, Ignis' change in personality had the two at loggerheads. Ava jumped forwards and chirped a few times to the both of them. She ked like she was trying to be the peacemaker. She tapped both Pokémon with either of her wings, and they both yelped in acknowledgement. But their attitude towards one another didn't change. Ava gave Ash a defeated look once her attempts had brought no success. Trooper, on the other hand, had just been observing the event unfold. He'd stopped his antics. Even he found this duel of personalities between his friends interesting. Ash patted his flying type on the head. You tried your best, Ava, don't worry about them. They'll be just fine after a while. Ash couldn't think of anything to do at this point. He hoped that they'd just get along with one another as they did before. If not, he might have to ask Brock for some pointers. The experienced trainer surely would be of help in this situation. After spending a few more minutes with his Pokémon in the field, Ash fed them the food he'd bought and returned them to their Pokéballs. He found that Tia appeared to enjoy the new flavor he'd bought this time. The other Pokémon didn't seem to have any different reaction to the food though, so he figured it must be a matter of personal taste for her. Later, he went back to the Pokémon Center A&D joined up with Brock before the two had dinner. Brock had booked a dual bedroom in the Pokémon Center for a week now that they had to wait there. Once in there, Ash couldn't help but fall asleep in between a conversation he'd been having with Brock. The gym battle had him tired. 5 of the 8 days that they had remaining slipped by pretty quickly. Ash had had a good tour of the port city in that time, visiting many of the city's major attractions. One of the places that he found especially interesting was the Pokémon Fan Club. It was a famous organization that had various branches not just around Kanto but throughout the world. He'd watched some shows back home in which the chairman for the Kanto region for the club had appeared. He recalled the depth in which the old man talked about Pokémon and spreading love for them. The organization was, after all, a place for people to gather and talk about their favorite Pokémon. It allowed people of similar interests to meet and interact with one another. And also allowed for them to come across and see Pokémon raised by other members. The building of the fan club was filled with young trainers and some younger kids who weren't trainers yet. Ash spent more than an hour there, getting the gist of the place from one of the employees. That same day, Ash and Brock also went to the main Pokémart of the city, where Ash stocked up on a few things that he imagined he'd need on his journey. Some Pokéballs, potions, antidotes and the like. Only 3 days remained for the SS and to depart. Ash had visited most of the places of interest in the city in the days prior. So the only thing he could do now was wait and get some training done with his Pokémon. However, he changed his plans when Brock mentioned a very popular fishing point along the coast that wasn't too far away. Ash and Brock only walked for about an hour to get to the place. Ash could see a few people around who had their fishing lines thrown into the sea. He wondered if he would come across a Pokémon that he'd want to catch here. He realized that he'd need to catch a water-type Pokémon soon to add diversity to his party, and this was the perfect place to catch one. He figured that most of the more common water types like Goldeen, Poliwag and Magikarp wouldn't be too difficult to find. Brock pointed to a hut in the distance and suggested, "Let's see what we can find over there." Then started walking in that direction. Ash followed suit. Yeah, there wasn't too much of interest where they had been standing anyway. Maybe they could ask the ones who lived in the house about the area. It took them a couple more minutes to make it to the house. "It's actually a shop," Ash chimed. This was perfect. They hadn't bought fishing rods or anything of that sort yet, and they would need those things if they wanted to try their hand at fishing. "The guidebook I have did say that there was a shop somewhere here, but I didn't expect it to be this run down," Brock said wryly as he looked around the hut. Ash couldn't help but shrug. As long as they found what they needed, he didn't care. "Is anyone home?" he called out. The hut was neither too big nor too small. From what he could make out, it was probably big enough for 2 or 3 people to live in. What seemed like the counter of the shop in the hut had a few worn-out rods spread across it, as well as a couple hat looked new with some lures and fishing nets. Not receiving any answer once a minute had passed, Brock tried calling this time. "We want to buy fishing rods." He spoke loudly. Ash and Brock looked at one another after a few moments had passed without any response. This could be a bit bothersome. The day had been quite hot and they'd walked all the way out here. It would be a waste if they just had to make their way back without doing what they came here to do. I guess no one's around, Ash said. What should we do? Should we wait, or leave? Brock put a hand on his chin. We've already come all this way, so we should wait a bit. If no one comes in that time, he sighed, shaking his head, then we can't do anything, can we? What do you whippersnappers want, An annoyed voice spoke from behind them. Ash turned around to find an old, white-bearded man walking in their direction. From his attire and the fishing rod he had in his hand, he was probably a fisherman. Kids these days have no patience, the man sighed. Are you the owner of this shop? Ash asked. Yes, I am, the man said as he walked past the trainer into the hut. What is it you want? Fishing rods, nets, lures. Make up your mind quick. His tone almost sounded condescending. I don't have time to play with y'all. Ash scratched his eyebrow at the way the old man spoke. Old people were difficult to deal with sometimes. And he seemed like one of those. We'd like to have 2 fishing rods and lures, Brock said. Which ones? The man asked. What's the cost of one of those? Brock pointed towards the newer-looking fishing rods. The man picked up one of the rods that Brock had mentioned and observed it for a few seconds. One will cost you 1,000 polka dollars. 1,000. Even the usually calm Brock couldn't help but holler at the price. That's too much. Ash couldn't believe the price either. 1,000 polka dollars was a lot of money. For comparison, a normal Pokeball was worth 20 polka dollars in a Pokemart, and a full meal for one person in the Pokemon Center could be 70 to 80 polka dollars. Those rods didn't look anything special apart from the fact that they were new. You can buy a new fishing rod in a Pokemart for under 500 polka dollars. Brock reasoned, spreading his hands wide to explain his point. Go then, the man answered, turning around and stepping inside the house. Buy it from the Pokemart for 500. Ash controlled the urge to shout. Can you please be more reasonable? Yeah, 1,000 is a bit too much. Brock said in support. The man gave them one last glance. Take it or leave. Ash and Brock looked at one another with defeated expressions. Giving the extra bit of money was probably better than going back to the city empty-handed. Time was more precious. We'll get one, then. Ash said. 2 lures should be enough, right, Brock? Quote, I guess we'll have to only settle for 1 rod between the 2 of us and yeah, 2 lures should be enough for now. Brock replied after a moment's thought. The man, who'd almost gone inside, came back out and took the newer fishing rod and 2 Magikarp-shaped lures from the counter. He did a few adjustments to the rod before placing it in front of his customers. That'll be 1,200 polka dollars. Even his lures were much more expensive than normal. Ash sighed as he removed some money from his pocket and handed it to Brock. Ash tried to pay it all, but Brock returned half of it to Ash. The 2 then decided to share the cost between them for the rod and lures. Thank you, Ash muttered, but his tone didn't have any hint of gratitude. They'd been ripped off, but there was no other choice for them. Brock took the materials from the man after handing him the money. Let's find a fishing spot, he said to Ash as he looked out to sea, glancing from one area to another. Ash nodded. Yeah, we better do that. Ash didn't think that Brock would have an interest in fishing since he was a rock-type Pokemon trainer. But then he remembered Brock's words from when they'd met on his way to Vermilion. The former gym leader wanted to become a Pokemon breeder and doctor. Maybe the reason he only trained rock types so far was because he had to as the Pewter City gym leader. And considering Brock's personality, that was a probable scenario. Ash had only known the older teen a short time, but he seemed like a very responsible person. The duo walked along the coast for a few minutes before Brock decided on the place to fish. Ash just followed his lead and settled on the place. They decided to share the fishing burden by each of them holding the rod for a few minutes at a time. Brock was the first to try his hand. So, Brock, Ash started, dusting off the cemented platform before he sat down. Do you have a lot of experience with fishing? The tanned Ma-en sat down beside the trainer after he'd thrown the line in the sea. I haven't fished a lot myself, he chuckled. But my mom loves water-type Pokemon, so she used to take me along for fishing at times. I'm just following some of the advice that she'd given me back then. That's a bit surprising, Ash raised his eyebrows. Your mom loves water types while your dad is a rock type specialist. Yeah, Brock said. He smiled as he faced his fishing partner. My mom and dad have quite the story. But it's a long one, so I'll tell you about it some other time. That left Ash interested, but he didn't push Brock to explain it to him now. It hadn't been that long since they'd met, so he wasn't comfortable asking Brock about personal matters or stories like that yet. Almost 4 hours had passed since Ash and Brock had started fishing. In that time, the only Pokémon that they'd been able to find were 3 Magikarp and 1 Goldeen. They'd taken a lunch break in the meantime, but the two had been fishing almost non-stop since they'd started, and this wasn't the result that they'd hoped for when they decided that they wanted to come here. They'd let all 4 of the Pokémon they'd lured go back into the sea, since they weren't really interested in them. Goldeen were Pokémon that could only survive in a water environment, and that could prove to be a problem for Ash. Hence, he had no interest in catching them. As for Magikarp, they could survive outside for lengthy periods of time, but the problem came in raising them. Yes, the idea of having a mighty Gyarados excited him, but it took a lot of time and effort to turn them into those creatures. Ash wasn't opposed to the idea. Quite the opposite, in fact. He loved training his Pokémon and making them stronger in front of his own eyes, but at the moment, he wanted a water type that would be more battle-ready than a Magikarp. They'd changed fishing spots quite a bit in that time, but the results had been the same. Fishing was a game of patience, but it was running out, certainly for Ash. Should we change spots again? Ash asked his companion. Brock pursed his lips. He appeared somewhat frustrated too. I think we should, he said, standing up and dusting his pants off. You too, came a voice from their right, making them turn around. It was the old man from whom they'd bought the rod. Come with me, he said as he began walking without sparing them another look. Ash gave Brock a glance. I think it's better to go with him than to just stick around here. Maybe he knows some better fishing areas. Brock nodded at the suggestion. You're right. The man had already walked a fair distance away while the two trainers contemplated their choice. You two want to find better Pokémon or not? The man stopped for a moment to turn to look at them before he continued walking. I know the sea much better than some runts like you who don't know the first thing about fishing. Ash couldn't help but let an irked smile make its way to his face. The old man wasn't wrong. Ash had fished a bit when he was younger, sometimes with Professor Oak, sometimes with Leaf and Gary, and a few times with his mom, but it had been in the local river near Pallet Town. And he couldn't really brag about getting anything more than some Magikarp, Goldeen or the odd Poliwag. They had to walk for close to a quarter of an hour before the old man finally stopped. This part of the coast appeared devoid of people. It was isolated from the rest of the area where Ash had seen a lot of people trying their hand at fishing. The waves were much wilder, some of them splashing seawater on their faces. Ash had to shield his eyes from the spray. We only moved a bit farther away and the waves here are totally different, Ash commented. What? The old man smugly looked at Ash. You want to go fishing but can't even handle this. I can handle it, Ash answered with a grin on his face. But will we even be able to catch something when the waves are this strong? Just try it and you'll find out. The old man grinned. This was the first time Ash had seen him move away from the annoyed look that he'd had thus far. You wanna go first, Brock? Ash asked, turning to look over at his friend. Brock shook his head. I've had enough fishing for one day, he smiled. All right then, Ash nodded to himself, standing straight and throwing the line into the roaring waves, using all his strength to get it as far as he could. Now it was all a game of patience. After only a few minutes, Ash had got his first bite. But before he could reel it towards himself, he lost it. Then, he got another bite. I think it's big, Ash remarked, taking a step back and trying to pull the line in. The old man glanced at Ash. I'm surprised you even got 2 bites already. You don't know the first thing about how to fish. Quote. Ash gritted his teeth as he tried to pull even harder. Whatever it was that was on the hook, it was not just heavy but also strong. He could feel that it was pulling the rod towards itself, and this had become a competition of who had more strength. A few moments later, Ash found himself losing the battle as he was dragged towards the water. I'll help you, Brock said as he walked behind Ash and grabbed the rod. He, too, pulled hard. With Ash and Brock both mustering every bit of their strength, they finally had the upper hand. They both shouted as the Y managed to reel the line in and get the creature that had caught the lure on the surface. A Krabby, Ash exclaimed when he saw the crab Pokémon attached to the lure. This Krabby seems bigger than the ones I saw at Professor Oak's ranch. Quote, there were a fair amount of Krabbies in Professor Oak's ranch, some belonged to trainers while some had just grown up in the pond there. There were some differences in sizes in those Ash had seen, but none were quite as big as this one. The one that had just appeared was at least 1.5 times bigger than those. It is definitely bigger than normal, Brock remarked with a smile. Are you going to try and catch it? You bet I am, came Ash's excited response as he unclipped one of his Pokeballs. Tia, you're up. The Ralts cooed as she materialized in front of Krabby. The crab Pokémon just slammed both its pincers on the ground, yipping as it slid a few steps towards its opponent. Start off with confusion, Ash commanded. Tia's body glowed pink as she extended her hands forward. The Krabby had begun to walk to its left, but Tia's attack hit as the water-type's eyes glowed blue. In the next second, however, the Krabby appeared to move towards Tia, rushing on its tiny legs. It broke through the confusion that quickly. Ash's eyes widened when he saw the Krabby charge. Tia lacked fighting experience, but her attacks weren't weak by any means, so Ash didn't expect Krabby to push through the attack. Not this easily, anyway. Disarming voice quickly. As the Krabby charged towards her, Tia jerked her body backwards and cried loudly. Pooh! RPLE sound waves which were barely visible appeared from her mouth in the shape of hearts and struck the incoming Krabby. Krabby shrieked for a moment, but as it had done with the last attack, fought past it and reached Tia. Ash grimaced when Tia's neck was grabbed by the Krabby with its pincers. It ignored Tia's cries as it swung its pincers from one side to another, fluttering Tia along with them. Shake it off, Tia! Ash shouted. The moves of this Krabby were unpredictable. Use disarming voice again. The Krabby didn't stop swinging Tia around with its massive pincers, and it seemed to be enjoying it from the look on its face. When Tia heard Ash's voice, she let out another cry and mustered all her strength to release another series of voices. These hit Krabby head on since she was so close. The crab Pokémon finally let go as it was pushed back by the force of disarming voice. It shook its body before hitting its head with its left pincer. Ash couldn't help but smile in amusement at that. This Krabby had quite the character. Now, draining kiss. Tia sent a flying kiss, which took the shape of a pink heart, Krabby's way. This time, instead of taking it head-on like it had done previously, the Krabby formed bubbles in its mouth and released a volley of them in the direction of the incoming attack. The two attacks met, canceling each other out. However, Tia was quick enough to send another kiss to Krabby. Hitting it this time, it hissed as its body glowed orange, the effects of the draining kiss sucking power from it. At the same time, Tia's body glowed too as she cooed. Raining kiss was an attack that healed the user while sucking the life out of its opponent. Tia had done just that. Suddenly, Krabby hissed as white bubbles formed around its mouth and engulfed it. Ash squinted his eyes. What was it trying to do? Krabby had become obscured between the innumerable bubbles that continued to ripple and expand into a sea around it. Ash's jaw clenched at the realization of Krabby's intentions. Ash, it's trying to get away, Brock warned, almost shouting. Yeah, Ash muttered hastily. Tia, quickly used disarming voice to put out those bubbles. He felt his heart race at a rate of knots. He wanted that Krabby. Not only was it bigger than average, it was a fine battler, almost a perfect addition to his team. Tia reared her head back and her voice reverberated in circles of pink energy, melting the bubbles in little more than an instant. But behind the veil of bubbles which fizzled out into water, there were no signs of Krabby. Ash tucked his face in his hands in defeat. Damn it, he groaned, his shoulders slumping. He'd messed up. Maybe if he'd seen the facade of bubbles from Krabby sooner, it wouldn't have been able to escape. Maybe if he'd tried to capture it sooner. His mind veered through all of the scenarios that could have prevented the Krabby from getting away. You were a greenhorn, after all, the old man scoffed. He let out a burst of RT laughter which made Ash grumble and grit his teeth. That was just rubbing salt into the wound. Don't worry about it, Ash, Brock assured him. Ash felt a comforting hand on his shoulder which made him smile wryly. Some Pokémon are just good at escaping. You can always get more Pokemon. Ash fought back the urge to reiterate his thoughts about how Krabby was strong and how much he wanted to catch it. Brock's words somehow managed to comfort him, and minimize his disappointment. He'd failed to express how thankful he'd felt to Brock in the time they'd spent together. The older trainer always managed to help him one way or another. A few minutes and some more Magikarp reels later, Ash finally got another bite on his rod. The Pokemon was heavier, considerably more so than any of his other pulls. He felt a fizz as he lugged the line in, his teeth grinding due to the sheer strength he had to employ. He blinked when he eyed what appeared to be a brown rock that had tugged onto his lure. Ash's face glistened the moment it juddered and lifted itself up, revealing lustrous red eyes that glared at him. A Kabuto, he exclaimed. He'd seen one or two of this species of fossil Pokemon before. They were said to reside on seafloors, their ability to conceal their presence so efficient that people hardly noticed them even if they were to pass by. It's been a while since I've seen a Kabuto, Brock said as he shot a smile Ash's way. Now that's a rare find, the old fisherman sneered, his lips curling ever so slightly into his wrinkled skin. It's not every day that you find a Kabuto. Ash glanced at the man before focusing his gaze back on the Kabuto. He fidgeted with his belt, fingers sliding across the 5 Pokemon he owned while his mind zipped around and thought about which he'd use. A grass type would be the perfect counter to Kabuto's part rock and water typing, but he lacked one. Neither did he have a Pokemon that could use a grass-type move. He clicked his tongue and pulled out a Pokeball. Let's get ourselves a new friend, Kaiser. As he pointed the Pokeball forward, the Dratini materialized with a snarl. Ash breathed deeply, his eyes narrowing. Let's wait for it to make a move, Kaiser. Just make sure it doesn't have any chance to escape, he instructed. He'd had enough of failed captures recently and wasn't about to let this one go. Kaiser yanked itself up and stared down at the Kabuto, clearly intending to intimidate it, but Kabuto barely reacted. A minute passed yet the wild Pokemon's stance didn't waver in the slightest. Silence enshrouded the area as Kabuto's scarlet orbs still peered at Ash without movement. Ash frowned. This Kabuto's temperament contrasted to the Krabby he'd encountered earlier. It showed no signs of aggression and Kaiser got impatient, violently snaking towards Kabuto while growling. All right, Ash sighed. It wasn't as if he was fond of simply waiting. Use Dragon Breath to corner it to your left. A greenish-blue draconic stream spurted out in an instant, the air around the Dragon Breath sizzling. Finally, Kabuto moved, and even then, its defensive maneuvers were minimal. Its shell sparkled silver briefly as it buried its face into the ground. Ash heard a fizz from the Kabuto as it tumbled and skidded back from the force of Dragon Breath, mauling its claws into the cement for balance. Harden, Ash noted. Its shell Ovided extreme defense because the Dragon Breath barely left a few singes. Push it back further, Ash said. Try Aqua Jet. Kaiser enveloped himself with water as he hustled across the distance in almost an instant. Ash scowled when he saw Kabuto summon water around itself and dash into Kaiser's Aqua Jet with its own. But then Ash smirked. Kabuto had finally decided to fight back. Kaiser shrieked, after being shoved back by Kabuto's move, but he'd slammed Kabuto back even further. He roared, evidently proud that he'd managed to overpower his opponent. The two repeated their moves and this ended in a similar fashion. Kaiser's physical strength was profoundly overwhelming for the wild rock type. Ash grinned at the sight of Kabuto steadying itself. Its scarlet eyes flared up and it hissed "Ang!" Wryly as its shell glowed silver once again. Dragon Breath, Ash ordered. Was it using Harden again? As Kaiser flashed another Dragon Breath, the sheen on Kabuto's body died and several glittering, spiky stones materialized over its back. The draconic flames whizzed past the stones and flooded Kabuto, but the sparkling boulders viciously pelted Kaiser, lashing deep into his soft, blue skin. The fiery boulders left firm, gaping marks on the cement floor as the air around it still seethed and simmered. Kabuto steadied itself by the skin of its teeth. Kaiser fared better, but that attack had most likely hurt, even if he wasn't about to show it. That was ancient power, Brock commented. Ash glanced at him for a second, then gazed back at Kabuto. Its attacks were strong, even if not strong enough to take on Kaiser yet. His excitement surged at the prospect of adding Kabuto to his team. It's on its last legs, Kaiser, Ash smirked wildly. Use Shock Wave, but control your power. A streak of yellow lightning whizzed through the air from the small white lump on Kaiser's head. Kabuto's body sparkled again to use ancient power, however shock wave crackled around it and the electricity caused it to shudder relentlessly. Ash grimaced at Kabuto's loud fizz, the pain of the sound hurt his soul. He was sure Kaiser had indeed held back, but the electric-type attack still proved overwhelmingly powerful against a water type. His only solace was that at least Kabuto wouldn't be able to escape now. It laid on the floor, still flailing from the attack. I think we overdid that a little. Ash let a wry smile cross his features. He readied an empty Pokeball and flung it at the wild Kabuto, who'd finally ceased any movement. Red light engulfed it as it was sucked inside the empty Pokeball. Ash bit his lip and anxiously eyed the wobbling Pokeball for a few seconds. He clenched his fists tightly and grinned from ear to ear when it stopped moving. I caught my 6th Pokemon. His whisper wasn't meant for anyone but himself. Ash acknowledged Kaiser with a pat to his head after the Dratini leapt on his shoulder and leaned his head on Ash's. Great job, Kaiser. Kaiser roared at the praise, seemingly satisfied. Ash felt his shoulders stiffen when Kaiser wrapped his body around them. He'd grown slightly heavier since the last time he'd done this. That was nicely done. Brock complimented him with a smile on his face. Ash smiled back, picking the Pokeball up from the ground. Yeah, Kabuto is pretty strong. Although Kaiser had made light work of it, Kabuto's endurance and moveset had impressed Ash. It had a solid arsenal of attacks that it had used in the battle, and Ash couldn't wait to see what other moves it knew. He'd probably need to work on improving Kabuto's type coverage. But that part of being a Pokemon trainer never exhausted him. The old man, who'd watched the battle as well as the Pokemon capture, snorted. You were lucky. You got a good one. Ash could only chuckle. Thanks, I guess. The old man had sold his wares for a hiked price, and he wasn't the nicest guy to talk to, but considering he'd helped them find this fishing spot, he couldn't be that bad, could he? After returning to the Vermilion City Pokemon Center later that evening, Ash got Tia, Kabuto and Kaiser healed up from whatever damage they might have suffered. The little fishing trip had I read both him and Brock, so they spent the evening resting in their room before having dinner. The next morning, Ash collected Kabuto from Nurse Joy. He'd tried to get it back the night before when he'd taken Kaiser and Tia. But its injuries, though not critical, were serious enough for her to suggest he let Kabuto rest in the Pokemon Center for the night. Ash had been rather dejected at his inability to gauge not just what Kabuto could handle, but also Kaiser's power and control over his moves. A few minutes later, Ash stood in the same field behind the Pokemon Center that he'd used for some of his training for the past few days. He wanted to introduce Kabuto to the rest of his team. Come on out, guys, he said as he released his Pokemon one by one. Meet our new friend, Kabuto. As Ash pointed to the brown-colored shellfish, every other Pokemon of his laid their eyes on it. Kabuto, though, barely reacted to their gazes. Not unlike the battle before Ash had captured it, its red eyes flashed. Its gaze flickered from Ash to his Pokemon, carefully regarding each of them before moving on to the next. However, it did not make the scantest of sounds. Tia and Ava were the first to shriek out a low greeting to their new friend. Hustling closer to it, Trooper enthusiastically joined them a moment later, springing his way towards it. Ash sniggered at the Mankey's antics. He didn't like being left behind. Meanwhile, Ignis and Kaiser simply observed the rock and water type, meeting its silent glare before they eventually let out light roars once they'd assessed it enough. Ash smiled at the sight of Tia and Ava cooing words that he couldn't make sense of to Kabuto. Tia had begun to open up more and more recently. She still didn't take very easily to human strangers, but he'd noticed her being a lot more welcoming to newer Pokemon. Trooper entered the conversation with a yelp, bending down low and inching his hand towards Kabuto's claw. Ash's lips parted and eventually formed a grin when Kabuto let out a faint but audible whir. He'd had the slightest of worries stir in his heart about whether Kabuto would fit in with everyone else. Those withered away now. Hey Kabuto, Ash stepped towards his latest capture. Squatting to reach a hand towards it. He was careful of its claws for a moment, but no signs of aggression from Kabuto made him gently stroke its rocky, firm shell. It was cold to the touch. Unexpectedly so. These are your new friends, he reassured the shellfish. He was careful in his tone, speaking very softly. He wanted to make a good first impression on Kabuto. Kabuto's cold glare didn't budge an inch from him. "Would you like a name?" he asked, but received another stiff stare. He scratched his forehead and sighed. It hadn't denied it, so it wouldn't oppose the idea, would it? He'd thought about a few names for Kabuto over the night, but he'd taken a particular fancy to one. How about Helio? Nurse Joy had mentioned Kabuto being a boy in their conversation last night, so he'd come up with male names. Silence. Ash's forehead creased as he pursed his lips in defeat. Tia and Ava cooed at Kabuto, whose attention finally moved away from Ash. Knowing those two, they were probably asking Kabuto to reply to him. Trooper yelped a few times as well, leaping closer to Kabuto and almost landing on his shell. Another few squeals and cries later, Kabuto fizzed while staring back at Ash. It seemed as if Kabuto liked the nickname. Or, at least he didn't mind it, since he didn't appear upset. Not that Ash could tell his emotions either way. "So, Helio, welcome to the team." Ash beamed. Helio's response was another few moments of silence which disheartened Ash, but he assured himself Helio was just a quiet personality. Hopefully, he'd come out of his shell sooner rather than later. Ash would try every possible way to win him over. As Ash moved back toward Kaiser and Ignis, he heard another whir from Helio and noticed Ava, Tia and Trooper in conversation with him. Well, at least they seemed to be getting along. Removing his Pokédex, Ash scanned Helio with it. Kabuto, the shellfish Pokémon. This Pokémon thrived 300 million years ago. Its size, that living specimens can still be seen in certain regions, a rare sight. It is thought to have inhabited beaches 300 million years ago. This Pokémon has not changed at all in those years. It is protected by a stiff shell. This Kabuto is male. Its ability is Swift Swim. Its moves are Absorb, Harden, Aqua Jet, Scratch, Sand Attack, and Ancient Power. Ash let his Pokémon interact for a few more minutes before he began a short training session with them. They'd trained their hearts out in the days prior, so he didn't want to overexert them. He just focused on them sparring lightly against one another. He'd attempted to talk to Helio in the meantime, albeit his endeavor was extraordinarily unsuccessful. Helio did not make a sound during his one-way conversation with him. Ash found it increasingly difficult to comfort himself that day, trailing off in thoughts of what-ifs. It was finally the day on which the SS Anne would depart. Ash had gotten some training in with his Pokémon in the last 2 days. He'd tried to focus on Tia during this time. He hadn't made her train much over the time he'd been with her, deciding to let her get comfortable with the group first. He'd seen her interacting a lot more with his other Pokémon recently, so that was a positive sign. She'd gotten along well with Ava from the very beginning, which Ash believed was because they were both females, and the flying type was probably his most jolly Pokémon. For as long as he was a Charmander, he'd himself made an effort to make Tia comfortable, so she'd also begun to get along well with Ignis, and that did. T seemed to have changed after his evolution. The duo never had any problems. She'd been a bit wary of Kaiser at the start, but their relationship was getting better, and Ash could say the same about Trooper. The fighting type wasn't a Pokémon that was difficult to get along with, even though he had a knack for playing pranks all too often. He'd let Helio get accustomed to his team, and especially him, before he started to train him seriously. He'd tried to talk to him more over the past couple of days, but had no results to show for it. The fossil Pokémon simply stared at him during most of Ash's attempts of talking to him. Unexpectedly though, Helio had listened to his orders in the sole practice match he'd made him fight. That was a start. Ash laid eyes on a multitude of ships of various sizes as he made his way through the Vermilion port with Brock. He saw various cruise ships. Some of them looked extremely luxurious, clearly only the extremely rich could board. But there were other, more normal-looking ones as well. Some cargo ships were docked too, but most of them were towards the far side of the port. The place where Ash and Brock stood was more for the cruises. As he walked through the port, Ash saw hordes of people, most of them young, gathered near a large ship. It was one of the bigger ones docked on the port. "That's the SS Anne," Ash smiled. Thinking about the things that could happen on the ship, Ash had become extremely excited about the event in the last few days. "There's a lot of people. Much more than I expected, honestly." On Ash's remark, Brock chuckled. "It is the SS Anne. This big of a crowd is expected. Trainers from not only Kanto, but other regions as well, especially those nearby like Johto, also come here for it. It's an annual cruise, so the demand is always very high. It looks to me like you've seen this before. Ash glanced over at Brock. Have you been in the SS? Anne. I haven't been in it, Brock said. But I've been here once to see off my parents. They weren't taking the SS. Anne, but their cruise left on the same day as the SS. Anne did. I had a similar reaction to you at the time. Ash scratched his cheek, the corners of his lips stretching sideways. I did think that there would be a lot of people from the things I'd heard about it, but not this much. Well, Brock said, starting to walk towards the SS. Anne, let's hope we have a good time in there. Ash nodded as he followed his friend. Yeah. Ash chugged through the crowd, smiling as he saw the young Pokémon trainers like himself excitedly talking to one another. This almost seemed like a festival to him, a festival specifically created for Pokémon trainers. Ash Ketchum, a voice called out to him. I was hoping to find you here. Ash knew that voice. It was familiar, but one that he hadn't heard for quite a while. It sounded somewhat different from the last time he'd heard it, but he couldn't be mistaken about whom it belonged to. He turned to his left. A smile crossing his features instantly at the sight of the steel blue-haired young man, wearing a black suit. Steven Stone. Ash called out, making sure to stress the last name just as the boy had once done to him. It's been a while. This had been a very pleasant surprise. Steven Stone was over a year older than Ash and hence, had begun his journey before him. Ash had a lot of Styons for him. Which Pokémon had he caught? What experiences had he had? How many gym badges had he won? And what was he doing in the Kanto region? After all, he was from Hoenn. And the last time they'd talked, Ash remembered Steven had told him he'd be traveling around his native region first, participating in the local Pokémon League. He was the son of a business tycoon from Hoenn, and heir to one of the biggest business organizations in the world, the Devon Corporation. Yet, unlike his father, Steven's interests lay elsewhere. His obsession with Pokémon ran almost as deep as Ash's. The guy loved Pokémon and battling with them just as much as Ash. Although, unlike Ash, he had another hobby he liked to indulge himself in. Ash's lips curved into a bright smile as he strode towards the friend whom he hadn't seen for years now. You're in the Kanto region? Ash asked as he reached the boy. Steven was dressed in an expensive-looking suit, comprising a purple shirt, jet black coat, and black pants. Ash thought his clothes complemented him well. As far as he remembered, Steven had always dressed well. One wouldn't need to look at him twice to figure out his prestigious background. Stev. N stood up straight from the port railing he was leaning against. As you can see, he smiled and raised his hand to grasp Ash's. It had been a while since Ash had done that with Steven. Far too long, in fact. It's really nice to see you after so long, Ash chimed as he pulled Steven towards him, playfully nudging the boy's shoulder against his. His eyes locked deep with Steven's, and stayed that way for a long moment. The last time we talked was almost 2 years back, wasn't it? Steven chuckled heartily and nodded as Ash released his hand. Yeah, and a lot's changed since then. I can tell, Ash sniggered, slipping his hands in his pockets. We've both become Pokémon trainers, for one. I tried calling you some time back, but I couldn't find you home. It's been almost a year since I started traveling and I've not been home much since then, Steven answered. Ash nodded. The word home reminded him of his mother. He grimaced when realization struck that he hadn't even called home in months. And after his mom had told him to be in touch regularly, too. He mentally noted to call her first thing after returning from the SS. Anne. He brought his attention back to Steven. Been looking for stones. Ash laughed. Steven's obsession with stones took him back. In their younger days, Steven would always bring up something related to rocks in their chats. Ash had tried very hard to understand Steven's meticulous explanations about his hobby at first, but he'd given up after he realized that it was far too much for him since he knew next to nothing about them. Ash's passion and endearment on the topic paled in comparison to Steven's, for he couldn't even identify a pebble from another. I would be lying if I said that I haven't done that. The trainer from Hoenn shrugged, earning a sneer from Ash. There are a lot of caves and dungeons that I've been to after I started traveling. And stones weren't the only thing that I found interesting there. He put his chin up and whistled. His sapphire orb stabbed into Ash's meaningfully. Maybe we should go exploring together sometime. Maybe. Ash rolled his eyes after momentarily breaking off his gaze. He didn't want to get Steven riled up about stones now. Once he began a thesis on them, it would be difficult to get him to stop. Steven noticed Ash's sigh and groaned. He didn't appear too pleased about Ash's lack of interest in what he considered to be one of the most fascinating things in the world. So, he changed the topic. But I've mostly been trying to focus on my Pokemon training recently. The Hoenn League's right around the corner. Now, the talk of Pokemon training got Ash's mind driving into more interesting avenues. The Hoenn League, Ash mused as he gazed into Steven's eyes. He felt jitters in his stomach. Whenever he thought about the Pokemon League. How long until it starts? It's only a couple months away, Steven answered. Knowing you, you probably have all the badges you need, Ash said, unable to hold off a grin. Steven grinned right back as he drew out a rectangular, metallic case from his jacket. The assortment of stones attached to the box glinted vividly when exposed to the sun's rays. Ash couldn't help but gasp at the beautiful craftsmanship of the equally dazzling stones on the surface of the box. As far as Ash knew, and he thought that he knew Steven well, Steven wasn't one to flaunt his wealth. And he had plenty of it. But he didn't hold back with spending it on the things he loved. The blue-haired trainer pressed the box lightly, making it open. Ash's eyes sparkled at He sight of the 8 differently shaped badges that the case held. Those were 8 authentic gym badges that would allow Steven to participate in Hoenn's regional conference. Ash clenched his fists at the thought of having 8 badges of his own. He couldn't wait until he did. A whisk of adrenaline pumped through his body in anticipation. How strong would he be then? Which Pokemon would he have encountered? The great battles that would inevitably happen before he reached that point thrilled him to the bone. That's awesome, he chirped, a little too excited, but straightened himself soon enough. There was something else that he was curious about. You're here for training then? Steven nodded, his features full of glee. Yeah, since I have all 8 badges already, I decided that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go to someplace new, he smirked, flicking a tuft of his teal hair. And I wanted to see you again, Ash. We've not seen each other since we became trainers. Ash snickered at the words of his friend. Same goes for me, Steven. I'm glad to see you after so long. His eyes narrowed and he felt a spark rush through his body, as he instinctively flickered his Pokeballs with his hands. We've gotta have a Pokemon battle. I've been waiting for you to say that, Steven said, equally as interested, but then pointed his gaze towards the ship behind him. But we'll have to wait a bit for that. We can't battle here, but there's a lot of battle arenas on the ship. The mention of the SS. Anne made Ash remember something. He instantly turned his head and smiled wryly at Brock, who'd been standing a couple feet behind him. He wrinkled his nose at how he'd forgotten about Brock. Hey Brock, this is Steven, a friend of mine, he glanced from Brock to Steven. And Steven, this is Brock. He was the Pewter City gym leader. But we've been traveling together for a bit. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Brock. Steven smiled at the aspiring doctor, taking a few steps forward and extending his hand. The pleasure's all mine, Brock returned the smile as he firmly shook the offered hand. The boarding's open now, Steven glanced towards the dock again. Ash followed his gaze and found several people gathered up around the stairway to the SS. And, chattering and joking in small groups just like them. He hadn't realized how noisy it had gotten around the dock. It's still a while before the departure time. But we can talk inside. Ash glanced at Brock and nodded. Sounds good. Soon, the 3 trainers made their way towards the dock. A queue had already formed before they got there with a myriad of people. Most of them young trainers, had started the procedure to get in. Between security, tickets and identification, it took several minutes before they boarded the ship. Welcome to the SS. Anne, we hope you have a wonderful time with us. A well-dressed man politely greeted them after they climbed the stairway to the ship's entrance. Ash smiled at the man and strode inside. And Steven and Brock trailed after him. So, how's Gary doing? Steven asked as he paced himself towards Ash. He was doing fine until the last time I saw him. Dunno what kind of mess he might have gotten himself into now. Ash sneered at the thought of Gary. Life looked like a breeze for Gary, without any problems, but Ash could affirm the uncertainties surrounding a Pokemon journey from his own experiences. He turned around to Steven, who'd taken a few quick strides to catch up with him. He said he was going to board the SS. And before it was delayed, so we should find him here. I hope I do run across him. Steven said with honest excitement. It'll be interesting to see how strong he's become too. I had a battle with him in Cerulean City. Ash started before his forehead creased at the memories of that battle. Fresh images of his loss surfaced, but the result hadn't bothered him. A one-on-one battle. And? Steven asked curiously. It was difficult to see he was interested. I lost, Ash admitted wryly. He didn't mind saying that he'd lost that match, even though it was at a disadvantage for him. He'd have to make sure to settle the score the next time they fought. Letting Gary get over his head with victories would be a pain to deal with, one that nearly gave him a headache at the mere thought. Steven chuckled. It was a one-on-one battle, so it doesn't prove much. I guess, Ash said dryly. And you're not telling me the whole story now, are you? Steven smirked as his shoulder bent towards Ash's, a nudge getting a guilty chuckle out of him. As much as I hate to admit it, I lost fair and square. Ash shrugged. He's probably gotten a bit stronger by now. Don't worry, I'll beat him next time, he affirmed confidently. And what about Leaf? Steven asked. She's traveling too. Ah, Leaf. A tinge of worry filled Ash's heart when he thought about her. She wasn't clumsy, but she had the tendency to be quirky. He hoped she was doing okay. Had she decided what she wanted to do? Yeah, Leaf started with us, of course. Ash gave him a half smile, but Steven probably noticed his apprehensions from the odd look he shot at him. That girl, I wonder how she's doing now. I haven't seen her since I left Pewter City. You worry too much about her. Steven laughed and grasped Ash's shoulder reassuringly. Ash could tell. She's certainly more sensible than Gary, and even you. She used to keep you and your friends in check, remember? Ash blinked at the last part but dismissed the thought that Steven was taking a jibe at him. That was Gary's job. Well, yeah, I sure hope she is. He scratched the side of his eyebrow. She doesn't want to challenge gyms. Steven frowned. That's surprising. She did great in that part of the training, and she was pretty set on following you and Gary. She said she found out that she didn't like battling as much as she thought, Ash replied. It's good that it happened early though. She can find out what she likes to do and just go with that. Well, that is a bit disappointing, I won't lie. Steven grumbled and grimaced for a brief moment, then his face brightened. But I hope whatever she chooses works out for her. Ash hummed at his words. They'd walked to the door of the main hall of the ship. And to say the sight impressed Ash would be an understatement. The hall was gigantic, at least 100 meters if not more, Ash noted. The ceiling seemed like it would dwarf a few floors of a normal building easily. Beautiful red carpet rolled throughout the floors with the walls painted a glittering but clean pearl white. Ash couldn't imagine how many people it could hold at a time. He could see various small shops at either side of the hall. There weren't a lot of people in there yet because the boarding had just started. But Ash was sure it would brim with people before long. The crowd he'd seen outside would be all here. On the side opposite to where they'd entered from, there were a few battlefields. So, they make the Pokemon battles a spectacle, Ash mused as he glanced at them from afar, counting 4, 2 on each side. They looked like standard training battlefields from there, hard, even gr. Ound without any grass covering on a slightly raised platform above the floor around. Those aren't the only battlefields there are in SS. And, Brock chimed in. It's got some special rooms which are almost like mini gyms. They have bleachers for people to come and watch the match and trained referees too. And that's not all, if what I've read is correct, Steven added brightly. There could also be some competitions. There are also some training rooms for Pokemon, and different kinds of them. They're also reinforced so Pokemon can train without having to worry too much about damaging stuff. But it's still advised that the training be done with some caution. The three of them strolled through the hall, glancing at the different shops that had just begun to open. Ash's gaze danced through the multitude of shops. His thoughts enchanted by the delicacies, Pokemon food and Pokemon accessories that he laid eyes on. The SS. Anne was true to its reputation, a top-class cruise liner. Finally, they made their way toward the battlefields. The four fields were each next to one another but with enough space for a fair amount of spectators to stand in between. Ash awed at the size of them, unable to hold a gasp. He hadn't been able to make out from afar, but each one of those fields was around half of the size of one in a Pokemon gym. And continued to impress him. He glanced around all of them and found a couple already had Pokemon battles going on. He was sure trainers would pack the area soon. Let's have a battle here, Ash, Steven suggested as he walked towards the far end of the battlefield nearest to them. Ash smirked at him. He'd been waiting for this. Yeah, he took his position at the trainer's box near him. And we'll use our very first Pokemon to battle. Of course, Steven grinned. Pulling out a Pokeball, it was an unusual mix of gold and silver colors, from inside his coat. Let's enjoy ourselves. Ash unclipped a Pokeball from his belt and pointed it forwards. Yes, Kaiser, you're up. Both trainers let out their Pokemon from their balls, a Metagross materializing on Steven's side while Kaiser shrieked his arrival. The two Pokemon roared at one another. Piercing glares unmoving from their foes. The silver-colored Metagross towered over Kaiser's size several times, but the dragon type didn't show a slither of weakness. He snarled, fierce eyes unwilling to bend even against a foe that oozed strength. Your Beldum evolved, Ash mused at the sight of the massive steel-type Pokemon. Even from afar, Ash felt the power emanating from Metagross. Its claws glimmered with a faint hue of purple that vanished soon, but that was unmistakably a tiny speck of its unimaginable psychic abilities. It regarded Kaiser with an empty, cold stare, then cast its eyes on Ash. He felt his body freeze for the briefest of moments when Metagross had looked at him. That sent a shiver down his spine. The steel and psychic-type species were known for their especially sharp intellect and powers of deduction that far surpassed human levels. Ash had seen Steven's Beldum when the guy had called him nearly 2 years back. The reason for the call had been to show Ash the Pokemon he'd received from his father, a different colored Beldum. Ash would be lying if he said that he wasn't jealous that Steven had gotten a Pokemon before he'd even started his journey. He'd told Ash he'd encountered it in one of the caves he'd gone to with some employees of the Devon Corporation. It had caught his interest, but he wasn't a Pokemon trainer at the time, so he had to rely on others to help him catch it. It had escaped the first time, but after he'd told his father about it, the businessman had sent some high-level trainers to capture the Iron Ball Pokemon for his only son. It's not been long since it evolved into Metagross, Steven said proudly, as he flicked a tuft of his hair. His features seemed to gleam when he looked at his Metagross as if an old man gazed upon the most precious prize in his lifelong collection. I'm surprised to see that your first Pokemon was a Dratini. I thought you were going for a Charmander. Yeah, but some things happened and I ended up with this guy. Ash grinned as he remembered the events that led to him getting Kaiser. The slew of emotions that he'd experienced that day, from disappointment to exhilaration, still chilled his spine. And now, I wouldn't have it any other way. It wasn't easy to raise Pokemon like Beldum. Some species of Pokemon were naturally stronger than most others, and raising them well proved a task that few could endure. Kaiser, being a Dratini, was the same way. These Pokemon were rarer to find and demanding to raise. They were a rarity even among more experienced trainers. That applied even more for their fully evolved form. Steven must have gone through a lot of harsh training to get his first Pokemon to evolve into a Metagross. The two Pokemon, a different colored Metagross and a Dratini drew hushed whispers and stares from the nearby crowd. Barely a minute had passed, yet a crowd of boisterous spectators had gathered around the battlefield. That's a Metagross from the Hoenn region, isn't it? One boy in the crowd chirped. Wait, its color is different. Another yelped in surprise. My Pokédex shows its color is blue. Amazing. A girl in the crowd chimed, awed at the Pokemon on display. That guy has a Dratini. A slightly older boy, probably in his late teens, exclaimed, pointing his finger at Kaiser. Both of them have such rare Pokemon. Ash shook his head at the ruckus. A large crowd had already gathered around him, blocking his view from all angles. And more people seemed to be joining in. He shrugged at the reception. That wasn't surprising considering there was a Dratini and a Metagross. An unusually colored one at that, on show. Ash brought his attention back to the battlefield. Should we begin? Receiving a nod from Steven, he glanced at Brock. Do you mind acting as the referee, Brock? Brock smiled. Sure, I'll do that. He walked in the middle of the field which had a box drawn on the ground for a referee. 1-on-1. When Steven and Ash both affirmed, he raised his hands and shouted. Begin. Kaiser, start with Dragon Breath. Ash commanded, taking the lead. He'd noticed that Kaiser had been unusually excited for this battle. Ever since he'd sent him out. The dragon hadn't stopped hissing and growling at his massive opponent, undeterred by the humongous size difference. Iron Defense, Steven ordered, sliding his hands in his pockets. As Kaiser charged his Dragon Breath, Metagross's silver body glowed for a couple of moments as it roared and straightened its metallic legs. The Dragon Breath pelted Metagross on the face dead on, however. The iron-legged Pokémon barely gave more than a light shriek, waving it off as if it had been a splash of water. Its defense is amazing. Ash narrowed his eyes as he tried to study every visible move Metagross made. The iron defense had improved its defense power, but not being affected by Kaiser's Dragon Breath. That wasn't something he'd seen any Pokémon he'd faced so far do. Try Aqua Jet. Meteor Mash, Steven said calmly. Pointing his hand forward. His every move seemed measured. A whirl of water surrounded Kaiser as he flung himself at Metagross at great speeds. Metagross' right hand also glowed a shade of golden. But before it could do anything else, Kaiser had already tackled it with his Aqua Jet. Metagross yelped, but it continued its Meteor Mash toward Kaiser, who remained within immediate striking distance. Quickly use Dragon Breath on Metagross to move back. Ash yelled, and Kaiser proved just about fast enough to fire the greenish draconic energy at his foe, the force of which sent him flying backwards. The Meteor Mash didn't strike him, but it was only a narrow dodge. If Kaiser had been a moment too late, the glowing fist would have crushed him under its sheer force. Kaiser is pretty fast, Steven complimented with a smile. I'm impressed at how well Metagross can take Kaiser's attacks, Ash chimed back. It's easily the strongest Pokémon I've battled so far. That's a big compliment coming from you, Steven chuckled before his eyes gleamed. But you'll see Metagross can be quite fast too. Bullet Punch. Dodge it with Aqua Jet. Ash cried out instantly after he'd heard Steven. Metagross whizzed past the battlefield as one of its legs glowed again. Kaiser had surrounded himself in a thin veil of water, but the strike from Metagross was far too quick for him to do anything about. He wailed in pain as the force of the attack slammed him to the ground, tumbling a few feet before its trainer. Ash grimaced at that. That bullet punch wasn't just fast, it was extremely strong too. In one blow, it had done more damage to Kaiser than he'd done on Metagross the entire battle. This also made him realize that he needed to teach Kaiser something to counter steel types. Dragon-type attacks weren't very effective against steel-type Pokémon, and even though Aqua Jet wasn't a terrible choice, it was a move focused on speed rather than power. In a battle Insta-Pokémon as mighty as Steven's Metagross, that wouldn't be enough. Kaiser's moveset needed work. Shock Wave. Ash ordered without wasting another moment. He had to take the offensive if he was to stand a chance. Flash Cannon. Came Steven's counter. Kaiser shrieked and unleashed a wave of electricity in the direction of Metagross, who charged a ball of silverish energy in its mouth. It did. In an attempt to get out of the way of the shock wave, instead taking the hit and shooting the silver beam of energy at Kaiser. The Dratini slid out of the way of the flash cannon and roared, but that roar was cut short because another flash cannon was scurrying his way, and there was nothing he could do to evade it this time. Ash gritted his teeth as he saw Kaiser crashing backwards again. His starter tried his best to get back up, but he didn't seem to have enough power to do so. Ash sighed. Kaiser may have been strong, but he wasn't strong enough to take on Steven's Metagross. Not yet. He pointed his Pokeball forward and Kaiser got covered in a flash of light, but his eyes widened when Kaiser remained on the field, despite the red light from the Pokeball surrounding him. He'd rejected being recalled. Kaiser. Ash mumbled with clenched fists. Pride filled him at the sight of his starter's determination to win. Kaiser suddenly became engulfed in a terrifying blue energy that crackled like electricity before steadying slightly around Kaiser's body. He could only watch in awe as Kaiser snarled and then charged at his foe, his body still covered with the draconic energy. As that dragon rush, Steven watched with widened eyes as Kaiser crashed into his Metagross. The cry that came out of Metagross was the loudest thus far in the battle. It had even been pushed back a few yards by the force of the attack. He smiled. Metagross, Bull. Just as Steven was about to give another order, he realized something. Ash sighed, his eyes closing for a brief moment. You gave it your all, Kaiser. Dratini is unable to battle. Metagross is the winner. Brock exclaimed after he observed Kaiser lying in front of Metagross without showing any signs of movement. A smile crossed Ash's feature. As he recalled Kaiser back into his Pokeball. He could only be proud of the way Kaiser had fought. His willpower to defeat Metagross was so strong that he'd learned a powerful new attack in order to do that. He looked at Steven, who petted his Metagross head across the battlefield. Did your Dratini just learn that Dragon Rush? Steven asked, recalling his starter and walking towards Ash. Yeah, Ash replied in a low voice. An unusual burst of satisfaction energized him. I didn't think he would be able to battle after he took that flash cannon. Steven smiled as he put a comforting hand on Ash's shoulder. That was great, Ash. I can't wait for us to battle again once Kaiser is stronger. Neither can I, Ash replied back merrily. That was quite interesting. The familiar voice made Ash and Steven turn around. Ash's lips parted at first, then he smirked when he saw his first rival walking towards them. I was wondering where you were. And I was wondering what you were doing in the SS. And after you said that you wouldn't be here, Gary snorted, folding his hands as he came to a stop in front of them. And I find that your starter was a Dratini and not Charmander. Ash scratched his head, slightly sheepishly. He hadn't intended to hide that fact from Gary, however, he thought that Gary might complain and ask for Ash to use Kaiser in their last fight. That's right. It's nice to see you again, Gary. Steven interjected with a bright smile as Gary turned to face him. You too, Steven, Gary grinned and he high-fived Steven's hand. Your Metagross is something else. But I expected as much from you. He leaned forward and smirked, his eyes contained an eager twinkle. Are you ready for a battle with me? Yeah, I want to see how strong your Pokémon are, too, Steven responded. His eyes locking Gary's into a fierce yet respectful gaze. Ash could relate to the feeling. It hadn't been that long since he fought Gary, but it was long enough for him to have gotten a few new tricks up his sleeve. I'll see you guys in a bit. I've got to take Kaiser to the Pokémon Center, Ash said, slightly disappointed that he'd missed some of their match, but the health of his Pokémon took priority. He turned around once he'd received nods from Gary and Steven. Ash began to walk away from the arena, but a firm hand on his shoulder halted him. He turned to find it was Brock. Ash, I can take Kaiser and get him healed up. You can stay here. Ash's lips parted, not speaking for a moment. That'd be great. Thanks, Brock. He was about to refuse, not wanting to cause Brock any trouble. But his desire to watch the battle between his two rivals swayed his mind. He handed Kaiser's Pokeball over to Brock, who smiled at him and disappeared into the crowd of people who still hadn't left. Ash turned his attention towards his rivals. Gary's gaze fixated on Steven, who'd taken his position opposite him. The quiet face-off between two of his rivals had Ash's adrenaline rush. Considering how strong Steven was, having already been a trainer for longer than Gary and himself, Ash didn't have much doubt that Steven would win again. Yet, Ash looked forward to seeing the new tricks Gary had come up with in the last month and a half. Here we go, stud. Gary tossed his Pokeball lightly and his Wartortle materialized in front of him. Steven tapped his own Pokeball and his Metagross took the field. Stud's roars against an indomitable wall like Metagross, who appeared just as nonchalant as it was when it faced Kaiser, were met with nothing but an icy cold stare from Metagross. Stud, use Water Pulse. Gary ordered. He appeared somewhat uneasy underneath the exterior of composure. In his heart, Gary probably knew the way this match would turn out. Meteor Mash. Steven's vow. Ice was calm as if this was just another battle for him. Ash hadn't noticed it in the heat of his own battle with the Stone Fanatic. Water ebbed and flowed from Stud's mouth until it took the shape of a pulsating ball and he shot it towards his foe while Metagross slipped through the field with its right hand glowing gold. As the water pulse came closer, Metagross crushed it with a mere punch, making it burst into a flurry of water. And continued to charge forward until it hammered its fists into Stud, a few golden stars pouring out when the Steel-type attack connected. The turtle Pokémon gave out a cry as he used the support of his hands to keep himself standing. Gary smirked. I expected that to happen. Now bite it. Stud rose back up again and scurried towards Metagross, who wasn't too far away from it. It dug its fangs, which glowed black, into the steel type, earning a cry from Metagross. Ash observed the battle carefully. Stud's bite could deal serious damage to a psychic type, and it would've, had Metagross not had such great defensive abilities. Either way, the type effectiveness worked in Gary's favor this time. Ash noted that he needed to focus on having some of his Mon learn attacks that would give them coverage against Pokémon. For Kaiser, an ensemble of fire-type attacks would prove helpful. Metagross, use Zen Headbutt. Steven commanded. Withdraw. Gary countered hastily. Metagross jerked its head down and bolted forward, its eyes glowing blue while violet energy leaked from the top of its head. Stud retreated into his shell, a faint blue hue pulsing around him. Ash cringed, closing his eyes tight for the poor Pokémon. Despite Stud's defense, Metagross collided head-on, and the impact sent him flying backwards next to Gary. Gary's fists clenched at the sight of his Wartortle shakily steadying himself as he came out of his shell. Hydro Pump. Give it your all. Let's finish it with a quick bullet punch, shall we, Metagross? Steven said, his lips twitching ever so slightly. Stud retreated back into his shell but this time spun around and strong streams of water came out of each of the openings. Metagross had already reached its target though. As it struck Stud's body with its glowing fist, not caring about the sum of the hydro pump hitting him. Steven's Pokémon roared once it saw that its opponent just laid on the ground, knocked out. Ash wryly smiled at the outcome. Gary sighed before a smile crept up to his face. You gave it your all, Stud, he whispered as he recalled his fainted starter. I'll say that you've raised it really well, Gary. Steven commented as he walked forwards. It's just been a few months since you guys started out, right? Yeah, Gary said. I didn't expect any less of your starter. It's already a powerhouse. He suddenly jerked his head to his left and his lips curled up into a wicked smirk. It's your turn now, Ashy boy. I'll make up for this loss with a win over you. You will. Ash raised an eyebrow, walking towards Gary and Steven. What if I don't allow it? I'll force you. Gary leaned towards Ash, his glare viciously challenging. You're gonna battle me right now. 2-0-2, unlike last time. I can't wait to see you lose, Gary. But, Ash grinned back before glancing at the Pokeball in Gary's hand. You'll need to get Stud healed up first. I won't need Stud to beat you. Gary retorted. You don't have your starter right now, so I don't need to use mine. If you're that eager, Ash sighed, running his fingers through his Pokeball belt and thought about his choice. Then I won't refuse. Well, now, Steven beamed. I'm looking forward to this. Meanwhile, there was an announcement that got the attention of everyone. The SS. Anne is now departing. Our destination is Sevi Islands. We hope you enjoy your journey. Ash walked to the end of the battlefield where Steven stood while Gary returned to where he'd had his last battle. Without hesitation, Ash grabbed a Pokeball and pointed it forward. Tia, I choose you. Quote. Ash had planned on letting Tia get some more exposure to real Pokemon battles while he was on the SS. And, what better way to do that than to fight against his childhood rival? The Ralts materialized and cooed at her release. A Ralts, huh? Gary smirked, his face brimmed with his usual haughty confidence, as he removed a Pokeball from his pocket. Interesting. He pointed the Pokeball forward and out of it came a small red and cream-colored dog, a muffled woof to signal its arrival. Its husky tail bobbed up and down and its sharp eyes locked on Tia, keenly awaiting a battle. So, you've caught a Growlithe, Ash muttered. They were said to be extremely loyal Pokemon and gave their all in battles. And they were made to battle and protect their partners. Growlithe not only had great maneuvers, but their evolved form, Arcanine, were considered extremely strong Pokemon, even in the wild. They could learn a variety of moves and, hence, could counter different situations. Tia, use Confusion, Ash commanded after running through various battle scenarios in his mind like a game of chess. Flame Wheel, ordered Gary. Tia put her hands forwards. Her eyes glowing blue as she tried to take control over Growlithe's mind. The fire type grunted, closing its eyes, but shook off the attack and surrounded itself with fire, curling up inside of the flames. Use Double Team now, Ash shouted. As Growlithe's body became a sea of flames that rolled toward her, Tia made duplicates of herself. Growlithe struck one of them, but passed right through the illusion, which disappeared on impact. However, it didn't give up then as it rolled towards another copy. Concentrate and use flamethrower. Gary's eyes narrowed and Ash was sure he was trying to find the best approach to win the battle. Behind his arrogant demeanor, the oak was as sharp in tactics as they came. Growlithe had managed to fight off Tia's confusion without too much difficulty, and the double-team illusions wouldn't last long. Fairy-type moves weren't very effective against fire-types, so Tia was at a disadvantage since the only attacking move that she knew that wasn't fairy-type was confusion. Use disarming voice, Ash ordered, absent-mindedly scratching his chin. The illusions had disappeared when Growlithe opened its maw and let loose a flurry of flames at Tia. The Ralts C. Alled forth every bit of strength she had and cried, waves in the form of faint pinkish hearts colliding with the incoming flamethrower. Ash pursed his lips as he saw the disarming voice being overpowered by the flamethrower. Dodge it. Tia tried to slip out of the way of the attack, but Growlithe only had to redirect it a bit to the left where she jumped. And although she had been quick to try and evade it, Tia couldn't completely get out of the way as the flames stung deep into her fragile body. Damn, Ash cursed under his breath. Growlithe had been trained well, and he shouldn't have expected any less from Gary. Ash saw his rival smirk at the outcome of the bout, which he made sure to return with as much vigor. Disadvantage or not, he couldn't allow himself to lose to Gary a second time. I know you can do it, Tia. He cheered his little psychic type, who looked back at her trainer and cooed with a determined look on her face. Disarming voice again. Flame wheel. Gary ordered, his voice coarse. Tia jerked her head back and released her shriek of pink energy while Growlithe tucked its feet in and made a wheel of flames around itself. As it headed towards its foe, it was STR. UCK by the heart, which packed draining fairy energy, which made it whimper, but its attack didn't stop. Tia tried to jump out of the way of the incoming blow, but she wasn't fast enough. She shrieked as the flames from Growlithe's moves engulfed her. It seems you've been slacking off without teaching your Pokémon anything, Ash, Gary commented as he folded his arms and sneered at his rival. Ash did. T respond to the obvious taunt thrown at him. But he'd thought of a plan that could neutralize the battle. Tia had already taken too much damage, as evidenced by the injuries on her body. If there as one thing that Ash thought was Tia's weakness, it was her endurance. Her body was still frail, and it wasn't her fault. Ralts, as Pokémon, weren't the most durable until they evolved. So, he'd only get one chance to turn the tide of this battle. Bite. Gary's fists clenched briefly. He'd probably thought that Growlithe would have had the better of Tia by now. Brace yourself and let it come to you, Tia. Ash narrowed his eyes at Growlithe charging at Tia with bared fangs. As Growlithe was inches away from Tia, Ash shouted, "Now, hypnosis." Growlithe successfully dug its claws into Tia's arm, earning a cry from the emotion Pokémon. Tia, though, appeared focused as her eyes glowed and she gazed right into Growlithe's eyes. The pup yelped, its hold on Tia's arm getting weaker as it fell on the ground. Gary gritted his teeth. "You tricky bastard," he mumbled as he saw his Growlithe fall asleep. "Wake up, Growlithe." Ash pumped his fist slightly. He'd been training with Tia trying to make full use of hypnosis. It was a move that required direct eye contact with the opponent for a few seconds. The success rate of using hypnosis in a battle was very low, making it an unpopular move for trainers. But Ash figured that at times like these, it might prove to be Tia's ace in the hole. She'd done well to hang on until then, even after taking hits from Growlithe's fire-type moves. "We've gotta end it while it's asleep, Tia," Ash informed her in a serious tone. Draining kiss. Tia purred and kissed her hand before sending a pink-colored heart at Growlithe at close range. It grunted in pain while the drained energy revitalized Tia's body. Gary's cries for Growlithe to wake up seemed to fall on deaf ears as Tia sent a second flying kiss at Growlithe. "Growlithe," Gary yelled worriedly. "Get up and use bite." This was enough to make Growlithe break its slumber. Its eyes were sharp as it barked and closed the short distance between itself and Tia. It drove its fangs inside Tia's white skin and this time it didn't let go. Neither did it look at Tia's eyes. "Get back and use draining kiss," Ash commanded. His heart thumped in his chest. "That's it, Growlithe. Bite again," Gary cheered. "And then finish it with flame wheel." Tia jumped a few steps back, wincing as blood oozed from the fresh bite marks and trickled to the ground. Growlithe barked and dashed forward, its fangs dangerously closing in on Tia. Just as Tia released her draining kiss, Growlithe bit her again before being struck by the fairy-type attack. "Hang in there, Tia," Ash said softly, but he grimaced at sight of his Ralts wailing at the pain. Even though the draining kiss hit Growlithe, Tia's wobbling and wailing matched the move's strength, passing through the pup as if it had been patted. Growlithe. His eyes flared with a burning ember as flames licked around his fur. The fire-type attack bustled with energy and cackled like a whip, but Tia fell to the ground before the move could be released, unconscious. With pursed lips, Ash recalled Tia. "That was great, Tia," he sighed. "We'll just have to work even harder on your moves." He couldn't help but smile as he readied his next Pokeball. On the other side of the field, Gary petted his Growlithe, who panted and barely stood its ground with bruised legs. "You were great as always," Gary beamed at his Pokémon. Tia had given it a hard time and almost won. Had Growlithe woken up a few moments later, Tia's close-range draining kiss would have sealed its fate. "It's too bad that you can't use Stud," Ash said confidently as he released his second Pokémon. "Ignis would have loved to get his revenge, but he'll make do by beating whichever Pokémon you have for now." "So, it's evolved," Gary smirked. Ash felt a hint of enthusiasm in Gary's words, but only for a moment. "Too bad for you that you've set such unrealistic goals for your Charmeleon." "We'll see about that, won't we?" Ash scoffed. "Ignis, get in close and use Slash. Wait for it to come to you and then bite," Gary said to his Pokémon. While training in the week remaining before the departure of the SS. Ignis had learned Slash. It was an enhanced version of Scratch, which Ignis already knew. So he didn't need to practice much to use it properly. Ignis and Growlithe charged at one another. Ignis' claw glowed silver while Growlithe opened its mouth wide. As the two neared each other, the Charmeleon brought down his claws and slammed them on Growlithe's face. Before it could even complete its own move, Ignis roared and slashed with his other hand as well. The force of the impact sent Growlithe soaring backwards through the field. Gary gritted his teeth at the outcome. "Charmeleon's a lot stronger than last time," he muttered, but was loud enough for Ash to catch the words, recalling his fainted Growlithe. Ash grinned. "Way to go, Ignis." Even though Growlithe was already on its last legs after its battle with Tia, the efficient way in which Ignis finished the battle made him extremely happy. After evolution, the flame Pokémon seemed to have developed an instinct that would make his foes fear him. "Let's see how you handle this." Gary's grin returned as he drew a Pokeball from his pocket. The Pokémon he'd chosen was a round-shaped, rocky body with 2 arms. Going for the type advantage with a Graveler, Ash smiled. "Ignis, biggest weakness apart from weight. Our types were rock and ground type Pokémon. It doesn't matter. Ignis, try Metal Claw." "Close it off," Gary called. "Use Rollout." Ignis had dashed towards Graveler, showing its superior speed, but as he was about to slam his shining claws into Graveler, the rock type curled itself into a ball and began rolling. Ignis bolted to his left to avoid the close-range attack. "That might be a problem to get through," Ash scowled. "Don't let it near you while it's rolling for now. Get back and use Dragon Rage." As Graveler's rolling body turned around and rushed towards Ignis yet again, the Charmeleon formed an orb of draconic energy and fired a thick stream towards Graveler. The energy wrapped around Graveler tightly, but fizzled out like a short in seconds. Ignis narrowly leapt out of the way again. But Ash noticed Graveler getting faster. Regardless, this was also a chance to keep on wearing down Graveler's defenses. "Dragon Rage again," Ash ordered. "Keep going, Graveler," Gary said, stamping his foot forward as he encouraged his rock type. A repeat of their previous clash happened with Ignis hitting Graveler with his draconic stream. Though, this time, when Ignis tried to slide away from the incoming rock, Graveler took a sharp turn and struck it in the gut. Ignis let out grunts of pain as the attack flung him backwards, skidding the ground, trying desperately to regain traction. Gary pumped his fists. Again. Graveler. Ash waited for a moment to give out his next command. Rollout wouldn't last much longer, so should he try to get another hit on Graveler at the risk of Ignis being unable to evade it? Or should he just take the safer option? Finally, he ordered, "Wait for it, and dodge at the last moment." Graveler rolled back again towards Ignis, who didn't try to attack this time. He stared daggers into the rolling Pokémon, watching it inch closer, and just as it was inches away from him, Ignis jumped to his left swiftly. Graveler finally halted its movements and stood again. The two Pokémon glared and roared at one another. Now magnitude, Gary ordered. There was no chance to evade it. Take it on, Ignis. Ash bit his lip. He wasn't fond of letting his Pokémon take direct hits on purpose. Then close in and use Metal Claw. Graveler jumped and then landed back on the ground again, sending shockwaves throughout the field. Some debris whirled up from the GR. And even went into the eyes of the people watching, who turned to shield their faces. Ignis let out a low grunt as he braced himself, and when he was ready, dashed forward with his claws shining silver. Rock throw when it's close. Graveler. Gary shouted. Keep using Metal Claw to fight it off for as long as you can, Ash said. As Ignis slashed Graveler with his steel-like claws, it wailed "Bu." T formed rocks around its body and aimed them towards its foe. Ignis, meanwhile, kept hacking it with his claws relentlessly, even slashing the incoming rocks. Even as the stones that he couldn't thrash ripped his skin, he didn't let up his assault. That's the way, Ignis, Ash pumped his fist ardently. Keep it, and then finish it with Dragon Rage. Quickly, get into rollout. Gary's face paled as he shouted. It seemed he hadn't expected Ignis to take on Rock Throw without so much as flinching. Ignis slid his claws into Graveler once more before he jumped a few steps backwards and charged Draconic Energy in his maw. Just as the Graveler was about to curl into itself, the Dragon Rage struck it and it went down with a wail. Ash smiled when he saw that Graveler didn't move. You were great, Ignis. He walked forward and petted Ignis on the head, who roared in acknowledgement after a hard stare at Gary. Gary recalled his Graveler and walked towards Ash. Damn it, catch him, he jeered. You somehow won this time. Ash lightly tapped Ignis with his Pokeball and turned to look at Gary. What did I tell you? He smirked. Gary shrugged at that before smiling. Don't get too cocky. We're still even. Not for long, Ash said tauntingly. You'll be lagging behind after our next battle. That's the Ash and Gary I know, Steven commented from beside them. You two just keep going at each other, don't you? Ash scratched the back of his head and smiled. That's how it is. Gary needs someone to keep him in check, Ash laughed after he said that. This was all the banter that he loved having with Gary. They'd had this plenty of times already, and he didn't mind if it continued to be that way. He had to admit that Gary was annoying at times with his jibes, but Ash knew that it was all in good humor. At least, that's how he saw it. How about you keep yourself in check? Gary snickered. Anyway, let's get our Pokemon healed up before we do anything else. Yeah, Ash nodded at the suggestion. He didn't enjoy keeping his Pokemon injured for long. He glanced around to check if Brock was back and saw him walking towards them. Hey, Brock, he called. Thanks for taking Kaiser to the Pokemon Center. Brock stopped in front of Ash and smiled. Don't mention it. Here's Kaiser's Pokeball. He's all healed up. Ash took the Pokeball from Brock and attached it to his belt. Me and Gary just had a battle, so we're going back to the Pokemon Center. Brock's face perked up. I don't mind visiting the Pokemon Center again and again. Ash half laughed at that, raising an eyebrow. That's interesting. But since you want to become a Pokemon doctor, I can somewhat understand that. He'd stopped short of revealing his true thoughts at the matter. He hadn't forgotten Brock awkwardly staring at Nurse Joy when they'd first entered Vermilion City. And based on those assumptions, he could make a guess why Brock loved visiting the Pokemon Center too often. All four of them went to the Pokemon Center on the left of the hall and let the Pokemon that had battled get checked up and healed. There were 2 counters in the Pokemon Center, each minded by a Nurse Joy. Since he'd seen the Sam.E. doors on the right side of the hall too, Ash figured that there might be 3 more of the same there. The SS. Anne was amazing indeed. Later that day, the group spent most of their afternoon on a tour of the main hall of the ship. They checked out the various shops, some sold TMs and others had various Pokemon guidebooks which covered topics such as gym battles, Pokemon contests and even Pokemon performances. Not to mention the several shops selling various items Pokemon could use, including evolution stones. Certain things interested Ash, but he didn't have too much use for them for now. He thought about buying the TM for Flamethrower but decided against it, because he thought that Ignis was on the verge of learning it anyway. It was an attack that came naturally to a fire type, so He'd be working on strengthening Ember and turning it into Flamethrower soon enough. Then, he could even teach Kaiser the Fire-type move, something that he needed to enhance his move pool. Once evening came, the crowds in the main hall dwindled to only a few in sight. Ash yawned, drowsiness tugging lightly at his eyelids. The explosive battles around him turned to meager chit-chats with an occasional good night. Ash and Brock shared a room, but Gary and Steven both had rooms in different sections of the ship, so the group parted after having dinner. Their room was fairly spacious with 2 beds. Not dissimilar to the ones they had shared in the Pokémon Center. Although, these beds seemed a lot more luxurious and comfortable. As Ash sat on his bed and opened his backpack, he saw a glint bleeding out from inside of it. It was the feather that he'd found in one of his nights in Viridian Forest, not long after he'd started his journey. It had shown the same hue of rainbow colors that night too, he recalled. That was the reason he'd picked it up after it had fallen from the night sky. It seemed special, hence why he hadn't shown it to anybody yet. He'd decided to ask Professor Oak about it, but he'd forgotten until now. The glow on the feather became fainter and fainter. Ash tucked it back inside his bag, deciding to research more about it later. His eyelids drooped and slowly became heavier. The bedroom becoming a chromatic blur. 5 more days to go before they reached the Sevi Islands. He let his loose body fall on the soft mattress, letting out a low moan as the fluffy sheets cushioned his fall. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep not long after. The next morning, Ash and Brock met up with Gary and Steven again. They observed a few battles in the main hall after having breakfast. And had a few battles themselves with the other trainers on board. Ash got a few matches in for everyone, but made sure that Tia and Trooper had more opportunities since they had limited experience in battle. It had been good practice for his Pokémon, and even though he'd lost a couple of battles along the way, against older and more experienced Pokémon trainers, they helped him and his Pokémon grow. All of those things had proved fruitful. Ash now stood with Trooper against a trainer's Quilava. The guy said he was from the neighboring Johto region and had begun his journey not too long ago. Trooper landed a few direct hits on his foe and had him on the ropes, although Quilava's speed had troubled him. "Get in close and use cross chop," Ash said calmly. "Flamethrower around you," Ash's opponent yelled out quickly. Trooper crossed his fists and dashed, evading the flames that Quilava spat his way. He yelped in pain when another flurry of flamethrower singed him, some of the cream fur on his body turning black. But he fought through it and charged as its glowing fist slammed into Quilava's head, the fire type letting out a final cry before its body stooped to the ground and ceased any movement. The trainer sighed as he recalled his Quilava. "You did well." Ash meanwhile smiled at Trooper, who'd walked back to his trainer and jumped around in joy. Ash bent down and petted the Mankey. "Great job, Trooper. He'd shown incredible growth as a battler." Ash recalled Trooper and walked towards his opponent. "That was a good match," he said as he offered a handshake. "Your Mankey is pretty good." The trainer complimented him as they shook hands. As Ash walked towards Brock, who was standing on the side of the battlefield, he noticed someone walk towards him. "Hi." The boy greeted them. He wore a jacket over his green shirt. Ash noted that he was probably around his age. "Hello," Ash greeted back. "My name's Richie," the boy said with a warm smile. "I'm Ash Ketchum," Ash introduced himself. "It's nice to meet you." "It's nice to meet you, too," Richie exclaimed exuberantly. "I've seen a few of your battles from today and yesterday. Do you mind battling with me too?" Ash grinned at the question. "I'm all for it. I doubt anyone would deny a Pokémon battle here." "That's great," Richie yelped excitedly. He got his Pokeball ready as soon as Ash had accepted his challenge. "Is a one-on-one battle fine with you?" "Sure, that works," Ash agreed. The two stood on opposite sides of the field a few moments later. "Go, Sparky," Richie called as he raised his Pokeball, and out of it came a Pikachu. It had a few spiky hairs that stuck up from the rest of its fur. Ash thought about his choice for a moment before selecting a Pokeball from his belt. He let out Ava, who chirped her arrival, spreading her wings and taking flight a few feet above the ground. Ash wanted to check out how her recent training would benefit against an electric-type Pokémon. It was, after all, partly aimed towards countering that weakness of hers. Richie's eyes widened at Ash's choice. "A Pidgeotto?" he questioned blankly. "You knew I was using Sparky and still went with a flying type." "Don't underestimate Ava just because she's at a type disadvantage," Ash warned with a smirk. "You might be surprised." "No way am I underestimating it," Richie said sincerely. "Sparky, let's test it out with Thunderbolt. Use quick attack to dodge," Ash commanded, "and then use aerial ace." As bolts of yellow electricity surged towards her from Richie's Pikachu's cheeks, Ava flew higher up, speeding up her movements with quick attack. She avoided all of the shocks that flew her way and ascended even more. She then dove with all the momentum behind her, silver streaks enveloping some of her body. As she neared the Pikachu, it ran back, narrowly jumping out of the way before Ava hit her mark the next time. "Thunderbolt right now," Richie called out hastily. On command, Pikachu let loose another bolt of electricity from its cheeks that zoomed in on Ava. The bird Pokémon's wings glowed silver as she dug one of them into the ground. Even as the thunderbolt struck her, she shook it off, effectively halving the damage. That was what Ash had been training with her for over the past month now. She'd perfected Steel Wing recently after tons of training, and this was one of the reasons Ash wanted her to learn it. The move not only countered her weakness to Rock-type Pokémon, but could also be used in situations like these if she could ground her wings while using it. It reduced the damage from Electric-type moves significantly because of the physics involved. Richie's mouth twitched. "Why does it look like Thunderbolt didn't do much to Pidgeotto?" he mouthed in surprise. "Did that Steel Wing reduce the damage?" "Yeah," Ash said. "Steel Wing when grounded can take out a lot of the damage from Electric-type moves, but it's got its limits. The Pokémon has to be quick enough to get the timing exactly right. If they're not, it'd be better to just try to avoid the attack." Richie grinned. "That's something I'll have to try out, then. Sparky, let's use quick attack." "Use your quick attack too, Ava," Ash said just as he saw Sparky dash in a zigzag pattern on all fours. Then aerial ace. Ava's tail sparked a small air current as she moved into her fastest attack, meeting with the incoming Pikachu. The collision of the two quick attacks pushed both Pokémon backwards. Ava recovered quickly and soared towards the ceiling. "Thunderbolt before it hits you," Richie shouted worriedly. Ash didn't call for a move, simply watching Ava gain speed as she dove towards Sparky. It was too late to change tactics at this point. The Pikachu cried out and shot electricity at the incoming Ava. The speed of the attack was such that she couldn't move out of the way in time, whimpering when the bolt jolted across her feathers. But she pushed through and crashed into Sparky with all the power she had. Both Pokémon laid on the ground, Ava on top of Pikachu. A few seconds passed and Ava shakily stood up with a chirp, her eyes fixated on Sparky beneath her. The rodent, though, showed no signs of getting up. "That's enough, Ava," Ash called, in response to which his flying type flew back and landed in front of him. He stroked her soft feathers, earning himself a loving chirp. He was careful not to touch the injured parts of her body. Those thunderbolts from Pikachu had given her a hard time. "You've gotten really good at Steel Wing." Once she'd given him another merry coo after acknowledging his words. He tapped her softly with her Pokeball. Richie rushed towards his fallen Pikachu and took the small rodent in his arms, muttering to the unconscious Pokémon. Recalling it into its Pokeball. He stood up to see Ash walking towards him. "Your Pidgeotto's something," he complimented with a smile as he accepted Ash's handshake. "My Sparky's pretty strong, but your Pidgeotto beat him even at a disadvantage." "Thanks," Ash said. He made an awkward face at the praise. Type advantages aren't always the be-all and end-all in battles. The right matchups are more important, he scratched his head. "Well, that's what I think anyway. But Ava's worked very hard to fight against her weaknesses. So that's why you used Ava against my Pikachu." Richie cocked his head. "Did you think it was a good matchup for you?" "Not exactly," Ash said and wrinkled his nose in thought. Richie eyed him questioningly at the response. "I did think that Ava's speed would be a good counter for Pikachu's natural speed. But if I'm being completely honest, I just wanted Ava to fight at a type disadvantage. Fighting against the odds gets you ready to counter such situations when you've got no other choice, know what I mean?" "Yeah," Richie agreed. "I'm with you on that. Fighting against weakness so that it's no longer a weakness." He trailed off in thought, his gaze fluttering away before returning to Ash. "That battle taught me a lot." "Thanks, Ash." Ash chuckled. Richie seemed like a genuine guy. "Yeah, it was fun. Let's battle again sometime." "Sure," Richie said and turned around. "Anyway, I've got some friends to meet up with. I only came here to ask you for a battle after I saw some of yours. Catch you later. Ash waved back at Richie, who began running after sending a wave his way. Later that day, Ash met back up with the others and caught up with them. Gary had gone around battling like a madman. Steven had shown more restraint, only battling trainers he found interesting while also taking his time to explore the ship. In fact, he'd had Brock accompany him most of that day. Ash could imagine the two getting along well. He wasn't sure if Brock was into the same things as Steven. But him being a rock-type gym leader, even if it was out of responsibility rather than will, must have made him knowledgeable in those topics. And from what he gathered from Serge's words about Brock's father, Brock having a fair bit of understanding in the subject wouldn't be shocking. The group decided to check out the battling arena, the special battle room, after a delicious lunch. Gary whistled as he entered. Now that's something. Ash understood the reason for Gary's excitement when he laid eyes on the stadium. The ground was massive, divided into two battlefields with plenty of space in between. There were referees wearing uniforms standing between both battlefields. Ash noted they must be the trained referees he'd heard about. Glancing around the enormous bleachers, he deduced that they could house hundreds of spectators easily, if not thousands. It was half full, and the deafening cheers reverberated through his ears. The abrupt change dropped his jaw low as he continued onward. The sounds blared louder with each step. He mused over the impressive soundproofing housing the commotion from inside. That's quite a sight, Steven remarked, entering the arena after Ash. No wonder it's called a heaven for trainers. What were we doing not coming here for so long? Ash laughed, shaking his head. He followed Gary, who'd already walked down towards a somewhat empty section of the bleachers. As Ash took a seat next to Gary, he noticed his rival remove his Pokédex. He followed Gary's gaze to find a Pokémon which at first seemed like Pikachu, but he realized soon enough that it wasn't. The Pokémon was a lot chubbier for one, but then, it also had different colored fur on both sides. Its right side was brown while its left side had a shade of black. Ash narrowed his eyes, storming his brain in search of the name of that Pokémon. He's seen pictures of that species before, but never in person. What is that called? Ash grumbled, eyes squinting as he couldn't recall its name. That's a Morpeko, Brock said, taking a seat next to Steven, who'd sat down next to Ash. From the Galar region. Right after that, Gary's Pokédex spoke. Morpeko, the two-sided Pokémon. As it eats the seeds stored up in its pocket-like pouches, this Pokémon is not just satisfying its constant hunger. It's also generating electricity. This Pokémon can change its form depending on the mood it's in. Those Pokémon are pretty common in Galar, Brock added. But I've heard they're not found much in these parts of the world. Something to do with their habitat, if I remember correctly. Ash said as he recalled some of what he'd learned in his younger days, observing the battle that the Morpeko was in. Its trainer was a young girl with black hair dressed a pink dress under a black jacket. The Morpeko surrounded itself in blue electricity and charged towards its foe, a Nidorina. The poison type's horn shone, but before it could complete the move, its body crackled with electricity when the Morpeko rushed into it. Spark, Gary mumbled at the attack that won Morpeko the match. It packs quite the punch, that little guy, Steven smiled, impressed at the attack displayed by the Galarian Pokémon. That Nidorina didn't look like it had taken many attacks before that one. Yeah, Ash muttered. That's her 6th win in a row. A boy exclaimed from behind Ash. She's just been having one battle after another and hasn't lost once. That's pretty impressive, Steven said, looking back at the field after he glanced at the boy who'd said that. She might have other Pokémon from that region. That's it, Gary yelled as he stood up and walked towards the stairs. I'm gonna go beat her. Someone's looking forward to getting beaten to the ground, Ash laughed. Gary wandered off before he made the comment. He snorted at the realization that he wasn't half as good as Gary at getting under people's skin. Not that he aspired to be, but with Gary, things were fun. It's been a while since I've seen him so excited, Steven said with a snicker. Let's see what happens. Steven stood up from his seat and headed after Gary. Ash and Brock followed suit. They descended the stairs and saw Gary stride to where the girl stood. A closer look at the girl's hairstyle made Ash cock an eyebrow. Her black hair was tied back in twin tails with the tufts on the back of her head. Ash had to admit that her hairstyle was pretty unique. I hear you're pretty strong, Gary smirked at her. Arrogance practically bleated from his tone, but the girl didn't even blink at it. Let's see if you can handle my Pokemon. Quote, I'm sorry, but I've had enough battles for now. The girl glanced at Gary for barely a second with a blank expression before she turned around. Please excuse me. Gary's eyebrows twitched. He stood there, dumbfounded as he watched the back of the girl disappear into one of the entrances to the stadium hall, his mouth still agape. Looks like you got shot down, Gary. Ash couldn't help but chuckle at his rival being rejected for a Pokemon battle. Better luck next time. Steven and Brock didn't say anything, but even they couldn't stop a few silenced snickers. That bitch. Gary's jaw clenched. He turned around and began to leave, slamming his feet on the ground at every step. All of his earlier excitement had turned into rage after that little turn of events. Come on now, Gary. Steven said as he followed and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. From what we heard from that guy, she'd been battling for a while, so it's only natural she'd be a bit tired after that. Gary stopped walking but didn't glance back. Did you see her attitude? Don't be so salty, Gary, Ash sneered. You might have done that to someone as well, but you never noticed it. It's not her fault. Besides, you can battle her again. We've got a lot of time left, so I'm sure she'll be here again. Brock didn't intervene, standing stoically beside Ash. But you know, Gary. Ash's lips curled into a teasing smirk. It's rare to see you get so worked up over something. It's usually you who's the one acting all high and mighty. Gary had been like that for as long as he remembered. Proud, carefree, and somewhat arrogant. Of course, by now, Ash could see through most of his attempts at taunting others. It used to get on his skin, but he'd been on the receiving end of it for so long as a kid that he simply ignored them now. Gary didn't do that as much as he used to, but people don't change completely. The guy would do anything for a bit of fun. Not that Ash particularly minded that now. It actually made him feel refreshed. Gary looked at Ash, blinked, and then sighed. You're right for once, Ketchum. He seemed to ignore the high and mighty part. The young oak ran a hand through his hair, wiggling it messily. I just wanted to battle that Morpeko of hers. And, you're not used to being rejected like that. Ash waggled his eyebrows. Whatever. Gary waved him off. I'm getting hungry. Let's go have something to eat. The group had gone to the dining hall and feasted on the delicacies on offer. Like the 2 days prior, the hall was filled to the core. People coming in just as quickly as others left. But, given the sheer size of the room, it was hardly a problem to fit them. Chatters filled the air as young people, mostly trainers from what Ash could make of them, talked to one another. Some conversations interested Ash as he strolled by, taking any piece of food that interested him. The variety that was on offer had made Ash overwhelmed on what to eat. But that had been the case for the 2 days he'd been there prior. After having had his fill, Ash had gone to the room that allowed the trainers to let out their Pokemon to eat. Brock, Saint, Ven and Gary still hadn't finished eating, so he went on ahead without them. He'd battled a fair bit in the morning, more so than either Gary or Steven, so he figured that he should fill their tummies as soon as possible. The dining hall had strict restrictions that no Pokemon should be released and one could get in trouble if they didn't follow the rules in place. Ash had let out all 6 of his Pokemon and given them the food he'd bought on the ship. Unlike food for people, Pokemon food wasn't included in the ticket, although there was no restriction on taking food from the dining hall and feeding it to their Pokemon. Ash could see some trainers doing exactly that, and their Pokemon seemed to enjoy it. He made a mental note to let his Pokemon have their share of the exquisite cuisine. Usually, he only fed his Pokemon food that was nutritious to them, even if he took care to buy stuff that tasted good. He didn't want his Pokemon to eat because they had to, he wanted them to enjoy the activity, just as much as he did. Ash hadn't decided on what to do for the rest of the day. Battles. Maybe later in the evening, but he'd had enough for now. And even though he got his Pokemon healed up after most of his battles, he didn't want to overexert them. Not that they'd complained about battling. From what he could make of it, they seemed to savor every moment they spent there, some more than others of course. Tia looked happier when he talked to her than when battling, but she seemed to enjoy it nonetheless. Ash now sat with the rest of the group in the main hall. There was going tea. Obi a Pokemon performance after lunch and he was looking forward to it. He'd watched a few Pokemon performances every now and then on TV, but they weren't something he cared for. He had to admit, though, that watching people in Pokemon put on a show that showcased their beauty was something that intrigued him. Not as much as Pokemon battles, but it was fun from time to time. "It's about to begin," Ash muttered into Gary's ears, getting his attention away from the door he'd been staring at. Was he waiting for someone? He hadn't known Gary had any friends on board apart from them. The woman on stage, who wore a stunning red dress that stopped at her heels, bowed before the audience. She tossed up 2 Pokeballs which snapped open in a glitter of gold and red lights which faded after a few more seconds. A Vulpix did a flip and landed on the stage, cooing her arrival and earning a round of cheers from the spectators. A Togetic spread its wings and cried out before a few golden stars shot out from underneath those tiny, spluttering wings. The stars collided with one another at the top of the 2 Pokemon, the glow enveloping them. "That's actually pretty cool, I have to say," Gary chortled, leaning back into his seat. Ash hummed, "More so because we don't see these things too often," he said as the woman spun around. Her Vulpix streamed a fire spin attack around her which didn't touch a single hair on her body. Togetic growled gleefully as a flutter of her tiny wings caused a rainbow-colored gust to surround the stage. It met with the spinning flames and spread them out as tiny embers quivered in all directions. A thunderous thud shook the entire hall violently. The performer fell on her knees, tumbling on the stage from the shockwave. What just happened? Ash noticed a few employees of the SS.N running around from hall to hall, phones in their hands as some of them talked into their walkie-talkies. The screen in the middle of the hall had an emergency display asking everyone to not panic, but also not to move around until they uncovered the source. Gunshot sounds erupted, echoing in Ash's ear repeatedly. Stiff as a board, unsettling anxiety pushed at his neck as he tried to glance around the room. Another loud bang thumped, closer. Ash honed in on the sound as sweat beaded along his forehead. He walked towards the nearby banister, where smoky trails wisped from downstairs. The culprit, adorned in a white shirt, shamelessly brandished the silver barrel of the gun high. He slowly unbuttoned the top, revealing a massive R on its center. "Team Rocket," Ash exclaimed, his nostrils flaring. "Again." Quote, "We are Team Rocket," the man announced loudly. "If you don't want to end up in a mess, don't move a muscle, and don't try anything stupid. We have the entire ship under our control." In a few more seconds, more people wearing Team Rocket uniforms gathered around the hall, most of them men though a few were women. The panic caused a few people to scream, "B!" Another gunshot from a different Team Rocket member, this one on the back side of the hall, made those murmurs turn to silence. "How did they take over so quickly?" Steven muttered, his gaze fixed on the first Team Rocket member who'd revealed himself. "We only just heard that blast." "What was that?" "I don't think it was a blast," Brock grumbled in response. "It sounded more like someone had messed with the ship's engine or something." Quote, "Now," the member who was descending from the stairs in the front began, his voice resounding within the silence. A few more Team Rocket members appeared behind him and made their way down the stairs. "I'll give all of you a chance. Surrender all of your Pokemon and you'll be spared." Guns weren't a threat to most Pokemon. There was a reason that firearms and bombs weren't used in conflicts very often. There was no point in spending so much money and resources on these weapons when battling with Pokemon was far more efficient. And these weapons could barely do anything to stronger Pokemon. The more powerful Pokemon could easily cause much more destruction with their attacks than most weapons could, short of nuclear ones, and they could do it repeatedly. That made these weapons against Pokemon redundant, almost useless. The bodies of Pokemon were much sturdier than humans, and their recovery rate was almost astounding. That was the reason that Pokemon could be wounded badly but recover to their prior states so quickly. If a human sustained such injuries, they would most likely be in bed for months, if not years. However, that didn't mean all Pokemon were immune to these things. The ones with weaker physical constitution, and younger Pokemon, still faced a threat. Even the more powerful beasts couldn't turn a blind eye to chemical weapons like hydrogen or nuclear bombs. But such scenarios were impractical because of the difficulty involved in producing even a single one of those. And it didn't serve any purpose, even for terrorist organizations like Team Rocket. Damn it. Gary cursed, gritting his teeth. These guys. Ash's blood boiled hotter than lava. Just as Ash was about to reach for his Pokeball belt to let his Pokémon fight, he felt an arm holding him. Don't Ash, Brock mumbled, sharply looking at Ash. Fighting like this will cause more chaos, which will only help Team Rocket get what they want. Ash gritted his teeth. But those guys, he recalled how hopeless he'd felt when he was up against Allison and her monstrous Venusaur. That was the time he'd decided that he'd put an end to Team Rocket. Could he simp? Lee looked the other way while they threatened to steal Pokémon from trainers. No, he couldn't. He's right, Ash, Steven said, stepping closer to him. His voice didn't seem as calm as it usually sounded. The security in the SS. Ann is tight and they've got several high-class police officers inside. We just have to remain calm and wait until they act. Ash loosened his hand on the Pokeball and STA. Read at the Team Rocket member who'd just spoken. Brock and Steven were right. It was better to leave this to the people who specialized in situations such as these. For now, at least. The Team Rocket members' declaration had caused another uproar in the crowd, this time even more severe than the one about a minute back when Team Rocket made their appearance. Trainers from around the hall screeched at the Team Rocket members. Some even called out their Pokémon. Team Rocket members silenced a few of them, releasing their own Pokémon while the remaining retaliated. It had become a frenzy as fights broke out. Most between Pokémon but some even amongst Team Rocket and civilians. Another gunshot reverberated throughout the hall, but heads turned towards a ghastly scene of blood spurting from a young trainer. He screamed in agony, falling to his knees as more blood gushed from his left arm. You son of a bitch. A man hollered as he released a Poliwhirl from his Pokeball. Several others followed suit. Those filthy bastards. Ash could barely keep calm at that point. His previous encounter with Team Rocket had left him seething at them as it is, but now another attempt at terrorism. No, this wasn't an attempt. This was terrorism. He'd had it with them. He unclipped all of his Pokeball's Barkabutos, and out came his Pokemon with battle cries. Their expressions changed as soon as they realized the situation around them. They hissed dangerously, taking fighting stances and gathering around their trainer. This time, neither Brock nor Steven stopped him. Steven called out his Metagross and Armaldo. The latter being the first time Ash saw that Steven owned one. Brock called his Geodude while Gary released his Wartortle, Growlithe and Scyther. Around the hall, several other trainers did the same. This had turned out to be an all-out fight that messily shook the massive room as several battles ensued at the same time. Stones pelted, flames whizzed and leaves and winds darted across the hall. Snarls and shrieks rang from Pokémon and people alike as clouds of poison misted the hall from the fusion of the violent moves in the fight that engulfed the enormous room. Onslaughts of attacks resonated through the room. But even the loudest screams paled to a whisper, their cries silenced in the mayhem. Neither the Team Rocket members nor the passengers were spared in the gruesome clash. The rampaging Pokémon from either side blasted doors and electronic devices. The walls, which glittered a gorgeous white not so long ago, stained ruby red. The men who'd entered from the front also sent out their Pokémon. Since Ash had a seat very close to the front of the hall, he faced the grunts who'd begun the hijacking. The group released several Houndoom, a few Raticate and Golbat and some Weezing, amongst other Pokémon. Attack Team Rocket! Ash yelled, pointing his hand towards the guy in the middle, who had a few people around him. Ava, use Aerial Ace. Trooper, Cross Chop. The rest of you, attack from a distance. Ignis and Kaiser, use Dragon Rage. Tia, use Disarming Voice. He stamped his foot on the floor. Don't hold anything back. Brock, Steven and Gary all ordered their Pokémon to attack as well. It was a frenzied mess of attacks from both sides as even more trainers joined in. They couldn't do much, even if the Pokémon of the Team Rocket members were strong. Metagross ceaselessly shot flash cannons. The sheer force of its attacks knocking out some of the Pokémon in a single blow. The rock types sent hordes of stones towards their foes while Gary's Wartortle Stud launched his water-type moves to complement them. Dragon Rage and Disarming Voice almost fused together, the contrasting type attacks striking the confused Pokémon of Team Rocket, who could only manage so many attacks at a time before their bodies gave in. Ava ascended, whizzing out of the way of a flamethrower that headed her way. Her eyes honed on the Houndoom that had just launched th. At flurry of flames as she zoomed in on it, streaks of silver energy swiveling around her body. A water pulse from Stud struck the dark Pokémon while it eyed the bird-like prey, and she crashed her body into the Houndoom, sending it groaning a few feet back. Trooper hissed as a Golbat struck its wings on him, but he recovered quickly and swatted it with his fists before it could get away. A few meters away from him, Brock's Geodude fired rocks from its body and caught another one of Team Rocket's Golbat unawares, which slammed on the ground unconscious. On the basis of sheer numbers, Team Rocket was immensely overwhelmed. And that showed everywhere in the hall as more and more of Team Rocket's Pokémon fell. The grunts were being tied up by some of the older trainers, and security personnel surrounded the hall now. Even if most of the trainers were fairly young, Team Rocket's Pokémon couldn't take the sheer multitude of attacks for too long. The man who had so confidently asserted his authority not more than a few minutes ago now appeared to be scurrying for his life. He sweated, hyperventilating as he stumbled his way back where he'd come from, but he had several people in tow. A stray attack from a Pokémon disarmed him, leaving him defenseless after his Pokémon fainted one by one. Ava, wing attack on him. Don't let him get away, Ash commanded, his voice barely a croak. His body trembled and eyes twitched. He had no hesitation to attack people like Team Rocket now. He would order his Pokémon to do so without a second thought. Ava chirped, hesitantly glancing at her train. For a moment, but his facial expression made her throw away any qualms she had about carrying out her orders. In a moment, she'd honed in on the Team Rocket grunt, gashing at his legs which made a shish of blood splatter the floor and brought him to his knees, screaming and wailing. Several more of the security guards made their way inside, a few Officer Jennies also hurried inside behind the guards. A slightly older Jenny entered from where the grunt was trying to escape. Behind her was a massive canine who jumped forward and bared its fangs at the Team Rocket grunt thrashing about on the ground. Everyone stop, the Jenny with a slightly wrinkled face shouted at the top of her lungs. Her voice was domineering, not too dissimilar to how Allison, the Team Rocket commander Ash had encountered near Cerulean City, sounded. Yet, it was different from hers. It didn't contain the cynical intentions that the Team Rocket commander's voice possessed. It was almost comforting. Ash found himself awed at her Arcanine. One roar from its vicious maw had the Team Rocket member unconscious. Its magnificent form stood proudly next to its trainer, its piercing gaze firmly scanning the hall from one corner to another. It was a veteran of these situations, its majestic presence proof enough. I ask that you please stay where you are until we're able to secure all the members of Team Rocket and their Pokémon. Officer Jenny's voice reverberated through the humongous room, ceasing the uproar of the crowd in mere moments. The officers that had arrived with her encircled the room, a few with their Pokémon, mostly Growlithe, Machoke, or Kadabra, in tow. They took charge of any Team Rocket members or Pokémon in the vicinity, mopping them up. Nurses and doctors also strode in from the Pokémon Center, swiftly tending to wounded Pokémon and trainers alike. The young man who'd been shot was carried on a stretcher by two men after they'd administered first aid, however, he remained conscious. Ash sighed. That had been hectic. The battle had barely been a few minutes, but it felt like all of it had gone on for much longer. As he glanced around the room and watched Team Rocket being mopped up by the police in cooperation with SS and security, his mind wandered off. Why had Team Rocket done all of this? What was their reason for trying to take over the SS? And why would they try such a half-baked attempt at stealing Pokémon? Ash mused. It doesn't make sense. What do you think was their motive? That voice brought Ash back to reality as he turned to his left. No matter how you look at it, this is not how Team Rocket usually operates. The man who'd just appeared next to Ash had black hair and wore a long, brown coat. Ash thought dressed like a detective or an undercover police officer seen in movies. Ash's lips parted as he was about to speak, but Steven beat him to it. So you mean to say this was a distraction? Steven said, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the man. I'm afraid so, the man replied. They planned this well. These people were mere grunts, sacrificed for one of their grand plans. There was a hint of anger in his tone, his fists clenching once he'd finished. But isn't this too obvious? Ash questioned, turning towards the man. He couldn't imagine such a plan being fruitful. It serves no purpose. That's not exactly the case, the man said. At first glance, It might look like it's meaningless, but by hijacking the ship, no matter how sloppily, they've threatened the lives of thousands of people. He sighed, shaking his head. Ash reflexively relaxed his fists. There's no way the police can just ignore this, even if it's merely a distraction. They'll have to take security measures, call for backup and make sure this ship gets back to Vermilion City safely. There's no compromising on that. That makes sense, Steven nodded, stroking his chin. He shook his head and let out a snort. There's no telling if there are more Team Rocket members on board. And they might have compromised something on the ship already. As terrifying as that is to think, there's a high possibility of that being the case. Brock added his thoughts to the mix. Ash noticed the unease on his features as the tanned trainer wiped a few drops of sweat from his face. Fuck Team Rocket. Gary sneered, his arms folded. He'd clearly seen better days. Ash rarely found him this aggravated. They've just got a mess with everything. There goes my trip to the Sevi Islands. Ash snickered when he heard Gary's words. Even through all of this mess, the guy was still thinking about the trip. Which should have been the least of their concerns at the moment. Though, Ash had to admit that this attitude was typical Gary. That made Ash feel a bit better. His rage had calmed slightly. Even if his blood still boiled at the thought of what had just transpired. It is what it is though, the older man groaned. It's not something you boys need to worry about. AWR. Y's smile crossed his features as he glanced at Gary and then at Ash. You're far too young to have your mind involved with Team Rocket. Leave it to us adults. That's what we're here for. Ash breathed in, glanced at the ceiling and smiled at the man. Maybe he was right. He needed to let it go, for now, at least. Thanks, Mr. Ash trailed off, wondering what the name of the man was. Noticing Ash's raised eyebrow, the man chuckled. My name is Looker, and I'm a member of the International Police. Ash blinked for a moment. Looker was an odd name, but he figured soon enough that it might have been a code name. And he thought better not to query about it. The man probably had his reasons. Mr. Looker, Ash repeated and smiled. The man offered him a hand which he gladly shook. I'm Ash Ketchum. It's always nice to find such brave young men, Looker said, still retaining the smile. He glanced towards Gary and offered him a handshake as well. Gary Oak, Gary said. Looker then moved to Steven and did the same. Steven Stone from Hoenn, introduced Steven, taking a step forward and meeting Looker's hand. Ah, Looker's lips twitched into an even bigger smile. Devon Corporation's Mr. Stone's son. Yes. Steven gave him a quizzical look. Do you perhaps know my father? I'm acquainted with him, Looker nodded but then turned to shake Brock's hand. And I'm Brock, Brock introduced himself with a warm smile. Looker nodded and then glanced at them all once again. As I said, don't concern yourself with this. The police are competent and they can handle it. You've got a while before Ryu can start dealing with these scoundrels. Ash couldn't quite figure out exactly what, but there seemed to be something trustworthy about Looker. The way he'd assured them just now made him believe his words. That Team Rocket would be taken care of sooner rather than later. Anyways, Looker turned around and gave them one last glance. I'll be needed elsewhere now that this has settled down. Good luck on your journey. Ash waved at Looker, who soon disappeared into the crowd and out of his view. The crowd had remained still after the police had appeared, and a quick glance told Ash that it wouldn't take too long for the mess to be cleared. Then he realized something. How did Looker know that they were all traveling? Yes, he could probably tell that they were trainers, but not all trainers traveled the entire region. Some preferred training at different places such as specialized gyms or training facilities, or trained locally to keep up with other responsibilities. Maybe Looker had overheard their previous conversation. But he hadn't been there for long. At least, Ash hadn't noticed him. He let the thoughts go, though. After everything else that had just happened, it wasn't worth thinking too much about. It had been 2 days since the chaotic appearance of Team Rocket had caused the SS and to cancel its route to the Sevi Islands and head back to Vermilion City. After the police took over, they mopped up all the Team Rocket grunts promptly, securing the ship and calling for backup. Over those 2 days, most of the services that the SS and offered were restricted. Passengers were only allowed to go into certain sections of the ship. Pokémon battling and training were one of the prohibited activities in that battlefields were all sealed. On the day of the incident, Once the Team Rocket members were dealt with and the injured Pokémon and passengers tended to, there was a full-scale security check. Police meticulously verified their IDs before they were permitted to head to their rooms. Between the security check and long walk to his room, Ash's eyes felt like a pair of weights tugged on them. He'd pondered the events of the day late into the night. The incident fueled short bursts of nightmares, which ate up his drowsiness, but even though fatigue ached through his body as he laid on his bed, the comfortable sheets made it seem like he was sleeping in a pile of feathers. Team Rocket had hijacked the SS. And, one of the biggest cruise liners in the world, and threatened the passengers and their Pokémon. Yet, in a matter of minutes, those same passengers snuffed out their attempt. The police swept up the remnants, but, even without them, would it have been too difficult to get rid of those grunts? They'd basically been all but defeated BEF. Or the police had accessed the main hall. Looker had confirmed Ash's suspicions that this was just a distraction, a ploy from Team Rocket in order to get everyone's attention focused on the SS. And while they made their move elsewhere. But where? And why? He agreed with Looker that even though this was an obvious diversion, it couldn't be ignored. Too many people's lives would be in danger if it had been. But the last 2 days on the ship were quiet. They hadn't heard any news of Team Rocket anywhere else. Ash sighed as their destination crawled within his sight. They had almost reached Vermilion City port with a few military ships in tow. He'd been looking forward to the Sevi Islands. He'd heard a lot about the different sites on the collection of islands located south of mainland Kanto. The SS. Anne's destination this time, before Team Rocket interrupted their voyage anyway, were Islands 1 and 2, the former being famous for Mt. Ember, a volcanic mountain which was said to be home to one of the 3 legendary birds of the region, Moltres. Ash had thought that, maybe, he'd get lucky and come across the blazing avian. But alas, that wasn't to be the case. Ash found himself on the port a couple of hours later with Brock, Gary and Steven around him. "We're back in Vermilion much earlier than I'd hoped," Ash groaned but let his face brighten. "Better to think about the exciting future than the past. I guess we can't do anything about that though. At least, everyone's safe." "Yeah," Steven sighed, then eased into a smile. "We can always take the SS. And again next year. Or earlier if they decide to reschedule it because of what's happened this time." Unlike his 2 friends, Gary's lips laid flat, tightly pursed. "I wasted so much time in Vermilion, just to catch this damn cruise and go to Sevi Islands." He'd been complaining about it every so often since Team Rocket's invasion. While Ash felt that Gary overdid it with his whining, he'd seen how important it had been to him. Enough for the brown-haired trainer to rush to Vermilion after they'd met in Cerulean City. He genuinely seemed to have been excited about the Sevi Islands. Ash tapped Gary's shoulders repeatedly to cheer him up. "You'll have another chance to go to the Sevi Islands. Once you've got a strong water or flying type that can carry you there, you won't even need a ship." That was a joke. Shish knew how far the Sevi Islands were from the mainland, and it would tire a Pokémon out if they were to go there by sea. Maybe a flying type could reach there sooner, but it'd have to be extremely IGH level and possess great vitality to reach the archipelago without any breaks. After all, there was almost no land in between Vermilion City and the Sevi Islands apart from a few small uninhabited islands scattered amongst the waves. "I can't wait," Gary scorned. Ash rolled his eyes at the glare that the oak shot his way. "Maybe I'll catch a Moltres somewhere else and have it take me to Mt. Ember." "A Moltres?" Ash sneered. "I didn't know they were as common as Spearow." He let out a snicker. In response, Gary lightly jabbed him in the stomach. "It wouldn't be a legendary Pokémon then, you idiot." Gary retorted back. Yeah, I know," Ash grumbled. Gary's mood hadn't improved, but he wouldn't be this shot for long. Ash turned to glance at Steven, who appeared to have been enjoying the banter, grinning as he was. "So, Steven, you gonna go back to Hoenn or stay in Kanto for a bit longer?" "I thought about it over the past couple of days," Steven said. "And I've decided to go home. I'll go to Meteor Falls for some training and maybe Mossdeep City as well," his eyes glinted. "And then to Evergrande City for the Evergrande Conference." Disappointment tore into Ash's heart at this admission. But he understood that it couldn't be helped. He nodded, then smiled. "That sounds like a good plan." Ash didn't know much about Meteor Falls, but he'd heard that it was a vicious mount. Ain region and housed a lot of rare Pokemon. He also remembered reading that an ancient tribe of dragon tamers lived there, although their numbers had significantly dwindled in recent years. I'll try to catch the conference if I can. I'll try not to disappoint then, Steven chuckled. Ash joined him in a light laugh as the two shared a fist bump. So, when are you leaving? Gary asked, interjecting between the duo's laughter. Right away. In 2 days, Steven answered. I've booked a flight from Vermilion City for then. Too bad. Gary gazed at the ground, sliding his foot back and forth on the cemented floor. Guess it'll be a while before we see you again. Seems so, Steven said, shooting a wry smile. But time flies traveling with your Pokemon. It's been over a year since I started my journey and it feels like it was just yesterday. I'll say, Ash affirmed. He found his mind drift to the adventures he'd had, the friends he'd made and the Pokemon he'd caught. He thought himself fortunate regarding these events. It's been like 4 months since I started out, and I can't believe it's been that long. I haven't even called Mom in over 3 months, and it feels like I just saw her a few days back. Gary's eyes widened as he took a step towards Ash. That reminds me that Grandpa and my mom told me to tell you to call your mom, he said. Ash winced but didn't speak, only nodding. They said she's been worried about you since you haven't called her in a while. Steven blinked for a brief moment, then scowled at Ash. You might be in for it if you haven't called her for a long time. I didn't call my mom for 2 weeks and she brought the house down on me for almost an hour. Ash buried his face in his left hand and scratched his eyebrows. He wanted to talk to his mom but didn't look forward to the nagging that would certainly come with it. I wish I hadn't been such an idiot. Ha! Gary snorted, leaning closer to Ash and smirking almost devilishly. Every moment of Ash's newfound pain sparked Gary's smile back to life. It's good that you admit to being one. Good luck, Steven joked. I hope you come out of it alive. Thanks, Steven. Ash rolled his eyes at Steven's chuckle. He seemed amused in a way that Ash wouldn't have expected him to be. Anyway, let's head to the Pokemon Center, Gary suggested as he turned around after glancing at the SS. Ash looked at the ship and shook his head, again remembering the turn of events. Just sitting inside doing nothing for 2 whole days fucking tired me out. Can't say it was a pleasant experience. Steven shrugged as he followed Gary and glanced back at Ash and Brock, motioning for them to come along. Ash smiled from ear to ear as he stood in front of the video telephone in the Pokemon Center. He sighed repeatedly while the phone rang, running a hand through his messy, black hair and putting his hat back on. His smile turned genuine the moment the phone stopped ringing and the face of his mom, Delia Ketchum, appeared on the screen. She blinked for a moment, taking in the sight of him, her brown eyes flickering from his face to his chest as if she were trying to confirm that it actually was him. Hey Mom, Ash said after seconds of silence. How are? His mother cut off further words with a hush of his name. Her nostrils flared and her hands vigorously settled on her hips. His face stiffened as he uncomfortably shifted his gaze from his mom to the floor and back to her again. It was great seeing his mother after so long, but he didn't look forward to the ultimatum. Look here, young man. Her voice made him shudder and he forced himself to smile. He flinched when he met her stern gaze, though. If you're going to stay out there without calling me or informing me of your status, you can forget about being a Pokemon trainer. Chills ran down his spine. If he knew one thing about his mother, it was not to make her angry. She was the gentlest soul, but her wrath was equally petrifying. I'll tell Professor Oak right now to cancel your training license. You're too young and too immature. You don't know how the world works. He knew that was an empty threat, but shivered at the image of it coming to pass. I'm really sorry, Mom, he mumbled, gazing into her furious eyes. His apologetic expression was genuine. I know I've worried you a lot. I should have called you a more often and I know you told me that. He barely took a breath as he spoke. But Mom, everything's fine. I promise. I know I've made you worry. It's just that, his eyes squinted, his face holding a pained expression. It's just that I was so occupied with training and my journey that I couldn't. Ash's lips parted, but he stopped momentarily. He needed to choose his words carefully. I didn't get the chance to call you. It sounds like an excuse I know, and I also know that it's irresponsible of me. Delia held a blank face steadily, despite her son's outburst. Her features brightened a touch. The rage in her eyes melted into warmth as she covered her mouth. I'm glad to see you're doing okay, she spoke in a gentle, low voice. Ash shut his eyes at the reaction, cursing himself for his stupidity. I've really missed you, Ash. Kate told me how Gary's been calling them often and I asked her if he was with you. She told me that he hadn't seen you for a while. Mrs. Green said that Leaf calls her every few days. I know Leaf and you were together in Pewter City but she hadn't seen you for months now. I felt so afraid. Ash's fists tightened, but he forced them to stay below the wide lens. I'm sorry to make you worry. Mom. The thought of Gary calling home so often made him snicker. The guy wasn't irresponsible, but he certainly was a lot more of a rebel than Ash. Ash wouldn't even call himself a rebel. He thought he was a well-behaved boy who'd been too engrossed in his Pokemon journey to call home. Gary's been really calling Aunt Kate a lot. Delia, however, cut his laugh short with a glare. His joke didn't amuse her in the slightest. He stuttered for a second before speaking again. I'm doing great so you don't have to worry. I've made a lot of friends and I've got my Pokemon with me. I already have 6 Pokemon and they're all awesome. Delia's lips curled up in a loving smile. Seeing that made Ash miss her even more. I'm sure they're happy to have a friend like you. You're taking good care of yourself, right, Ash? Ash sensed a hint of worry and tried his best to wave her off. Yeah, Mom. I've been eating well, I've got a friend who's a great cook, and he's been traveling with me for a while. He chuckled at the thought of Brock meeting his mom. They'd get along well. Extremely so. I think you'll love him if you meet him sometime. Oh, Delia's smile grew wider by the second. All the rage that she'd displayed earlier vanishing as if it was never there. She clasped her hands in front of the screen. I'd love to meet more of your friends. I also met up with Steven. Ash found his lips curling up. Delia raised her eyebrows. He's in Kanto. Yeah, Ash confirmed and watched as Delia smiled. We've been together in Vermilion City and, he was about to mention that they were on the and together, but held himself back just in time. He didn't want her to lose sleep over the an incident, and he knew she'd worry if he told her about it. The incident was already on the news, as he'd just seen on the Pokemon Center TV, so she'd probably already heard about it. The Anne was a world-famous cruise after all, and a hijacking on it would be breaking news. Bursting up on all channels. Delia may have noticed the hesitation on Ash's face. She leaned closer to the screen, her eyes narrowing, and we've fought with our very own Pokemon, Ash said dryly. He wasn't lying, but certainly hiding the truth. He wasn't sure how good he was at it though. Steven's gotten really strong. He's already got a Metagross. Ash sighed intern. Ally as Delia relaxed her shoulders and stood back straight, apparently trusting his words. That sounds wonderful, she chimed merrily. I hope he's doing well, too. Ash nodded. I talked to Leaf the other day when she called Mrs. Green and she was worried about you when I told her that I haven't heard from you in so long. I told you that they came to look for you at home after you left, didn't I? Yeah, I met them both, Ash beamed. In fact, Gary's here in Vermilion City with me. I haven't seen Leaf since I was in Pewter City though. He lowered his glance, relief caressing his heart when he learned that Leaf has been doing well. I'm glad to hear Leaf's doing great too. He almost whispered. She is a responsible girl, after all, Delia agreed cheerfully. Just then, Ash heard a jolly shriek. He grinned at the source of it. Hey there, Mimey. The Mr. Mime invaded Delia's space and happily cheered at Ash, waving his glove-like hands with glee. Ash chuckled at the familiar antics the psychic-type Pokemon he'd known since he was only a few years old. How are you doing? He asked, in response to which the psychic type swirled around after retreating backwards. Delia giggled and petted Mimey's head. The next time we meet, I'll introduce you to all the Pokemon friends I've made. I'm sure they'll love you. Ash earned another little swivel of Mimey's body before he waved again, and whirled away. He probably had something to do. After all, he took care of the house. Mimey was like a son to Delia, and Ash hoped that he'd keep her mind off of him so she wouldn't worry about him. Not as much, anyway. Ash, Delia began, tilting closer to the screen again, her eyes narrowing as she scowled at her son. I hope you've been keeping yourself clean, changing your underwear every day, and washing your clothes. Ash's jaw slacked, and his smile slumped to a frown. Mom, he almost shouted, grasping the sides of the screen with his shaky hands in a frantic attempt to hide his face, which flushed a tinge of red. "I've been doing all that, I've told you before. I take care of myself and I hate it when I'm not clean, don't you know that already?" "Yes, but I was just reminding you," Delia said plainly. Ash dug his face in his hands at the nonchalant tone in which she'd just said that. To him, this was extremely embarrassing. He thanked the gods that there wasn't anyone nearby. Partly because it was well past noon. "Yeah, Mom," Ash wore a resigned expression and sighed. "I take care of myself. I'm always wearing clean clothes and care for my hygiene. You don't have to worry about those things." He stressed the last part, hoping that she'd stop nagging him about it. He couldn't stop his head from shaking instinctively at the thought that Delia would mention these things to her 13-year-old son who was on his own Pokémon journey. "That's great," she cheered again, her hands clasping. Her joyous expression turned the teeniest bit sterner. "Have you been eating well? Healthy food?" "Yes, Mom." The reply was instant, even if not the truest. He'd eaten his fair share of burgers and sandwiches, the latter of which would qualify as healthy in Delia's dictionary. But if she had the vaguest clue of how much packed food he'd eaten over the course of the past few months, she would definitely tear him apart, even through the phone screen. "I've been travelin' with Brock for a while and his cooking is almost as good as yours," he remarked, a glint in his eye. "And he's an aspiring doctor, so his food's been as healthy as can be." Delia stared at him doubtfully. "That's good to hear." Her tone was hard. Ash gnawed on his lips at the realization that she'd seen through his lies, but let his mind relax when a smile curled up on her face again. "I don't think I'd have to tell you to take really good care of your Pokémon. You've always loved them, so I trust you on that, at least." Ash fought off a retort at her last words, opting to nod instead. He'd avenue himself from another hour of Delia's tedious lecture on the topic. "Now, let's see." Delia's hand settled on her chin as she obviously thought about more ways to question her rebellious son. She tapped her fingers on her chin as her gaze veered to the ceiling momentarily before returning to Ash. "Hopefully you've been making good friends." Ash slightly tilted his head at the question. "Good friends? I mean you haven't gotten yourself involved with any bad influences, have you?" Her words spared no venom. "Mom," Ash whined. His heart ached from the lack of trust. "At least trust me that much." "It's not a matter of trust." Delia flung a sharp glare at Ash. "So many young people end up in a mess after one wrong step." "Yeah, Mom, I know," Ash groaned. He'd imagined she would actually consider him mature. Now that he was a Pokémon trainer. He deemed himself as sensible enough to stay out of all the trouble that worried his mom, but he'd only be wasting his breath trying to convince her not to concern herself with those things. He somewhat understood her perspective though, so he couldn't blame her for that. "I'll try to introduce you to all the friends I've made when I come home." Delia perked up. "When are you coming home then?" A sigh escaped Ash. "Not until I've got all 8 badges that I need for the Indigo League conference, at least." It was a good while before Delia let Ash off the hook. She barraged him with endless questions, almost to the point where the fleeting thought of cutting off the call invaded Ash's mind. He suppressed the urge though. He deserved all of it. Through all the relentless chides, Ash relished the smiles and giggles she allowed. Ash found himself dearly missing her just a few minutes after he'd ended the call. He'd never missed home so much. Lunch with friends sent his misery packing, thankfully. A few jokes, laughs and some serious chat with Steven, Gary and Brock felt refreshing. "I'm really surprised nothing else has happened yet," Steven said as he glanced at the wide television screen. Ash frowned. "I wouldn't really complain if anything doesn't. Maybe we were just mistaken." He let a weary sigh escape. They'd been watching the news in the hall of the Pokémon Center for well over an hour now, grimly anticipating any word of Team Rocket's savage operations. Ash couldn't fight off the apprehensive feeling that ate away at his composure that someone was being hurt. That, even at that very moment, Team Rocket were carrying out their wicked exploits. "Neither would I." Steven leaned back on the couch. Ash wondered if his friend from Hoenn felt upset about going back to his native region as much as he did. "I don't even want to think about that gang of idiots," Gary groaned. He clearly wasn't over the incident on the SS. Which astounded Ash. He'd never seen Gary whine about something for so long. Usually, he'd just get over it and be his usual self before long. Maybe Ash didn't understand Gary as much as he thought he did. "You're right, Gary. There's no point in thinking about them," he said wryly, then let his eyes waver drearily towards the ceiling. He wanted to abstain himself from thinking about Team Rocket for now. They'd proven to be nothing but a distraction. His strength wasn't enough to challenge them. Not yet. And until then, it would be best to put them out of his mind. "We're better off concentrating on training our Pokémon. As Looker said, it's not our job to deal with them. Let's just hope that whoever's behind them is caught so their entire organization is finished for good." Steven nodded ardently when he saw Ash's lips curl into a vigorous smile. That's right. Ash could swear he noticed him faintly pump his fist. It was rare seeing Steven so worked up. "The Hoenn League is coming up and I can't be distracted by anything else." "Someone's excited," Ash chuckled. Steven scratched his head, his gaze lowering towards the floor with the palest shade of pink impeding his cheeks. Ash didn't think he'd ever see so many rare emotions from Steven of all people. He reckoned he'd enjoy teasing Steven from time to time, but he dismissed the urge to do it now. "I can't say I won't be excited for the Indigo League though, so I understand the feeling." "Gotta get 8 badges first," Gary sneered, his hands crossing behind his head as he reclined into the couch. Says the guy who has only 3 badges himself. Ash's riposte was instant. He smirked at the sight of Gary throwing a hushed snarl his way. Gary glowered at him and Ash returned his defiant glare. Their stalemate lasted almost half a minute. "Come on now, guys," Steven finally intervened, waving a hand between the two. "We're all going our different ways tomorrow. Let's enjoy our time together. Who knows when we'll meet again." Quote, "Who said I wasn't enjoying myself?" Gary's eyes gleamed as he grinned cheerfully at Steven. "I love watching Ashy boy acting like a kid." Ash remained silent as he rolled his eyes. But he couldn't deny all of Gary's words. He enjoyed all of this with Gary and he wouldn't have it any other way. Although, Ash's eyebrow tilted when he noticed Steven and even Brock, who'd almost made his presence as obscure as a ghastly until now, snicker at Gary's words. He rubbed his eyebrows before a displeased shake of his head. Those two better not take that nickname to heart. Anyway, Ash began as he tried to change the topic and looked at Steven. "I was going to talk to you about how we could keep in touch." He noticed the perked up faces of Steven and Gary and grinned. "Heard of the X-transceiver? It's got its own signal, so if it works across regions, we might be able to keep in touch. It's been pretty hyped up, that thing." Steven nodded and let his lips curl up slightly. "Says you can call people even if there's no signal, which is kinda insane. It'll be interesting to see how it goes after launch." Ash's grin widened uncontrollably as he dug into his pocket and revealed the predominantly black, watch-like device. He hadn't used it to its fullest yet, but he'd learned enough playing with its countless features. Yet, it contained things that he could barely make sense of. Gary gasped. "You've already got one." He leered at Ash, his eyebrows knitting closer. He clearly wasn't glad that Ash had got one before him. "How did you snag one of those? You'd have had your very own had someone not been all, I can't miss the SS. And," Ash mimicked Gary's quote mockingly. Noticing Gary's puzzled blinking, Ash added, "This is a prototype model of the X-transceiver which I got from Bill. The guy Professor Oak suggested we visit when we were in Cerulean." Ash briefly relished the widening of Gary's eyes at the revelation before he turned his attention to Steven. "Bill said it'll work just as well with the ones in the market after launch." Gary shrugged. "I won't say I regret that, even if I am interested in the X-transceiver. I'm not a very tech-savvy guy." Steven interjected as he removed a red phone-like device from his pocket. "But an engineer from my father's company told me that they were working on a deal to have the X-transceiver technology added into the Pokénov." "That looks like a different model from the one I last saw," Ash said, eyeing the Pokénov in Steven's hand. It was one of the Devon Corporation's most popular devices. Or at least, that's what he'd heard from Steven. "Yeah," Steven chimed, pressing a button to make the Pokénav's screen light up, a few icons appearing on it. Ash stepped closer and peered into the screen. He could discern a few common icons like one for a map, phone and chat, and the ones he'd fiddled with when he had his own. But most others were out of his frame of knowledge. "I had one of the older ones, but I forgot it at home," Gary said nonchalantly. That was more like the rival Ash knew. Not a care in the world. Not that I used it much, anyway. It's pretty useful in cities and towns since you can make calls with it. Steven smiled wryly, but didn't look too displeased. He shrugged, but to be honest, I don't think I'd miss it too much in the wild. Maps and Pokémon information are also available in Pokédexes. Ash couldn't help but chuckle at the indifferent tone in which Steven had dismissed the Pokénov as ineffective for Pokémon journeys. It was one of his father's company's flagship products, after all. You had the first generation one too, didn't you, Ash? Steven asked, an eyebrow raised. Ash scratched his head sheepishly. He stuttered momentarily but shook it off. It broke. Steven's eyes lit up as he burst into a chuckle. That's not something I'd expect from Ash Ketchum, who always looks after his things. Of course, that was only partly true. Ash W. Old die of shame if he revealed the reason it had happened. He had woken up one morning with the Pokénov lying on the floor of his bedroom in pieces, the metal coating warped from being tossed off high. Dresser in his sleep like it had been thumped against a rock as hard as diamond. Upon further inspection on it, he remembered that he'd used the thing the night before and fallen asleep with it. And there could have been only one reason that the Pokénov had ended up in that state. He'd probably been dreaming of becoming a Pokémon master and used the poor piece of metal as a substitute for his fantastical Pokéball that held his ferocious Charizard. He knew because that wasn't the only thing he'd smashed in this fashion. Ash shifted his weight on the couch nervously. It fell off of my desk and stopped working and I never got it repaired. I see, Steven mused doubtfully for a moment but let the topic slip by. So, as I was saying, if they do add that X-Transceiver feature to the Pokénov, then it's simple. If they don't, I'll just get an X-Transceiver. Ash smiled at his words. Spoken like a true rich boy, never thinking twice before dumping money into something that he might not even use much. But who was Ash to judge? Sounds good, Ash chirped. He tapped on his X-Transceiver, a string of digits akin to a phone number appearing on the display. This is the ID that you can contact me with. You can note it down for now. Steven nodded, brought his Pokénov over the X-Transceiver screen and tapped a button. The clicking noise indicated the picture capture. Done. Hey, Gary drummed, inadvertently nudging his shoulder roughly against Ash's as he pushed closer. Don't go sharing all of this stuff without me. You can note them down on a piece of paper for now, Gary, Ash suggested. Though his words lacked any intentional taunts. Gary didn't see it that way. Not them. Gary scoffed. He waggled his index finger left and right with a click of his tongue. I only want Stevens. Who's even gonna call you? Ash's lips twisted. That stung. Even if he was used to Gary's jibes sometimes, some things hurt. Okay then, he mumbled evenly in an attempt to conceal his feelings. Gary lightly nudged his shoulder against Ash's. Had he noticed Ash's dejection at his words? The oak glanced around airily, his lips parting a few times before he finally mouthed. Well, he said, pausing to look at Ash from the corner of his eye. Maybe, I'll get yours too so you don't feel left out. A devilish smirk suddenly spread across his face. Knowing you, you might feel disheartened about it. And you'd be miserable training your Pokémon. Can't have you be even less of a challenge to me than you already are. Ash blinked at the sea of words that should have made him furious from the venom. But he burst out laughing instead. What was that? He managed between a few chuckles and sniggers. That's the spirit. Gary boomed. Have as much fun as you can before I beat you again. You know that's never going to happen. Ash immediately shot back although he still grinned fiercely. You guys are a lot of fun. Brock shook his head with great amusement. He'd remained silent through most of their conversations. So Ash was delighted that he'd joined. He'd almost felt guilty about not being able to have Brock integrate with the group as much as he'd have liked. Well, Ash said, at least someone enjoyed that. Brock shrugged, then chuckled. I've been enjoying it for a while now. So have I, Steven chimed. Although, I would have a better time if I knew when you guys were joking and when you were serious. Do you really think I'd ever joke around with Ash? Gary laughed uncontrollably, jerking his head left and right. Gary seemed back to his old self and Ash couldn't be happier about it. The group separated after another few minutes of jokes and the occasional serious conversation but decided to meet again for dinner. Steven uncharacteristically suggested having a movie night before they eventually parted the next day, so that was their plan after dinner. Ash didn't take Steven as someone who'd be too into visual entertainment, but it was a good idea. Not that Ash was particularly excited about it. He wasn't a huge fan of the medium either. He watched a few movies and shows from time to time, but hardly found any to be more enthralling than watching Pokémon battles, even as a child. Ash sat opposite Brock in the room that they shared. Brock had told him he wanted to talk to him about something important. He'd appeared somewhat hesitant, which was unlike the former gym leader. For what little Ash knew about him, anyway. Ash, Brock began, keenly staring at Ash. I'd told you that I'd be traveling with you for a while. Ash hummed, but he felt a terrible unease eat away at his glee. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ash. Brock's head dipped, his chin almost touching his chest. I won't be able to travel with you right now. Ash's stomach sank, even though He'd concluded it would be something along those lines a few moments ago. There's a Pokémon Doctor's Workshop by Dr. Gianna Joy here in Vermilion that's starting soon. She's one of the best Pokémon doctors around. And I wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. It'll last for about a month and I don't want to slow you down. I'm extremely sorry. Ash let his mind wash off the disappointment, though wisps of it still lingered. No need to apologize, Brock. He forced a weak smile. His shoulders, which had reflexively drooped, hitched up again. This is important to you. We all have different goals. And we need to do our best to reach them. I'd feel guilty if you missed this chance because of me. He stood up and gently placed a comforting hand on Brock's shoulder. He remembered the older boy doing the same for him on multiple occasions. Don't feel upset just because of me. He watched Brock sigh before his lips curled slightly upwards. Thanks, Ash. No, thank you, Ash smiled, stressing the words of gratitude. You've been such a big help with everything. I can't say I won't miss you, though, especially your cooking. I'll make something for you that you can carry, Brock said as his smile turned jovial. Ash chinned up. That'd be great. He was genuinely excited about it, however, he felt a piercing thorn in his heart when he realized that he'd never done a thing for Brock. But, I feel bad that you do so much for me, and I haven't done a thing in return. Ash's gaze drifted downwards. Don't think of it that way, Brock assured him as he playfully ruffled a few strands of Ash's messy, raven hair. Ash shook his hand off with a snicker. Just the feeling is enough. Friends don't do things expecting anything in return. Friends. Yes, Brock had been a loyal friend to him. Even if their relationship had been brief until now. What started as a battle for the Boulder Badge had already become an irreplaceable bond. Maybe, one day, he'd be able to help Brock or do something for him. Ash gazed at Brock with warm, growing respect. All right, friend. Last night had gone by too soon. Ash stood outside the Pokémon Center as he adjusted his hat, and his friend's heartfelt stares nearly brimmed tears in his eyes. He sighed repeatedly, each longer and more weary than the last. It was time to part, and although a part of him remained enthusiastic about being on a journey again, he'd thoroughly enjoyed traveling. He got to spend a lot more time with his Pokémon while doing so, but he failed to shake off the feeling of sorrow that ached his heart. This is goodbye then, huh? Steven's stare was vacant as it turned from Ash to Gary to Brock and then focused back at Ash. I didn't think you'd be too upset about it, Gary spoke after moments of silence. His shaky smile twitched and twisted every second. Let's not get all emotional and act like girls. Ash found it difficult to conceal his lack of spirit, but his tone hid it well. He glanced at Brock and laughed. Brock might get the wrong impression about us. We don't want that happening now, do we? Steven's expression brightened, his voice finding its vigor. It was great meeting you, Brock. I think I learned a lot from you in the short time we spent together. Brock waved a hand. You think too much about it but glad to be of help. Steven's eyes twinkled with remarkable ardor. I'd love to meet your dad someday. Ash failed to contain a snicker. He should have figured Steven's enthusiasm would be about something regarding stones. If what little he'd heard about Brock's dad from Serge was true, Steven would come to adore the man. Certainly, Brock nodded. He'd be just as happy to meet someone as enthusiastic about it as you. He doesn't always come across people with as much passion as him too often. Ones who appreciate the magnificence of stones are rare. Steven momentarily shot a cold glare Ash's way, making his chest tighten. So it's always a pleasure to meet them, his expression turned warm again. He glanced at his watch and pursed his lips, but forced a smile right after. I've got to leave now. My car will be here soon. Yeah, Ash raised a fist. Best of luck in the Hoenn League. Steven bumped Ash's fist all too quickly. Thanks. I'll do my best. Of course, you will, Ash grinned. That made him feel a bit better. Steven and Gary did the same. I'll be stronger the next time we fight, so don't slack off. Gary sneered at the silver-haired trainer. Steven chuckled. I won't. And I can't wait to fight you again. Steven turned to Brock and offered him a handshake. See you later, Brock. Brock smiled evenly as he grasped Steven's hand. Yeah, see ya, and have a safe trip. Thanks. With that last word, Steven gazed at Ash and Gary keenly before turning around and walking, his suitcase trailing behind him. And a few moments later, he disappeared in the hustle and bustle of the busy streets of Vermilion. I guess I should be on my way too, Ash said as his smile quivered, his hands scratching his ears then settling in his pockets. He wasn't keen on saying goodbye. Yeah, me too, Gary nodded and tapped his foot on the ground, his stare firmly locked on the floor. Gary had called Professor Oak in the morning, and Ash had joined the call a while later. He was happy to talk to Professor Oak after a while. The researcher didn't spare him a scolding about the lack of contact with him as well as Delia, and the scene had amused Gary more than he'd have liked. Ash had apologized a lot in the last day or so, not something that he minded considering his own faults, but also not something that he wanted to make a habit of. Ash had thought about asking Professor Oak about the glowing feather, but held it back. Not that he didn't trust Gary regarding it, but he felt it'd be best to talk to Professor Oak about it privately, better yet in person. He couldn't be sure, but that thing seemed far too mysterious, far too important. The sporadic glowing that happened every so often, more so in recent weeks than before, had his stomach flutter with anxiety. There was no way to tell whether that was the feather having a mind of its own, or him feeling uneasy about the mystery surrounding the thing. The odd feeling that the feather had been trying to talk to him continued to grow. He couldn't make sense of whether it was beneficial or foul, but he didn't shake the feeling that the feather was alive. The professor had also told Gary to visit Bill, and he hadn't denied it this time. So, that was where he was headed. So, you're gonna go to Lavender Town, then head to Celadon? Gary asked aloofly, but Ash sensed the slightest hint of interest in his voice. Yeah, Ash affirmed, waving the fleeting thought of teasing Gary off. He'd been looking forward to a visit to the town, which was home to the largest resting place in the whole of Kanto. It'll probably take a while to get there though. It's pretty far away. After that, I'll probably take a train to Celadon from there. Gary hummed as he tightly clenched his bag's belt. See you guys later, then. Ash gnawed on his lip, struggling to find the words to say to his closest rival. But Gary had him covered. His head turned slightly as he looked at Ash over his shoulder. Take care, Ash. Ash felt a tingling in his stomach at those words. He grinned, unconsciously stepping forwards. You too, Gary, he exclaimed and watched Gary wave over his back before his figure became smaller and finally vanished. Ash sighed and shook his head at the thought of him actually missing Gary traversed his head. He turned to look at Brock. It's time I get going too, his shoulders slumped as his lips curled up. Take care of yourself on your journey. Brock smiled warmly. I'll try to catch up to you in Celadon, but can't be sure if that'll be possible. Don't worry about that, Brock, Ash assured him. Brock apparently still wasn't over the fact that he'd not been able to accompany Ash. You just concentrate on your medical training. I'm sure we'll be able to travel together again sooner or later. You're right, Brock said as he placed both his hands on Ash's shoulders. Goodbye, Ash. Goodbye, Brock, Ash mumbled. A tender handshake followed, and then, Ash strode. The thought of isolation stung after spending about a week with some of his closest friends, but he forced the thought away. Knowing he had his Pokémon with him, they'd never let him be alone, and his friendship with them was just as close, if not closer. Ash weighed his options. He needed to head to the northeast exit of the city, located farthest away from the Pokémon Center he was at. Walking through the city would take too long and be a waste of time he'd rather use for training, so he took a bus to the northeast exit before making his way onto Route 11. The week that followed went by in a blur from walking through small villages in the wilderness. Of course, training with his Pokémon was a given. And Ash took care to give them enough time to rest and enjoy themselves. He found himself overseeing his training Pokémon in a small clearing surrounded by trees, a perfect spot. He'd rested a day in a small town on his way. But apart from that, it had been a non-stop trek since he left Vermilion. The feelings of loneliness that had swamped him while leaving the port city had barely lasted a few hours. He'd loved having some of the crepes that Brock had baked for him, and Kaiser hadn't let himself be left out. Ash had shared them with all of his Pokémon. Needless to say, they had loved it. Spending some time with his Pokémon, he'd felt refreshed. Some trainer battles on the outskirts of Vermilion brought a rush of adrenaline with each victory. Flurries of scorching flames shot from Ignis, Ma. The sweltering heat of the move flaring the air into a heatwave and singeing the grass beneath it. Ash grinned at the sight of the darkened earth as the fire faded into the air, but before it had turned the few small vegetations around into ashes and undying, scattered embers. Ignis had perfected Flamethrower. As Ash had expected, the move was but an extension of Ember. Once Knees mustered more flames from within himself, Flamethrower became as natural as breathing for the fire type. Ash had still shown him some clips demonstrating the move which may have helped in the quick mastery. Ignis roared a victorious cry and pumped his bulging arms. His training for the last couple of days had been about consistently using Flamethrower without sacrificing power. And he'd been successful in doing so. Well done, Ignis, Ash cheered as he strode towards the Charmeleon. He gently petted Ignis, earning himself an affectionate shriek. The searing heat that Ash felt at first touch faded a moment later. Ignis might have become a bit more aloof after his evolution, but he hadn't lost his adoration for his trainer. We can start working on something else now. Just then, Ash heard an all too familiar roar. He turned at the source of it and found Kaiser spitting a stream of flames, hardly comparable in intensity or power to Ignis, towards a tree. Kaiser panted heavily, his chest thumping up and down as the flames vanished. The Dratini had made impressive progress in his own training of Flamethrower. He'd only been at it for a week and the results were spectacular, for Ash, at least. Kaiser didn't look too pleased. His tail slammed on the ground, puffing up dust and debris and etching a mark on the surface. Such was Kaiser's rage as he glared at Ignis. Ash almost shuddered at the intensity of it as Kaiser snarled again, but then looked away. Ignis glared furiously right back and sent a mocking growl at Kaiser. He basked in the petty victory of having a better handle on Flamethrower over Kaiser. Hey, you two, Ash bellowed, stepping between his two Pokémon. Their relationship had worsened since Ignis' evolution, and he'd been unable to alter its path as it veered towards unhealthy levels. He wouldn't mind if they simply competed, but their rivalry was becoming far too violent and begrudging for his comfort. Stop fighting all the time, Ash almost ordered, shooting glares at both of them. His voice was bereft of any tenderness that he usually spoke with. He'd hoped that Ignis would help Kaiser in mastering Flamethrower, but his attempts to get him to do that had been futile. That was mostly down to Kaiser's defiance of not wanting Ignis' help. A roar from Kaiser ignored Ash's words, and Ignis wasn't one to shy away from rebutting back. Ash shook his head and sighed deep and long. For the first time since he'd begun his journey with the unruly Kaiser, he was having trouble controlling his Pokémon. He was thankful to Ava, who chirped a resounding shriek and settled herself between Ignis and Kaiser, trying to solve their differences like she always did. He would have been driven mad had it not been for her timely interventions and the occasional ones from Tia. Which was a sure but welcome surprise. Tia's quaint nature meant that she disliked conflict, so it wasn't shocking to see her try to resolve their tension. It was more surprising that Ignis and Kaiser listened to her at times. Of course, she wasn't as successful at it as Ava, but her attempts helped nonetheless. A few whizzing slashes of wind that threatened to pierce into Ash's skin caught his attention. Sharp leaves enveloped in pink psychic energy sliced a few branches of a nearby tree paper thin. The ones that missed their mark floated down like feathers a few meters in the distance. A few days back, out of nowhere, Tia had begun to use Magical Leaf. Pokémon learned some moves naturally as they grew, so it wasn't totally surprising. She had still needed practice on accuracy. But her progress in the matter was astounding. She was probably ready to use the move in battles already. You're doing great, Tia. Ash called out from a distance and walked towards her. I see a. In T believe how quickly you've got magical leaf down. Tia reveled in the praise as her tiny hands clasped together and a faint hue of pink covered her white cheeks. Then, it suddenly happened. A magnificent lustrous glow of energy enveloped Tia and her features grew. Ash gasped and the Pokémon beside him cooed as their attention got enamored by the evolution of their friend. Ash watched Tia's hair grow longer and her red horns shift from the center to either side of her head with breathless zest. Her lower body, which was nearly invisible beneath the white covering of almost coat-like fur, expanded into slender legs as her entire being doubled in size. When the dazzling light died down, Tia emerged with a coo, her innocent, scarlet eyes now visible on either side of the emerald hair that covered her face. The newly evolved Kirlia spread her arms wide and then brought them together, dancing with her green legs as a graceful swirl followed. Ash could barely control his features from grinning as he excitedly hopped over to Tia. You've evolved. Tia cooed zealously as she skipped towards her trainer and vaulted into him, her arms embracing Ash as she cooed again a few times. Ash stroked Tia's hair gently and enjoyed the psychic type snuggling into him and nudging her head around. He lifted Tia up, earning a squeal before he put her back on the ground. Trooper bolted beside her and squealed. The Kirlia blushed at whatever the Mankey had said to her and her head lowered even further when Ava landed and chirped, then moved to stroke her head with her fluffy wings. Ignis and Kaiser followed soon after, apparently forgetting their rage as they roared what Ash thought were words of praise to Tia. Helio remained the only one not to join the group, the Kabuto whom Ash had tall D to practice dig with Trooper, and Helio had no qualms about it, opting to watch the scene from a distance. The gathering widened Ash's gleeful smile even more. His team was becoming more and more like a family, each one cherishing the success and growth of another, although Kaiser and Ignis had been having problems lately. As difficult as it may be for him to get those two to work together again, he was sure they'd come around. He just hoped that it would be sooner rather than later. Ash let his Pokémon chatter for a while, which lasted a lot longer than he'd thought. He didn't particularly mind that, however. They deserved the fun that they'd been having and more. The hard work that they'd been putting in, for months now, was paying dividends as they grew, evolved, learned new moves, and strengthened the ones they already knew. Yet, they had much more room to grow. This was only the beginning. Let's take a break for lunch, guys, Ash called out to his Pokémon once their excitement subsided to silent chirps and growls as the group separated and returned to training, spitting flamethrowers, shooting blade-like leaves, and punching or swatting the air. It had been hours since they'd started training in the morning. The Pokémon sprawled out across the ground and gazed up at the sky, closing their eyes and huffing their chests up and down. Thanks for working so hard. The group livened up again at the mention of lunch. His Pokémon surrounded him in little more than a few moments as he removed the packet of Pokémon food from his bag. He'd be running out of it soon. Luckily, there was a town nearby where he could restock. The fruits in the forests that he'd come across had aided in preserving the Pokémon food longer. That was a massive help because if not for that, he wouldn't have been able to carry enough for it to last much. These were the times when he missed Brock most. Regardless, there were always tiny villages between larger towns. Not all of them fared the kind of variety that the towns and cities provided, but he could hardly complain. It was better than not having anything at all. As it had been the case ever since his capture, Helio refused to show too much movement outside of battle. He'd been sitting on that same spot with no care for food or anything else. Usually, Ash had to either carry him to the group, or one of Trooper, Tia or Ava would call him and he'd listen. But Ash decided to go and grab the shellfish Pokémon himself, not wanting to have his tired Pokémon do the work. He wasn't that far away, anyway. Time for lunch, Helio. Ash said and stopped in front of the Kabuto. As usual, Helio's response was an empty glare, devoid of sound. Not again. It wasn't unexpected, but Ash felt disappointment fill his heart each time Helio ignored him. Ash shook his head in defeat, then lethargically bent down and lifted Helio up. He wasn't very aggressive, so Ash didn't feel hesitant about approaching him. He'd barely walked halfway to the group when he silently cursed and thought it would have been better to ask one of his Pokémon to call him over. Helio's firm, rocky body probably weighed around 25 pounds, but Ash felt he'd been lifting a boulder at least double the size. When Ash reached the others, he remained careful of putting Helio down gently. His hands dipped to his knees as he panted profusely, sharp and deep breaths that made him collapse on the ground. He shook his head amusedly at the sight of Helio finally moving on his own and crawling towards his bowl. Ash couldn't wait to have him open up more. Thick, foggy mist obscured even the ground and nearby trees. However, Ash could feel where he wanted to go. The path that he needed to take reeled him forward like he had been bound in a tight lure. His heart pumped every time he tried to look away. Something called to him. It ran through every fiber of his being. The sensation strengthened with each stride he took through the fog. Soon, Ash gave in. Ar that chilled his bones perished amid the desire to move forward. His mind told him to stay away, but his heart led him into the deep haze. He couldn't make sense of it. His mind had gone blank, his body numb, yet, somehow, he still surged ahead. What was this? Why was this happening? He wiped the drops of sweat that pooled along his forehead. What was it that called to him? One moment he felt afraid. Another he felt as if this was where he belonged. Eventually, the mist withered. He could see what looked like a castle come into his sight. It seemed as if it was far, far away. However, a few more steps and Ash had reached it. Almost the entire fog had cleared and what appeared before Ash was a huge, old mansion. No, it wasn't a mansion. It was more like a training facility. What is this? Ash muttered in awe of the sight. Vines and moss coiled the cobblestone walls that surrounded whatever this place was. Deep cracks within the surface struck out like popping veins, however, the walls stood firmly in place, unwilling to give in to the passage of time. Towers soared on both sides of the dark abandoned mansion. As decrepit as they were, their might still oozed at a single glance, reightening to slay anyone who dared to infiltrate. Strangely enough, however, Ash found comfort looking at them. Though the earthy, moist scent of moss and musk burdened his breathing, he was far too dazzled by the grandeur of the rest of this place to care. Some ancient ruins. Ash had left a nearby lodge where he spent the night. It felt amazing sleeping inside after a few days in the wilderness, a few hours ago. Then, he'd had the terrible luck to run into a squabble between a group of Firo and a pack of Primate. The two sides had been fighting over the ownership of a few trees, or at least, that was what it seemed like to Ash for the few minutes that he'd observed them. A few of them had noticed Ash when he'd tried sneaking away, and getting away from them hadn't been fun. Good Ash didn't stupidly think of running for too long once the single Primate and two Firo chased after him. Kaiser, Ignis and Ava had fought them off after a few coordinated attacks and saved Ash's skin in the process. Ash made a mental note to never go near a fight between such Pokémon. Then, his nerves tingled all the way down from his hands to toes. The sensation of being dragged to his destination subsided once it had led him to where he now was. After what seemed like an eternity, although it had probably only been a few minutes, the numbness in his body eased. He clenched and unclenched his fists. He didn't take another step for a minute. But he felt it again. Something calling to him that made his hesitation vanish as if it had never existed. He entered through the already open, ancient-looking, rusted gate and glanced around the humongous area that crawled with weeds, grass and a few wild plants here and there. For a moment, visions flickered in and out. He blinked, and before he opened his eyes, the castle boomed with people, many young, some old. Most held orbs in their hands, some sticks. Others just watched them pour bluish energy, that felt so familiar yet alien to Ash, into their orbs. When he opened his eyes, the place was in ruins again. He grimaced. Pain radiated in waves across his forehead. Rubbing his temples, he breathed and attempted to quell the intrusive images. He thought that he saw the past of this place in that moment. What was that? He thought, gripping his head again. A courtyard appeared as he made his way deeper into the ruins. Broken glass and tiles scattered about, filling the area. A chilly wind that whistled through made Ash shiver, and his eyes widened when he sensed something. Not just one, but many. Pokémon, maybe. He glanced around frantically but found nothing. In fact, he felt the presence vanish a moment later. Even if there were Pokémon here, why could he feel their presence? Was he hallucinating? A voice called out to him. Ash turned to his left as his heartbeat hastened. Were you guided here too? Ash narrowed his eyes, which were met with the sight of a young man in a blue coat approaching. Who are you? It was almost an instinctive question. The young man, who appeared like he was in his early 20s, smiled as he stopped in front of Ash. Excuse me for my rudeness, he said, which actually am. Ash realized that he'd been the one who was rude. I'm Riley. His steely blue eyes keenly met Ash's gaze. For a moment, Ash thought Riley's pupils flickered with some kind of bluish energy. Yes, Ash finally answered. I don't know what it was. He paused, clutching his face at the thought of the thing that had led him here. But I had this feeling that something was calling me. He looked back at Riley, grimacing. It felt like I couldn't control my own body. I was similarly led here, Riley said, then chuckled. But the difference is that I was actually looking for this place, and it doesn't seem like you were. You know what this place is? Ash's tone pretty much demanded as he propped forward. Though he stepped back apologetically once he'd realized his mistake. Riley didn't seem to mind that, however. I believe so. He glanced around the crumbled castle, then touched a nearby, surprisingly intact, wall. He wiped off some of the dust to reveal a plate with foreign engravings on it. Ash squinted his eyes to get a better view, but the writing was barely legible under the rust and dust. I think this is one of the ancient training grounds for Aura Guardians. Ash frowned. Aura Guardians. Riley appeared to have noticed Ash's confusion. His eyes widened for a fleeting moment. You've never heard of Aura Guardians? No, I haven't, Ash said plainly. He leaned back against the wall and sunk his hands into his pockets. Riley whiffed, and his mouth curved into a feeble smile. And yet here you are, in a place that many have searched for yet few have been ever able to enter. The next few moments passed by in absolute silence. Ash had no idea what Riley had just said about Aura Guardians and him being led there, and Riley appeared to be lost in thought, staring at the floor. His left hand stroking his chin. Ash didn't mind keeping quiet until Riley spoke again. I'll explain to you in a moment, Riley mused, then smiled, showing off his delicate, white teeth. May I know your name? He'd impeded Ash's cheeks. He'd been extremely rude, asking questions without even having the courtesy to introduce himself. His head dipped slightly. I'm sorry for not introducing myself, he said politely. I'm Ash Ketchum. Riley chuckled at his words and Ash let out a light groan unconsciously. Ash, it might take a while to explain it thoroughly, Riley said. I've been here for 2 days now, so I've found a good place. Let's talk there. Once Ash nodded, Riley led him through the hallway and they passed by several corridors and training fields, although all of T.'s were in no better condition than the entrance. Eventually, Riley stopped when they reached a room, one much smaller than the halls on the way. Wild plants and moss still canvassed over the flagstone floor. Webbings and dust coated the gray walls, though they didn't span over the entire room. Let me begin by asking you. Riley took a seat on one of the white stone benches and motioned for Ash to sit across from him. Ash hadn't paid too much attention to it until now because of other, more pressing things that had been on his mind, but he couldn't help but admire the beautiful architecture of this place. Stone benches and tables, carvings on the walls whose contour was barely discernible through the corrosion and dredge, still maintained the splendor of years gone by. Riley's fingers ced together as he leaned forward on the stone table. What do you know about Aura? Ash stopped to appreciate the architecture for a few more moments before his gaze drifted to the ceiling as he tried to recall the times he'd heard of the word. I don't know much, he admitted Riley. I only know that some Pokémon have the ability to use attacks that use Aura. And these attacks have unparalleled accuracy. Noticing how seriously Riley stared at him, almost to the point that Ash felt Riley's blue eyes stab into him, Ash scratched the side of his cheeks. That's all. I see, Riley nodded and his piercing gaze eased. Aura is the essence of life. It's a form of energy that all living creatures have, whether they be humans or Pokémon. The essence of life, Ash trailed off in thought at that. He remembered bits of what he'd been taught in school, and that phrase was almost certainly in there. So, everyone has Aura. That's true, Riley said. However, the amount of Aura differs from one being to another. Not just anyone can sense Aura. Even fewer can control it. This applies to both humans and Pokémon. Even humans can control Aura. Ash gasped and watched as Riley cackled at his reaction. Very few, Riley affirmed. But yes, humans can control Aura. Riley took off the white glove from his right hand and raised it in front of his face. A faint blue glow emanated from the palm of his hand. Ash's eyes twinkled at the sight. The low glow pulsed brighter, its loose shape thickened and widened with every second until it settled into a lightly spiraling ball of azure energy. The power exuding from the orb reminded Ash of the feeling he'd had while coming to this place. Is that aura? Ash leaned on the table and peered at the ball, curiosity getting the better of him. Indeed, Riley said, and the orb shrunk before disappearing. Traces of the energy glistened and allured Ash as if it had never truly left. That's just one of the things aura can do. That's amazing, Ash gushed, leaning even further onto the table. It sure is. Riley beamed. He seemed to relish the fact that Ash was so intrigued. But as I said, very few people can control it. I believe you might have the ability to control aura too. Me? Ash blinked, then shook his head at the thought. I've never been able to do anything like that before. Perhaps, it could be because you were never exposed to it. Riley asked, more to himself than anyone else, as his mind seemed to have wandered off again. He tapped his fingers on the gray stone table. But you were still able to come here, and if what you said is true, it couldn't have been anything but aura that led you here. This place has been abandoned for centuries, but I've still sensed traces of aura in some places here. We can try something. Riley turned around and lifted a staff. He placed the metal stick, which had a silver stone protected by metallic rings, on the table. This doesn't always work, but it can if the aura is strong enough. He gently caressed the ragged stone on the hilt of the staff. It's a method that is sometimes used to test the abilities of an aura guardian. You mean the stone? Ash asked as he rubbed his head and sighed. It was proving to be quite overwhelming, but he'd gotten the gist of what Riley meant. Yes, Riley nodded. This is a special stone found in very few places. It can light up if enough aura is channeled inside. Quote. Ash eyed the stone curiously. At first glance, it seemed little more than a silver stone that had a hollow, if slightly glowing, core. He snickered momentarily at the thought of how differently Steven might have viewed the same thing. The guy probably would have appreciated this place a lot more than he did. Place your hand on it, Riley said as he unclipped the stone from its metallic shackles and gently placed it in front of Ash. Then, try to concentrate. Try to feel the aura around you and channel it in. Riley smiled bemusedly when he saw the blank expression that Ash held. I make it sound so simple, but it's probably not. Ash shrugged, smiling wryly. I'm not sure anything will happen, but I can try. He honestly had doubts about him having the tiniest bit of ability in this power called aura. He grabbed the stone and pulled it closer, placing both his hands on it. Concentrate and feel the aura around him. Nothing but humid air and the soft inkling of sunlight surrounded him. But then, he remembered how he could feel something when he'd first entered this place. Was that aura? Ash shut his eyes, tracing the crevices of his mind for answers. He'd felt vague inklings of their beings, noticing them as if they were ghosts inhibiting his perception. His thoughts wandered to the vision that had appeared before him at the time. Were these so-called aura guardians of the past? For a brief moment, Ash noticed something, or rather someone in that vision. Though before he could even take a glance, the images were cut off. Strangely enough, he felt a pleasing sensation that relaxed him. Ah, what a feeling. His body started to feel energized, and he had no idea why. Honestly, he didn't care. Nothing in the world mattered in that moment. He felt blissful. Before he knew it, he was in a trance, a state of nothingness yet full of pleasure. Ash. Ash's eyes suddenly snapped open. He saw Riley crouching practically on top of him. His hands fixed on Ash's shoulders as he shook them. You're finally out of it, Riley sighed, wiping his forehead of the few drops of sweat that trickled on it. Ash looked blankly at Riley. What just happened? He blinked as the older man sat down on the ground. You touched the stone, Riley began. And then, you just wouldn't respond. I tried calling out to you a few times, but you still didn't open your eyes. Wait. Ash's eyes widened. How long was I like that? Must have been over 5 minutes, at least, Riley answered immediately. Ash frowned. It had barely seemed like a few moments to him. He tried to concentrate while touching the stone, saw a few images and then came back to reality. That couldn't have lasted more than 10 seconds, let alone 5 minutes. You're not joking, are you? Ash asked glumly. Riley's solemn shake of the head, he could tell he wasn't lying, was all it took for another barrage of questions to invade Ash's thoughts. He stared blankly at the dusty, uneven floor as his fists involuntarily clenched. Today had been strange. And this place was strange. It felt comfortable but creepy at the same time. Have a look at this, Riley said, getting Ash's attention back to him. He held the silver stone from his staff, but now, its core glowed a dazzling blue. The sheen blazed like a wildfire inside the confines of the stone, the wildly spiraling energy threatening to break out. I wasn't expecting this to happen. He gazed meaningfully at the stone, then looked at Ash. But this is your aura. Ash found his gaze captivated by the aura in the stone that sizzled wildly inside. There was no doubt about it, this was what he'd felt when he'd entered. And it was also what had led him to this place. Meanwhile, Riley removed a Pokeball from his pocket and tapped on it. A humanoid Pokémon which was primarily blue but had black arms and legs, lightly roared its arrival. Its gaze first met Riley, its head dipping slightly in respect, and then its steely glare fixated itself on Ash. Never before had Ash seen a Lucario in person. These canines were said to be fierce in battle but incredibly loyal to their trainers. And as Ash recalled, they were the primary users of aura-based techniques. Raise, Riley called to it, apparently by its name. Look at this. As Riley lifted the orb up and showed it to Raise, it gazed at the stone deeply and then glanced at Ash. What do you think? Raise regarded Ash with its piercing gaze, which made Ash more than a little uncomfortable, then nodded and respectfully barked out something at Riley. Riley chuckled at whatever Raise had said to him. Which, Ash noted, he apparently understood. You think so, Raise? The Lucario nodded and Riley let out another laugh. But that's not the case with him. He eyed Ash again, making him straighten. He says he's never used aura before in his life. He didn't even know about it. Raise's gaze flittered from Riley and then settled on Ash again. It barked and stepped closer to him. Ash hesitated briefly, however, allowed the Pokémon to approach him. Raise knelt down and extended its arm and the black appendages behind its head perked up, shuddering as if they were being jolted. As it touched him, Ash sensed some kind of energy surge through his body. He quickly concluded it was aura because it felt similar to what he'd felt from this place today. A few nervous moments later, Raise finally rose again. It looked satisfied with its examination of Ash as it roared and glanced at Riley, then back at Ash. Ash, Riley finally began. Your aura, he paused, seemingly searching for words. It's incredibly dense and concentrated for someone who's not mastered the power of it before. He glanced at Raise. Raise didn't believe me when I told him that this is your first time using aura. Even most aura guardians who've spent years harnessing their skills and reached their limit can't harness aura as pure as yours. This was more than a little overwhelming. Ash didn't know what to make of it. It seemed like praise, but Riley's words felt heavy. His lips parted a few times before he finally managed to speak. I don't know how to take that, he forced half a smile. Riley cleared his throat. I apologize, he smiled. Raise crouched beside him and he absent-mindedly scratched the canine's ears. It yelped delightfully at the gesture. That must be a lot to take in, his eyes sharpened markedly. But what I said is still true. About aura, Ash began, looking at Raise who still eyed him sharply and didn't seem to be fazed when Ash gazed right back into its eyes. I'd like to know more. He turned his attention to Riley. If you don't mind, of course. Riley's features visibly lit up. I'm glad you asked. Ash nodded and beamed back at the eagerly grinning Riley. If he truly had the power of aura, and no matter how much he wanted to deny it because he understood so little about it, he couldn't deny what he'd experienced today. He wanted to learn more about it. From the moment he'd been guided to this place to the most recent visions of things that eluded his comprehension, if it was aura, maybe he could get a good understanding of it. And why everything that had happened had happened. I believe you were having a vision of the past, Riley said, getting Ash's attention back to him. I've never seen it myself, but have heard stories about aura. Guardians getting such visions of the past in places rich in aura. His eyes narrowed. And this is such a place. What did you see? Ash stuttered and grabbed his head as a vicious headache that didn't last more than a millisecond seared through his head. He grimaced but then continued. I think I saw people. He paused to take a deep breath. They were training for something, and then, there was this man dressed like a knight. Was that place the same as this one? Riley leaned forward probingly. Ash slowly nodded. It was probably a vision of this place in the past then, he scratched his chin thoughtfully and took a moment to think before continuing. This place was a training institute for Aura Guardians in the past. And about 1,000 years ago, his eyes glittered excitedly. Even the great Sir Aaron is said to have learned the ways of Aura here. Sir Aaron. Ash's eyebrow quirked. You've never heard of him. Riley chuckled, the serious expression on his face melting into a warm smile. I'm afraid not, Ash said plainly. The sensations he'd been feeling after his vision had diminished. He's one of the greatest Aura Guardians in history. His control of Aura is said to have been unparalleled, and through that, he stopped a massive war that threatened to destroy the kingdom of Rhoda roughly a millennium back. He spoke about the man with great adoration and respect. Well, if he had indeed performed those deeds, then the man was a hero. By Rhoda, you mean the place that's to the north of Kanto? Ash asked. Indeed, that's the one, Riley said, then sighed as he continued. Rhoda was once a great kingdom, spanning miles upon miles of lands. It was like a sanctum for Aura Guardians, and it's said to be one of the places where Aura Guardians originated from, thousands of years ago. Now, Rhoda is but a small land in comparison, its power only in its name and legends. Democracy has taken over, but that isn't such a bad thing now, is it? The somber expression on his face turned into a soft smile when he looked at Ash. Ray's lightly barked from beside him as if to comfort its trainer. Riley smiled at his companion's actions and brought his focus back on Ash. It's still a great town. Ash's heart had begun to sink at the grave tone, but Riley's words calmed it. But it no longer produces the Aura Guardians that it used to. Ash remained silent, although he would be lying if he said he wasn't curious to know more about the history of Rhoda. Riley didn't need to be told to do so, as he added. It's not just Rhoda. Riley's expression turned grave again as he stared at the table. His hat did well to hide his eyes, and a dark shadow sprawled down his face. However, his somber expression still lingered. Ray's barked dimly and placed its right paw on Riley's shoulder. The Aura Guardian's fists clenched and Ash couldn't help but wince. Ash detested hearing about sad things. Not as much because it made his mood bitter, but more so because he remained bereft of ways to respond. Aura Guardians are not the same as they once were. We've grown weak over the years. Our numbers have dwindled. His words were bitter, almost as if talking about a memory that one would rather forget yet was unable to do so. Part of the reason is because of the wars of long ago. So much knowledge was lost in them. And with how technology for catching and befriending wild Pokémon has developed over the years, fewer and fewer people aspire to be Aura Guardians, he sighed, then his lips curved into a defeated smile as he looked at Ash. True Aura Guardians might as well go extinct in the future. Silence shrouded the room for the next few moments. Ash was at a loss for words. Riley had a burning passion about Aura, almost akin to how Ash felt about Pokémon training. Ash could relate because he shuddered at the mere thought of Pokémon trainers not being around. A gentle breeze brewing from the window finally ended the silence. Ah, never mind me, Riley's face perked up significantly as he sat up straight and stretched his hands out. Sorry for that, he smiled apologetically, but Ash was quick to wave it off and returned the gesture with more enthusiasm. It was better not to get too wrapped up in sad things. I tend to get a bit carried away when talking of the past. Ash shook his head. That's understandable. Aura Guardians seem to have a rich history. They do, Riley declared merrily. Ash was beginning to realize more and more just how ardently Riley loved everything about Aura and its guardians. There are so many legends, he momentarily stopped to stress the last part. Which are more than just legends because they're true. We just don't have as many people now to learn as we used to. That's why. His eyes glimmered and Ash felt a nervous tinge in his chest. I would like to ask you if you would be interested in becoming an Aura Guardian. Ash's eyes widened for a moment at the sudden proposal. The concept of Aura had him interested to learn more. But was he willing to become an Aura Guardian? Ash stammered and took a deep breath. Riley and Ray's gaze unflinchingly fitted at him in anticipation. That surely didn't help Ash's nerves, but he found it in himself to steal them. I'm not really sure, he admitted honestly. It's a bit too much to take in right now. Riley nodded while Ray's expression didn't change. I'm focusing on training my Pokemon and I don't know if I'll be able to have the time to learn about Aura. I don't want to say yes if my heart is not into it. He found it was difficult to be frank with his feelings about it, but thought it was best to speak his mind. He disliked giving vague answers to people, especially genuine people. And he thought Riley was one. Of course, Riley said and leaned on the table again. You don't have to answer right away. But with your latent talent, I'd be lying if I said I won't be disappointed if you chose not to become an Aura Guardian in the future. You're still very young. He paused with his lips parted before speaking again. Right. The teasing tone wasn't lost on Ash. I'm still just 13, he snorted. You've got lots of time to make your decision still, Riley said with a laugh and absent-mindedly petted Raise's head beside him. The Lucario squealed in an adorable way Ash wouldn't have thought it was capable of after his initial impression of the jackal. Since you are a trainer, I think there's something you might be interested in. Ash eyed him curiously, his eyebrow lifting at the mention of something interesting. There's a festival held in the Kingdom of Rhoda in memory of Sir Aaron and all the other Aura Guardians of the past, and they have a competition of Pokemon battles to decide the new Aura Guardian. Riley shivered and shook his head amusedly. As if he wasn't particularly fond of the winner being named Aura Guardians. Ash's heart pummeled in his chest at the mention of Pokemon battles. He almost ignored the part that the winner was named an Aura Guardian. He wasn't totally ignorant about Rhoda. It was not as humble or small as Riley had described it as, even now. The town in the absolute north of Kanto was very popular for tourism and legends of sightings of Mew always attached themselves to the place. Ash thought they were just rumors, of course. To be completely honest, that's usually a meaningless title if a normal trainer wins the competition. Riley added as he tapped his index finger on the table and it sounded as if they banged on a rhythm, not just mindless tapping. Was Riley into music? But if it's you, that title might not be meaningless. After all, a tournament, huh? Ash smirked without restraint. He liked the direction this was heading into. A Pokemon tournament sounded great in itself, but he LD do a little tour of the famous Rhoda and its surroundings along with it. He was enticed. Yes, Riley grinned in response. It's a few months away, so I'll contact you when the date has been finalized. His eyes glinted as he reclined back into his seat. Of course, that's if you're interested. It took barely a moment for Ash to reply. I definitely am interested. Riley cackled, seemingly elated at the reply he got. I do hope that you'd come then. In fact, I urge you to. I'll take you up on that offer. Ash's lips curved up into an avid grin. He couldn't wait to get to Rhoda. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you all are enjoyed this video. If you do, please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to support author of this fanfic. So let's end this video here. Until then, see you in next video.